Chapter 1241. Ever since the rise of the evil dragon palace, nothing major had happened. Long Chen was even more terrifying than Feng Jilin. Other than those super palaces, no one dared to provoke the rising evil dragon palace at this time. After Long Chen became the evil dragon palace leader, the evil dragon palace had undergone obvious changes. The disciples could all see these changes. Even those who had previously kicked him when he was down came to fawn over him. All of this was thanks to Long Chen. Therefore, the evil dragon palace had become an incomparably strong core. Recently, many people had come to visit Long Chen, wanting to see this rising star. However, they had all heard that Long Chen had gone to the true martial palace hall. Indeed, these days, Long Chen had gradually made a name for himself in the true martial palace hall. In 3 days, he had experienced a total of 3 battles. Although each battle was in a stalemate at the beginning, towards the end, he would persevere with extraordinary patience and defeat his exhausted opponent. In the true martial palace hall, warriors at the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm and above were relatively rare. Many warriors from the 3,000 palaces had gathered here. It was the most well-informed place. Long Chen's performance here had quickly spread through the mouths of the crowd, almost all of the 3,000 palaces. Many people had specially come to see Long Chen's battle. They wanted to see if this new evil dragon palace leader was really as miraculous as the rumors said. Usually, there would be a lot of spectators watching Long Chen's battle. There were tens of thousands of battles in the true martial palace hall every day. However, the most outstanding and eye-catching one was Long Chen's battle. For 3 days in a row, Long Chen had forged his own legend of invincibility. Even Yan Qingchen admired him very much. If it's possible, you can try to fight against warriors at the 8th level of the divine martial realm after a period of time. Yan Qingchen suggested. Long Chen had seen many battles of warriors at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. In terms of divine origin, they had completely suppressed Long Chen's current divine origin. Originally, when he fought against warriors at the 7th level of the divine martial realm, because of the difference in divine origin, it was impossible for Long Chen to fight against warriors at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. However, because he had comprehended the will of dragon and resisted the will of heaven and earth, he was qualified to fight against warriors at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. If he fought against warriors at the 8th level of the divine martial realm, they were almost the same as Long Chen in terms of physical strength and speed. They did not have much of an advantage in terms of combat skills. However, their opponents had comprehended the heaven and earth way and had established a divine kingdom in their bodies. They possessed vast power. In short, they had inexhaustible divine origin, which happened to target Long Chen's weakness. Therefore, with the will of dragon, he could fight against warriors in the divine martial realm. However, there was still a long way to go before he could fight against warriors in the heaven and earth way. In the eyes of others, the gap between the 2 levels of warriors was much smaller than the gap in his eyes. It was also because of the will of dragon that he was able to fight against warriors at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. My 10,000 times acupuncture points allowed my divine origin to be equivalent to that of warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. In addition to my physical strength and speed, the desolate red blood, the killer move 9 dragon scripture, and the will of dragon, I can fight against warriors at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. The strongest will of heaven in the 7th level of the divine martial realm is useless against me. However, Shenba's divine origin is so vast. It seems that I can't fight against him for a long time. If I really want to fight against him, I must at least pass the tribulations of wind, fire, and thunder. Only in that way, Long Chen's divine origin would probably be able to catch up with the consummation of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Only then would he have a chance of winning against warriors of the heaven and earth way with vast divine origin. However, Long Chen was not in a hurry. There were still 5 months before the battle of the hidden dragon list. During this period of time, he was waiting for the arrival of the tribulations of wind, fire, and thunder. The tribulations of wind, fire, and thunder were also known as the 3 minor tribulations. They were the embryonic forms of the two major tribulations. From the three minor tribulations, one could roughly understand what the nirvana tribulation would be like. The three minor tribulations were relatively easy to pass, but in fact, there were still many warriors who died in the tribulations of wind, fire, and thunder. Undoubtedly, this kind of waiting could not be rushed. Long Chen started with the combat skills. He wanted to go to the full moon pavilion for real, and the battles at this time were just to work hard for the combat skills of the full moon pavilion. My current strength is determined to be at the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. I have experienced 4 battles, and all of them were against warriors of the same level. The battles were very fierce, and the punishment hall rewarded me with 3 merit points. It seems that I only need to defeat about 100 opponents to get 100 merit points. With these 100 merit points, I should be able to exchange for an 8th grade divine skill. The calculation of merit points of the punishment hall was strict and systematic. Long Chen did not know how it was calculated, but he only needed to see the results. During the battles, his fighting style had been honed to become more and more mature. In the true martial arts hall, there was basically no one who did not know Long Chen. 7, 3, 2, 4, it's my turn again. Long Chen gradually sped up the pace of the battles. Today, he had a total of 3 battles. Although it was a heavy load, he enjoyed it. Seeing Long Chen coming out, most of the warriors who were still waiting to fight came to watch. For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices. Long Chen stood high up in the sky. Although he had no intention of flaunting his might, the disdainful aura that he naturally gave off caused everyone to involuntarily feel a sense of worship. This was especially so for some of the female disciples. Their eyes even sparkled like stars. His opponent was Chen Xiao, whom Long Chen had defeated in the first battle. After he lost to Long Chen, he had been practicing every day. Today, he came to the true martial arts hall again. He did not expect that they would meet again. The two started the battle without saying anything. Chen Xiao was full of confidence, but Long Chen was braver. This time, it took him less than half of the time of the last time. It seems that Temple Leader Long has made greater progress than me. I admire you, Chen Xiao said sincerely. Thank you for letting me win. Long Chen did not talk nonsense, but he was not impolite. This kind of character was very likable. Mad Demon Li Tsang's group was not likable. He had been thinking of ways to take revenge on Long Chen. After a few days of silence, he heard that Long Chen was stationed in the true martial arts hall and had defeated several warriors in the 7th tier of the divine martial realm. He immediately came up with a plan. He invited more than 10 warriors of the Mad Demon Palace. These people were older and more senior than Li Tsang. They were Li Tsang's martial uncles, or even his martial ancestor. However, on the path of cultivation, the more powerful one came first. Li Tsang had extraordinary achievements at such a young age, and his future was unpredictable. Naturally, there were many people in the Mad Demon Palace who wanted to curry favor with him. The warriors of the Mad Demon Palace could usually display 120% of their fighting strength, which was very shocking and notorious. When the dozen or so warriors walked into the true martial palace, the people around them all moved aside in fear, their eyes filled with reverence. There were a total of more than a dozen warriors at the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. This lineup was very powerful. Some of the palaces that were even weaker than the evil dragon palace did not even have a single warrior at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. The 3,000 halls all had their own strengths and weaknesses, and were uneven. The people from the Mad Demon Palace are here again. Last time, they were looking for trouble with the evil dragon palace leader. This time, they even brought so many people. He wants to take revenge on Long Chen directly here. Oh right, why is this guy so relentless? Does he have a grudge with that young evil dragon palace leader? A small portion of the people still did not know, but very quickly, someone came out to gossip and said softly, "Didn't the Wind Divine Palace change their palace master recently? Everyone should know Feng Jilin's name. I heard that Li Tsang has been pursuing Feng Jilin for a long time, but recently, I heard that the Evil Dragon Palace leader and the Wind Divine Palace leader have a past, and even at the Evil Dragon Palace's oath-taking assembly, in front of everyone, the two palace masters. Indecent things. Everyone couldn't help but smile. No wonder Li Tsang looked like someone had died in his family. It turned out that the goddess in his heart had a man behind her. Long Chen had already noticed that the guy whose strength was comparable to the 8th level of the divine martial realm had come again. Yan Qingchen, who was at the side, was immediately enraged, but Long Chen pressed him down and said, "Don't be rash, let him jump around. After a while, if he is still pestering me, I want to personally teach him a lesson." On a certain level, Long Chen was a pervert. The more enemies there were, the more excited he would be. It might be because he was affected by the Jinwu Emperor Soul's method of leveling up. Li Tsang was an enemy that could be nurtured, and he had to prepare well so that he could finally fight with him. If Li Tsang knew about Long Chen's plan to nurture his opponent, he would probably vomit blood in anger. Of course, Li Tsang did not dare to make a move in the true martial palace. Because of the existence of the punishment hall in the 3,000 palaces, the restrictions on the disciples were still very strong. It was forbidden to fight in public, and if they were to kill each other, as long as they were found out, they would be punished. If there really was a life and death enmity, they could apply to fight on the life and death stage. The life and death stage was also a place in the true martial emperor palace, not in the true martial palace. As for the true martial palace, it was only for exchanging pointers, and killing was not allowed. What surprised Long Chen was that Li Tsang actually brought a group of experts at the Great Circle of the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm to register for battle. Long Chen quickly understood Li Tsang's intention. They wanted to teach Long Chen a lesson openly, so they chose to use this method. In the true martial palace, there were at most 20 experts at the Great Circle of the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, and they had a total of 20 people. If they were randomly selected, Long Chen's opponent would most likely be someone from the Mad Demon Palace, or even Li Tsang himself. After defeating Chen Shao, Long Chen took another number and prepared for the next battle. After the registration, Li Tsang and the group of people swaggered in front of Long Chen. Now that there were so many people, Li Tsang was no longer afraid of Yan Qingchen. He said to Long Chen with hatred, "These are all my brothers. If you become an opponent of any of them, they will beat you up to the fullest extent. Of course, you can also choose to get lost from the true martial palace. After all, everyone has their own fears, right?" Chapter 1242. The longer Long Chen stayed here, the better. He couldn't wait to find a way to teach Long Chen a lesson. Previously, he had finally thought of a way to get to Danxia Mountain, but he didn't expect Lu Junhua, who was passing by, to disturb him. "It would be best if you met me. However, that would mean that your luck is really bad." Li Tsang's eyes were cold as he stared at Long Chen and laughed sinisterly. The group of strong martial artists behind him also laughed sinisterly. "Li Tsang, do you believe that I will beat you up now?" Yan Qingchen raged. Li Tsang didn't reply. He looked at Yan Qingchen and snapped his fingers, gesturing for the crowd to move to the other side. "I hope your luck will be better next time. Please don't meet me," Li Tsang said. The true martial Great Hall's random battles were absolutely fair. Long Chen didn't need to worry about this. Generally speaking, it was very easy to fight against people from the crazed Devil Hall. But against Li Tsang, there wouldn't be such a coincidence. After about an hour, it was Long Chen's turn again. Because of the strength of martial artists, the battlefield had its own requirements. At Long Chen's level, he needed a more spacious and sturdy battlefield. There weren't many such battlefields in true martial Great Hall. Furthermore, Long Chen needed to cultivate, so he had given himself an hour to rest. As the announcement came out, it was Long Chen's turn. His opponent was one of the middle-aged martial artists of the Mad Demon Hall. The people of the Mad Demon Hall all looked like vicious and evil outlaws. Just like this person in front of him, there was a deep scar on his face. It was probably left there a long time ago. It looked extremely sinister and terrifying. Originally, with his current supreme golden body, he should have been able to recover, but he didn't. It should be used to act cool. The people of the Mad Demon Palace immediately applauded. It was common knowledge that many warriors of the Mad Demon Palace were much stronger than those of the same level. For example, this middle-aged man in front of them had joined the true martial palace several thousand years ago. It was said that he used to be a star thief and had killed many warriors in the Broken Star Field. Young Master Li, just wait and see. I will definitely make this kid obedient. When he comes out, he will kneel before you and call you grandfather 3 times. The middle-aged man said confidently. The people of the Mad Devil Palace were all crazy when they fought. Although the other 5 great palaces weren't afraid of them, to the other 3,000 great palaces, it was simply a nightmare. There was a saying circulating among the 3,000 great palaces, rather go against the heavens, do not provoke the Mad Devil Palace. The Heavenly God Palace was the number 1 great palace of the 3,000 great palaces, possessing boundless prestige. But from the words that were circulated, the people of the Mad Devil Palace would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. They were vicious and merciless. They were even more revered than the Heavenly God Palace. The clash between Long Chen and the Mad Demon Hall was the biggest highlight of the true martial Great Hall. For a moment, almost everyone had gathered here, watching Long Chen walk into the battlefield with a smile on his face, as if he wasn't worried about the Mad Demon Hall at all. His opponent is the famous Yang Yan of the Mad Demon Hall. I heard that he used to be a star thief in Broken Star Domain and later joined True Martial Emperor Palace. But his murderous nature has never changed. Rumor has it that his hands are stained with the blood of tens of thousands of people. He is a butcher. The evil dragon palace leader is unlucky to have met him. Yeah, Yang Yan's Mad Demon Heart Sutra is at least at the 3rd level. It can stimulate his battle potential and kill people above his cultivation level. Although it is impossible for him to reach the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, it is difficult for anyone below the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm to be his opponent. Amidst the worried and nervous discussions, Long Chen stood in his own position. The middle-aged man with the knife scar, Yang Yan, was already 20 meters away from him. He was looking at Long Chen with a hideous smile. Little guy, look at your tender skin. If I hadn't met you in True Martial Great Hall, I might have taken good care of you. Yang Yan laughed. Suddenly, the True Martial Great Hall was in an uproar. They didn't expect Yang Yan to be interested in men. Compared to Yang Yan's invasive gaze, Long Chen was simply a fragrant dish. He was pitifully waiting for Yang Yan to swallow him up. Below, Li Tsang of the Mad Demon Hall was laughing so hard that he was rocking back and forth. Long Chen was furious. God damn it, he didn't expect to be humiliated. This was intolerable. Long Chen didn't say anything. The scarlet blood eternal desolation turned into a terrifying halberd. Long Chen let out a roar that shook the heaven and earth. In the eyes of the crowd, he was like a little sheep, but now he had the power of a giant beast. The shadows of 4 divine dragons appeared behind him. They were incomparably long and even extended into the endless void. The might of the 9 dragon scripture, which had matured day by day, was undoubtedly very terrifying. Long Chen was no longer in the mood to slowly fight with this guy. The most important thing was to show Li Tsang what true strength was. He wanted to show Li Tsang what true strength was. Ever since the last time he dealt with Feng Jilin, Long Chen hadn't used the 9 dragon scripture. Many people were looking forward to it. Now that he used it, the entire True Martial Great Hall was in an uproar. Even those cultivators who were fighting stopped and stared blankly at Long Chen. With a single move, Yang Yan's body was minced into mush. Only his head was left. Long Chen stepped on it and gave a ferocious kick, sending it flying towards Li Tsang. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone was still in a daze. Their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Long Chen's ferocity had surpassed everyone's perception. Now, everyone understood that Yang Yan was the real Xiao Bai when compared to Long Chen. The entire True Martial Great Hall was incomparably silent. Long Chen looked expressionlessly at the stunned Li Tsang. After that, he said to Yan Qingchen, "Let's stop here for today. Let's go." After a few steps, Long Chen turned his head and smiled. "If there are still people who don't have eyes and send themselves to me tomorrow, I will deal with them one by one. I want to see if you can injure yourself faster or if I can kill you faster." After saying that, the two of them left. Long Chen's slap was like a slap to Li Tsang's face. Yan Qingchen and Li Tsang had been fighting for many years. At this moment, he was secretly delighted. He was even smiling when he spoke. How could this be? Li Tsang was extremely furious. He threw the head in his hands to the ground. "This won't do. If I lose like this, where would I put my face? I must defeat him no matter what. Listen up, whoever defeats him will have the vacant elder position," Li Tsang said to the cultivators behind him. It wasn't easy to become an elder of the Mad Demon Palace. Apart from the strength of the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, one also needed many qualifications. People like Yang Yan, who had a background as a star bandit, couldn't become an elder. Being an elder meant a lot of benefits. Most of the people who hung out with Li Tsang were people similar to Yang Yan. The position of an elder was too tempting for them. Today, Yang Yan only lost because he was careless. "Young Master Li, you can rest assured. If it is my turn, I will definitely make that brat suffer the consequences," one of the skinny and ugly cultivators said through gritted teeth. The others also expressed that they could defeat Long Chen. "That's good. I think he wants to win merit points. He will definitely come to the true martial palace. We will wait here until we cripple him. Motherfucker, he dared to touch my woman. If I don't make him pay a heavy price, my surname won't be Li anymore." When Li Tsang thought of this, he felt like he was being cheated on. This made him extremely sullen. The dignified Li Tsang of the Mad Demon Palace actually had such a sullen moment. If he didn't torture Long Chen to death, he wouldn't be able to vent his sullen feelings. Young Master Li, is Miss Feng still not willing to see you?" one of them asked carefully. "Shut up." Li Tsang was in a bad mood. Naturally, he wasn't willing to talk about such things. In fact, before Long Chen appeared, the person Li Tsang wanted to kill the most was Lu Junhua. Lu Junhua was a true heaven's pride. He was handsome and spoke in a gentle and refined manner. He was also the biological son of the Sky God Palace Master. Since young, he had cherished him dearly. He couldn't be compared to Li Tsang, who had fought his way up from the bottom. However, after interacting with Feng Jilin, he could feel that Feng Jilin's affection for Lu Junhua far exceeded her affection for him. After Long Chen appeared, Li Tsang's attention was completely diverted. It turned out that his goddess had been used by someone. How sullen. Very quickly, Long Chen came again the next day. Yan Qingchen followed to prevent Li Tsang from attacking Long Chen. "Brother Long, you still have to be careful. Although Li Tsang's cultivation realm is the same as yours, his combat strength is very strong. As long as you don't meet him, it will be fine. If you meet him, I advise you to give up," Yan Qingchen said. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Of course, Long Chen didn't want to fight with Li Tsang now. If he fought with Li Tsang now, he would definitely make a big fuss and hurt his foundation. Without a deep grudge, Long Chen wouldn't risk his life for such a small fight. When they arrived at the true martial hall, because of the conflict between Long Chen and Li Tsang, the true martial hall instantly became a lot more popular. The flow of people increased greatly, and most of them came to see the legendary Evil Dragon Palace leader who had suddenly risen to power. After meeting with Li Tsang, Long Chen didn't say anything and continued to earn points. He could earn 3 to 4 points a day. In less than 30 days, he could go to the Full Moon Pavilion. That was the real reason why Long Chen came to the true martial palace hall. The first opponent wasn't Li Tsang, nor someone from the Mad Demon Palace. The people from the Mad Demon Palace gritted their teeth. Li Tsang also wanted to rush up and kill Long Chen. His second opponent was finally someone from the crazed demon temple. However, it wasn't Li Tsang. This time, everyone from the crazed demon temple had high hopes for this person. Long Chen didn't care who it was. He didn't use the fourth tier of the 9-dragon scripture, but instead used his usual fighting style to slowly grind the crazed demon heart sutra to death. The third opponent was still someone from the Mad Demon Palace, but it wasn't Li Tsang. Sometimes, luck was also very important. Chapter 1243. In this 1 month, Long Chen had experienced hundreds of battles, and his merit points had finally reached 100. Seeing that there were only 4 months left before the hidden dragon rank, he did not want to stay here any longer. The one who was most frustrated was undoubtedly Li Tsang. He had almost gone crazy recently. In these 100 battles, Long Chen had not run into him at all. What could be more coincidental than this? In fact, there were more than 40 warriors at the complete 7th level of the God Martial Realm participating in the battles every day, and Long Chen only had to deal with 3 or 4 of them each day. It was normal that he had not run into Li Tsang in a month. However, Li Tsang almost cried. All the warriors from the Mad Demon Palace had been defeated by Long Chen one after another, and many of them had even lost half a year's worth of fighting. Li Tsang himself had also been cursed to death by the leader of the Mad Demon Palace. When there were only a few days left, he, who was not good at math, finally figured out something. It seemed that the more cannon fodder the Mad Demon Palace sent, the less chance Long Chen would have to fight against him. Therefore, in the end, he pulled everyone out, and even warned the other warriors at the complete 7th level of the God Martial Realm. Of course, there were some who did not buy it. Because of Long Chen's legendary deeds, many warriors at this level were not convinced, and had come to the true martial palace to challenge him. In this way, Li Tsang's chances would decrease. However, the heavens would not let down those who tried. After a few days, when Li Tsang heard that his opponent was Long Chen for the last time, he almost went crazy. After a month of depression, he finally had the chance to vent. This time, if he did not beat Long Chen to death, he would probably be suffocated to death. Sorry, I give up. Long Chen's words echoed in the true martial palace. Hearing this, Li Tsang almost vomited blood and died. Long Chen, you bastard, you don't even dare to fight against me? You bastard. Li Tsang stopped him with a ferocious look. In the true martial palace, it was just a competition, and everyone had the right to give up. He had waited for a month, and finally, it was time for him to fight. Before, Long Chen had always been so powerful, and Li Tsang had not expected that he would choose to give up. There's something wrong with his brain. Long Chen looked at him disdainfully and walked around him. Yan Qingchen stood in front of Li Tsang and said fiercely, "What? Do you want to fight with me?" Li Tsang was stunned. Li Tsang was stunned. Li Tsang was indignant. He raised his head and shouted, "Long Chen, you claim to be invincible under the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm, but you don't even dare to fight me. What a joke. I think you're just a coward. You're not qualified to exist in this world at all. You're just a piece of trash, a coward. If you have the guts, don't give up. Fight me, Li Tsang, fair and square." He thought that everyone would look down on Long Chen, but he didn't expect to see everyone looking at him with disdain. "Are you looking to die?" Li Tsang said angrily. In just a short while, Long Chen and Yan Qingchen had already left the true martial hall. Li Tsang didn't want to give up. However, once they were out of the true martial hall, it wouldn't be considered a fight anymore. If Long Chen didn't want to fight, the punishment hall would still pursue the matter. Li Tsang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He looked up to the sky and shouted. He realized that he had been fooled by Long Chen. Long Chen had never wanted to fight him. "How dare you fool me? Looks like I'm serious now." After a month, crazy demon Li Tsang finally decided to go crazy. He had enough merit points. After leaving the true martial hall, Long Chen said goodbye to Yan Qingchen and went to the full moon pavilion alone. He had seen the map and knew that the full moon pavilion wasn't far from the true martial hall. This time, he had to find a battle skill that was suitable for him and strong enough. It felt good to use his own merit points to earn more. Although the full moon pavilion was called a pavilion, it was actually the same as the Supreme Trial Pagoda. It was a pagoda, but the Supreme Trial Pagoda was completely black and ugly, while the full moon pavilion was like a palace, magnificent and magnificent. The top of the pagoda was inlaid with gems, and it soared into the sky, submerged in the clouds. The full moon pavilion had a total of more than 10 floors. Each floor was hundreds of meters high, and some were even thousands of meters high. When one got closer, they realized how huge the full moon pavilion was. Below the full moon pavilion was a huge public square. There were many disciples here. Longchen wasn't as popular here as he was in the true martial hall. He looked like an ordinary disciple, and not many people paid attention to him. After taking a few steps, he saw Qin Feng, who looked anxious. "What's wrong?" Longchen asked. When Qin Feng saw Longchen, his expression relaxed a little. He said, "I don't know where little T went in the blink of an eye. I'm looking for her." There were so many people here, and the area was so vast. It wasn't easy to find Jiang Cha among so many people. Longchen used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to look. At least she wasn't in his field of vision. He asked, "Do you need my help?" Qin Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No need. You go do your own things. She probably threw a tantrum with me and went back first. I'll go back and take a look." Longchen nodded his head. Seeing that Qin Feng had really gone back, he didn't think too much about it and went to the first floor of the full moon pavilion. This was the place where the law enforcement clan elder was stationed. With a glance, there were actually hundreds of law enforcement clan elders here. Longchen had heard that out of the 6 supreme clan elders of the punishment hall, 2 or 3 of them lived in the full moon pavilion all year round. Very quickly, a law enforcement clan elder received Longchen. Longchen reported his name and position, and upon hearing that he was the recently popular Evil Dragon Palace leader, the law enforcement clan elder laughed and said, "I heard that you were fighting crazily in the true martial hall, so I knew that your goal was the full moon pavilion. Speak, what do you want? A battle skill, a divine ability, or a mystical secret technique?" Longchen had already thought it through. He still needed an offensive battle skill, and as for the grade, it was at least above the 8th level of the divine skill. After listening to Longchen's request, the law enforcement elder said, "With your current merit points, you are still far from obtaining a 9th grade divine skill. However, an 8th grade divine skill should not be a problem. The full moon pavilion has been established for hundreds of thousands of years and has an endless history. It is equivalent to a treasure house. Countless ancestors have left their traces here. You can go to the 8th floor to try your luck. The 8th floor should be the place where the level 8 divine skill was stored." Longchen mainly wanted to go up and take a look, so he nodded. "Remember, you can only take away 1 battle skill. The secret manuals here are all original, and you must return them within a month. Otherwise, the punishment hall will take action. You understand?" The law enforcement clan elder said sternly. "Don't worry," Longchen said with a smile. The law enforcement clan elder had heard of Longchen's character, and he knew that this kid was reliable. He gave a token to Longchen and said, "With this token, you can stay on the 8th floor for 3 days. You can use these 3 days to choose secret manuals. If you exceed the time limit, I will drive you out." Longchen nodded, and understood that this was the rule of the full moon pavilion. On the first floor, there was a passage leading to the first 9 floors. The 8th floor was around 5,000 meters in the sky. With the token in his hand, under the supervision of a law enforcement elder, Longchen arrived at the entrance of the 8th floor unimpeded. In front of him was a splendid golden square that was incomparably solemn and dignified. At the end of the square was a golden gate. In front of the gate, there were 2 majestic golden lion-like giant beasts, looking awe-inspiring. Many law enforcement clan elders were guarding here. The things stored in the 8th floor of the full moon pavilion were already considered supreme treasures. There were a few law enforcement clan elders here that Long Chen could not see clearly. He estimated that they were at least in the 8th layer of the divine martial realm. After using the token, Long Chen obtained the right to pass. The law enforcement clan elder glanced at him and said, "Remember to only take one secret manual when you come out 3 days later. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state." Long Chen discovered that the punishment hall was a little too powerful. Perhaps it was because it represented the martial god palace. The true martial emperor palace was the martial god palace. The 3,000 halls were just a peripheral organization. Long Chen's ultimate goal was to dominate the martial god palace. At that time, he would be the most eye-catching person in the 3 regions and 9 realms. The golden door slowly opened, and a majestic world appeared before Long Chen's eyes. This was a pressure similar to the will of heaven and earth. Without the will of a dragon, Long Chen would not even be able to enter this place. Even now, he had no choice but to resist. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen walked into the 8th floor of the full moon pavilion. When the golden gate closed, the few law enforcement clan elders revealed expressions of admiration. "Is this the newly appeared evil dragon palace leader? I heard that he entered the emperor palace less than a year ago. This child's temperament is not bad. He will probably have extraordinary achievements in the future." The leader said, "The most important thing is that I heard that he has a close relationship with the 2 from the martial god palace. With their protection, this youth's future is destined to be smooth sailing." That might not be the case. The martial god palace is not decided by those 2. An old man suddenly appeared. Everyone was startled and quickly bowed. "Greetings, 6th Supreme Elder." Long Chen did not know that there was a big shot outside. At this moment, he was already shocked by the vastness of the full moon pavilion. This was a starry sky, like the shattered star domain. It turned out that the 8th floor of the full moon pavilion was already a small universe. The stars here were densely packed, and it was much more beautiful than the shattered star domain. In the sky, there were countless patterns on the stars, such as fairies, giant bears, or scorpions. The magnificence of the starry sky could only be understood after seeing it. Long Chen noticed that there was a secret manual stored on each of the small stars. No wonder it took 3 days to choose a secret manual. If he wasn't fast enough, 3 days wouldn't even be enough for him to browse through many manuals. How would he know which one was suitable for him? There are so many secret manuals, and they are all grade 8 divine skills. Could there be an exception? A preliminary estimate showed that there were tens of thousands of secret manuals here. From this, it could be seen how deep the foundation of the true martial emperor palace was. Countless people in the emperor palace cultivated grade 8 divine skills, but very few of them were the same. Chapter 1244. It was rare to see such an expression on Fat Cat's face. He opened his mouth wide and looked in a certain direction, his eyes full of disbelief. "What's wrong?" Long Chen asked in a low voice. He knew that there must be a lot of people on the 8th floor of the full moon pavilion, so he did not dare to be too ostentatious. Fat Cat shook her head for a while, the fear on her face finally dissipating. The reason for the fear was as if she had seen her natural enemy, and it was a physical reaction. After a while, she calmed down and said, "You're really lucky, kid, to have come to the 8th level. Hurry up and go that way. I want to see what that is, to actually have the aura of the Void Universe Dragon." Long Chen was shocked. It was the Void Dragon. As an ancestral dragon, the Void Aeon Dragon controlled the eternal rules of time. Its strength was even more terrifying than that of the primordial blood spiritual dragon. After obtaining the Void Dragon Talisman, Long Chen also had a clue about the Void Aeon Dragon. Kitten had said that the Void Aeon Dragon's blood inheritance was very likely to exist. Moreover, it was in the 3 great imperial regions, or in the 3 regions and 9 realms, or even in some unknown corner. Long Chen hadn't even fully absorbed the blood essence of the ancient blood spirit dragon, so he didn't think too much about the inheritance blood essence of the void infinity dragon. However, if it really existed, he couldn't let anyone else get it since he had the kitten and the void dragon talisman. If another ancestral dragon martial artist appeared out of nowhere, and if his talent surpassed Long Chen's, then he would definitely crush Long Chen in terms of talent. This was not a result that Long Chen wanted to see. However, the 3 imperial domains were so big, and Long Chen really did not have the confidence to find the void dragon's blood essence. Moreover, he did not even have the qualification to have Lingxi, so he could only work hard here in true Martial Emperor Palace. However, this did not mean that Long Chen did not have any thoughts about the void dragon. Most of the reason why he could achieve what he had today was because of the ancient blood spirit dragon. It could be seen that if the void refinement demon dragon's blood essence really existed, it would be a priceless treasure. A void refinement demon dragon that appeared in the sword spirit imperial domain was already such a treasure, let alone the void infinity dragon. Long Chen concealed the excitement in his heart at first. He did not move very fast, and even looked left and right as he slowly walked in the direction that the kitten pointed. At this time, he could roughly sense the existence of the mysterious item through the void dragon talisman. With a sweep of his spirit-devouring demon eyes, he found a total of dozens of people on the 8th floor looking for secret battle skills. Their strength was basically at the 7th tier of the divine martial arts realm, and some of them were at the 8th tier. As for those below the 6th tier of the divine martial arts realm, there was practically no one who could use the divine energy of the 8th tier, except for that freak, Long Chen. The reason why he didn't rush over immediately was because he was afraid of attracting attention. Finally, after a short period of time, Long Chen passed through countless small stars and looked at the original battle skills placed on them. These were the essence of the Jinwu Imperial Palace. They had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years by countless immortals, and then left behind. Floating in front of him was a dim star. Basically, there was no light. It could only be regarded as a stone floating in the starry sky. It was completely different from the other bright little stars. This was also the special thing about this thing. There was no battle skill on this stone. It was floating there, and no one paid attention to it at all. Without saying anything, Long Chen took advantage of the time when no one was paying attention to him to put this ordinary-looking stone into his great void realm. At that moment, Kitten let out a shrill scream. It was almost boiling. However, Long Chen couldn't show off too much. He walked for a while and found a secret book called Great Chaos Thunder Fist to read. This was also an 8th tier battle skill, but Long Chen was only pretending to read it. His attention was completely focused on the Great Void Realm. What's so strange about this stone? It's just that it has the aura of the Great Void Universe Dragon, Long Chen asked. Kitten walked around the stone that was even bigger than his body and said, "This thing has been here for so long, and no one has been able to find it. I think the thing that really makes my heart throb should be inside this stone. Who on earth put it here? Who on earth?" Long Chen was also confused. Right now, he didn't even know what the thing in front of him was. "Open it gently," Long Chen suggested. Kitten nodded. He had rested for a long time, and he still had the strength to break open this ordinary yet mysterious stone. He found a sharp weapon in the Great Void Realm and carefully sharpened it on the stone. This was the first time that Long Chen saw this guy being so focused. As such, he pretended to be looking at the Great Chaos Thunder Fist, but his attention was completely focused on the Great Void Realm. Kitten used the sharp weapon to cut off the stone piece by piece. The material of this stone was not hard, but because it was so ordinary, no one could find it even if countless people were to be placed here. Inside the stone, there was a hollow area with a diameter of about 10 centimeters. Very soon, Kitten came into contact with this hollow area, full of excitement. Obviously, there was something inside. When the mysterious thing finally revealed its mysterious veil, Long Chen and Kitten both felt a surge of excitement in their souls. Compared to when they were still in Biyao town, Long Chen's god martial soul had matured a lot. However, at this moment, he still had the same feeling as when he first saw the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon. The trembling and awe that came from the soul could not be resisted, no matter how strong one was. Long Chen's eyes became blurry, and it took him a long time to recover. The thing in the stone seemed to be only the size of a palm. After careful observation, Long Chen finally found that this thing should be a claw. The broken claw only had a sharp part left. This claw was gray and full of holes, full of traces of time. It must have been hundreds of millions of years old. Although it looked ordinary, it naturally exuded a kind of awe that made people feel suffocated. Long Chen felt like he was in a vast place without a horizon, and the claw in front of him had turned into a monstrous beast that was examining him. This beast was a dragon. This small part of the dragon claw seemed ordinary, but it made Long Chen's heart feel complicated. He even had the urge to cry. He stared at it for a long time, unable to calm his emotions. The kitten's gloomy eyes widened. It sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "His claws are broken." What the hell did he experience? His claws are broken. This is the hardest part of his body. Back then, I used all my strength, but at most, I could only take off one of his scales. His claws are actually broken. The usually mischievous kitten actually fell into a state of delirium at this moment. His eyes were filled with disbelief and madness. That's impossible. How could his claw be broken? At this moment, he suddenly thought of all the divine dragons and the fact that almost all of them had gone extinct. Yeah, they're all dead. How could his claw not be broken? At that moment, he was actually so lost, as if his beliefs had collapsed. Long Chen suddenly felt that this fellow definitely had a story. He had many stories. This reincarnation divine beast had already lived for a very, very long time. No matter how many times he looked at this claw, the respect in his heart could not be eliminated. Long Chen did not dare to touch it. Instead, he asked meaningfully, "Kitten, who are you referring to?" At this moment, Kitten had already recovered from his madness. He raised his head blankly, then lowered it again. Finally, he said, "The dragon of time and eternity, the void infinity dragon." This is a small part of his claw. Back then, he used this claw to easily tear me apart. Long Chen gasped. He did not expect it to be the claw of the void infinity dragon. The strongest weapon in his hands was the scarlet blood eternal, which was the sharp horn of the red-horned hell dragon. Just the horn left behind by the red-horned hell dragon could give Long Chen such power. Just thinking about the claw of the void infinity dragon, one could imagine how terrifying it would be if he could make use of it. However, Long Chen did not have high hopes, because the claw was now mottled and decayed. It was like a very ordinary piece of wood, as if it was already dead. Long Chen could not feel the slightest emotion from it. In Long Chen's eyes, this ancient ancestral dragon was still mysterious and untouchable. Kitten looked at the half of the dragon claw and could not speak for a long time. At this moment, the half of the dragon claw suddenly trembled and disappeared in an instant. Long Chen was shocked. If such a thing were to disappear, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Just as he was feeling anxious, the dragon claw of the void infinity dragon appeared in front of him. "What's going on?" Kitten asked hurriedly. Then, he saw that the dragon claw of the void infinity dragon had actually fused into the index finger of Long Chen's left hand. It was like two kinds of liquids fusing together, without any conflict. When the dragon claw of the void infinity dragon completely disappeared, there was not the slightest change in Long Chen's finger. The dragon claw of the void infinity dragon seemed to have disappeared into thin air. However, both Long Chen and Kitten knew that the claw had indeed fused with Long Chen's index finger. Perhaps his index finger was already the claw of the void infinity dragon. This set off a storm in Long Chen's heart. The only flaw was that Long Chen could not feel the slightest change in his body. However, he believed that as long as the claw still existed, one day it would exert unimaginable power. "How do you feel?" Kitten asked hurriedly. Long Chen shook his head and said, "I don't have the slightest intuition." It's as if it doesn't exist. That's strange. Why would the claw of the Void Infinity Dragon appear here? It was sealed by someone. After it appeared, how did it fuse with your body? Kitten's face was full of doubts. There were many things he could not figure out. In the end, he was having a headache. Chapter 1245. Just as Long Chen was about to answer, two pieces of information that made him excited suddenly appeared in his mind. They appeared out of thin air, and Long Chen knew that they definitely had something to do with the Void Infinity Dragon. The first piece of information was very long, but it made Long Chen the most excited. This was because it turned out to be a combat skill, or rather, a supernatural power. The Void Infinity Dragon Talisman had given Long Chen the supernatural power of time reversal, and when he obtained the claws of the Void Infinity Dragon, the information of another supernatural power flowed into Long Chen's mind. This is the Extreme Finger of Time. The Extreme Finger of Time was a combat skill that Long Chen had suddenly comprehended. He wasn't sure if this combat skill had come from the Void Infinity Dragon, because it was designed for the human race, but he was sure that it definitely had something to do with the Void Infinity Dragon. Eternity referred to time. The extreme of eternity was the extreme of time, the extreme of speed, and the extreme of slowness. Although it was just a quick glance, Long Chen was shocked. This Extreme Finger of Time was a combat skill that did not have a grade. As long as the warrior who used it was stronger, the Extreme Finger of Time would be stronger. What was even more terrifying was that this Extreme Finger of Time actually had the miraculous effect of changing the flow of time. Once the Extreme Finger of Time was used, no matter how fast or slow it was, basically no one could stop it. At a rough glance, there were currently 3 levels, which could change the flow of time by 2 times, 5 times, and 10 times. This meant that if Long Chen cultivated the 3rd level, not only would it be terrifying, but his attack speed would also instantly increase by 10 times. He would definitely cause his opponent to be so confused that they would not be able to use any moves to resist. Of course, this was just a cursory glance for Long Chen. The mysteries of the Extreme Finger of Time were in the tens of thousands of words. When he really studied it, Long Chen felt dizzy. This was the first time he had felt so difficult to read a combat skill. In the past, when he practiced combat skills, even the 9 Dragon Scripture, it was almost a piece of cake for him. Extreme Finger of Time, this was the first piece of information. What's wrong? Kitten asked. He stared at Long Chen in disbelief. After a while, he cursed, "God damn it, how is this possible? A battle skill that contains the power of the Void Astral Dragon's laws of time. This was definitely not created by the Void Astral Dragon. Someone used the Void Astral Dragon's claws to create this battle skill. When used together with the claws, it achieves a super miraculous effect of controlling time. This is practically the Finger of Time." Long Chen told him about the Finger of Time. The cat's mouth opened wide after hearing the news. He looked at Long Chen in disbelief. Long Chen was shaken. It was as if someone had left the item here, waiting for someone else to come. Who was the person who first obtained the claw of the Void Cosmic Dragon? For the so-called descendants to be able to discover the claw of the Void Aeon Dragon, there must be a prerequisite. That person must possess the Void Dragon Talisman. All of this, Long Chen's eyes became moist again. He seemed to have seen someone accompanying him. Whether it was him or not, Long Chen was so emotional that he could not speak. "Father, is it really you? If it wasn't, then who would leave the claw of the Void Aeon Dragon and the Extreme Finger of Time in this place, waiting for someone else to come and take it away?" Kitten was still nagging in the Great Void Realm. He was very dissatisfied that someone actually used the claw of the Void Aeon Dragon to create a battle skill. It was as if it was a blasphemy against his faith. That's right, although the Void Aeon Dragon was his opponent, it was also his faith. Kitten's heart was filled with endless depression. He could never understand why the primordial divine dragons that dominated the dragon sacrificial continent would disappear without a trace. Why did the ancestral dragons, primordial blood spiritual dragons, Void Aeon dragons, and so on, who controlled the laws of time, disappear forever. Furthermore, the primordial blood spiritual dragon had truly left behind its blood essence to create the young man beside him. If he didn't die, how could he inherit it? The two of them remained silent for a long time. Long Chen finally recovered, but his eyes were still red. He took a deep breath and decided not to care about the heaven-defying extreme finger of time for now. The extreme of time. Clearly, if he really cultivated the extreme finger of time, the power of this battle skill would surpass the 9-dragon scripture that he was currently relying on. When the extreme finger of time and the 9-dragon scripture worked together, one finger and one spear, he would definitely be invincible. Long Chen's attention was focused on another piece of information. Other than the extreme finger of time, there was another piece of information in his mind. This piece of information wasn't as big as the extreme finger of time. There were only a few words, and that was 9-star Chaos City. 9-star Chaos City, isn't that? Long Chen felt like he had heard of this place before. Why did the name of this place suddenly appear in his mind? 9-star Chaos City. Isn't that a chaotic island in the broken star field? A place where fish and dragons mingle. Basically, people from all over the 3 regions and 9 worlds gather there. There are no rules, no rulers, and killing and trading are rampant. This place is the most chaotic in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, but also the most lively. It's the most desirable place, Kitten said casually. Long Chen roughly remembered that there was indeed a place called a 9-star Chaos City. It didn't belong to any of the forces in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, and its area was equivalent to 2 eastern royal regions. It was huge, but also very diverse. It was a fertile land, and people from all over the 3 regions and 9 worlds fought here. It was like a small battlefield in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Why did you mention this 9-star Chaos City? Kitten asked casually. It appeared together with the extreme finger of time. Long Chen said in a low voice. Kitten was dazed for a while, and then jumped up and down excitedly. Long Chen saw his strange behavior, so he asked, "What do you mean?" Kitten said excitedly, "Are you stupid? 9-star Chaos City is here. It's a place name. Obviously, it tells you that there's something in 9-star Chaos City. Could it be the blood inheritance of the Void Infinity Dragon?" Long Chen felt like his entire body was about to explode. While Kitten was talking, 2 pieces of information appeared in the Void Infinity Dragon's claw. One was the extreme finger of time, and the other was 9-star Chaos City. Obviously, it was guiding Long Chen to 9-star Chaos City. The blood inheritance of the Void Infinity Dragon, Long Chen knew how precious this thing was. It was likely that everyone in the world who knew about this thing would fight for it until their heads bled. If such a peerless treasure really appeared, it would simply cause a huge upheaval in the 3 regions and 9 realms. If the words inheritance blood of the void cosmic dragon were to spread, it would be even more terrifying. It was estimated that the 3 regions and 9 realms would be plunged into an unprecedented war. Long Chen was dazed for a while. He was also very excited. According to reason, a person could at most accept one kind of ancestral dragon's blood inheritance. But Long Chen had something even more important, and that was the mysterious dragon jade. If the Void Infinity Dragon's blood inheritance touches the mysterious dragon jade, what will happen? No matter what, if this thing really exists, I can't let anyone take it. I have to go to 9-star Chaos City at least once. Then Long Chen was in a dilemma. 9-star Chaos City was such a huge and chaotic land. How would he know where the thing he wanted was? Are you stupid? With the Void Infinity Dragon's claw as a guide, and this god, everything will be fine. Let's go now. Kitten could not bear it anymore. If it was any other kind of ancestral dragon, perhaps he would not be so excited. No, not for now. Long Chen thought about it and decided to postpone this matter. He said, obviously, this thing has existed for countless years. It doesn't matter if I go now or later, I won't let anyone take it first. I'd better deal with the Imperial Star first. At least I have to enter Martial God Palace and settle down before going to 9-star Chaos City. At the same time, Long Chen also wanted to strengthen his own strength and go there again to take a risk. After all, he had heard that 9-star Chaos City was a mixed bag of fish and dragons. There were warriors of all levels, and there were even many Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors stirring up trouble there. With his current strength, he could not go there for the time being. Even if he went, he might have to trouble Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai again. Long Chen was not willing to be protected by them forever. Otherwise, he would not have any room to grow. Although Kitten wanted to go earlier, he could not influence Long Chen's decision. He could only give up. He said, "That's fine. Wait until you clear the minor 3 tribulations and learn this extreme universe finger. When you go there, your chances of survival will be higher. If that thing is snatched away at a critical moment, you might regret it for life." Long Chen also understood that as long as he cleared the minor 3 tribulations and learned this heaven-defying extreme universe finger, his strength would definitely undergo a huge transformation. Moreover, his 9-dragon scripture would also improve greatly. At the very least, he would be able to cultivate it to the 6th level. After pondering for a while, he found that this place was very quiet. After obtaining the extreme cosmic finger, Long Chen no longer had any interest in other combat techniques. He spent 3 days to gain a basic understanding of the extreme cosmic finger. At the same time, he began to cultivate it. Every time he used time reversal, Long Chen could roughly feel the terrifying laws of time. This kind of feeling was helpful to his cultivation of the extreme universe finger. At least, Long Chen felt that he had a general grasp of the extreme universe finger in 3 days and knew what was going on. As for how to use it, it would depend on his subsequent efforts. I have fought more than 100 battles during this period of time and have learned a lot. Why haven't I reached the minor 3 tribulations? At least I should have reached the Oblivion Wind tribulation. Long Chen was puzzled, but he did not take it to heart. Since the minor 3 tribulations were not coming, he would first use the extreme universe finger to improve his strength. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Long Chen put down the extreme universe finger. The extreme universe finger was not a combat skill that Long Chen had exchanged merit points for. Therefore, he randomly picked up the Great Primal Chaos Thunder Fist. Great Primal Chaos Thunder Fist. When Long Chen walked out of the Full Moon Pavilion, a few elders checked the secret manual in his hands. Their expressions were normal. They thought that Long Chen would find some extraordinary combat skills. Of course, the Great Primal Chaos Thunder Fist was not bad either. It belonged to the hard and fierce path, but there were many people who cultivated it. Chapter 1246. After exiting the Full Moon Pavilion, Long Chen had only taken a few steps when he saw someone rushing towards him. Long Chen immediately knew who it was. It turned out to be Qin Feng. Previously, when Long Chen entered the Full Moon Pavilion, he seemed to have met him here as well. "Qin Feng, you." Long Chen was in a good mood, and just as he was greeting him, he suddenly saw this guy's red eyes. His eyes were red and swollen, and he was definitely crying. From his ashen face, it could be seen that this guy had definitely experienced something tragic, otherwise, he would not be like this. "What's wrong?" Long Chen hurriedly walked forward, his expression becoming serious. He had a vague premonition that although Long Chen had become the evil dragon palace leader, and because of the rules, the two of them did not fight like before, their relationship as fellow disciples still existed in Long Chen's heart. He was a person who valued friendship and righteousness, and Li Xuanji had once said that he was an emotional animal. Qin Feng seemed to be unable to control his impulse. He tried his best to suppress himself and not let himself go crazy. He roared until his voice was hoarse as he said to Long Chen, "Palace Master, Jiang Cha is dead." Long Chen's expression changed drastically. A wave of killing intent instantly erupted from his body, alarming the surrounding crowd. Everyone looked at Long Chen in fear, recognizing that he was the evil dragon palace leader, but they didn't know what this brat was angry about, to be so scary. Long Chen never thought that such a thing would actually happen in the 3 days that he had left. Jiang Cha, who was like a sister next door, had actually died. This news was like a haze that shrouded Long Chen's head, especially when he thought about how Qin Feng and Jiang Cha had not been together for long. This was not the place to be angry or noisy. Long Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Come with me first." Qin Feng also knew his limits. He followed Long Chen and left the public square of the Full Moon Pavilion. That was a place where crooks and honest folk mixed together. Even the slightest bit of news would leak out. In this vast imperial star, the two of them found a secluded place. At this moment, Qin Feng couldn't help but tear up. His countenance was ashen as he panted heavily. His clothes were incomparably dirty, but he didn't seem to notice. What the hell is going on? Isn't he alive and well? How did he die? Long Chen could not hold it in any longer, and asked with an ugly expression. Although he had not interacted with Jiang Cha for long, she could be considered his senior sister, and she was a kind girl. How did she suddenly die? Thinking about how such a girl actually died, the flames of hatred in Long Chen's heart burned fiercely, especially when he saw Qin Feng's crumbling appearance. Long Chen understood him very well. The most helpless and painful thing for a man was not being able to protect his woman. If Long Chen could not protect Lingxi, he would probably be even more helpless and pained than Qin Feng. She is not completely dead, but she's not much different from being dead. She can forget about waking up in this lifetime, Qin Feng said sadly, causing one's heart to break. Not dead, that means there's a chance to save her. Let's go back to the evil dragon palace first. She's in the Jiang Xan pavilion, right? I'll go take a look, we'll talk on the way, Long Chen said decisively. It's useless. She used the soul-scattering technique to kill herself. The soul-scattering technique can scatter her 3 souls and 7 mortal forms, leaving only the spiritual wisdom soul sleeping in her sea of consciousness. This is not much different from death. To summon her 3 souls and 7 mortal forms back, she needs to have a heavenly method or a peerless treasure. In any case, I've rarely heard of people using the soul-scattering technique to survive, Qin Feng said with grief and indignation. Long Chen had heard of the soul-scattering technique before. It was similar to the soul-merging technique, both were strange and secret techniques. The soul-scattering technique was more widespread. Generally speaking, if a God Martial Realm warrior committed suicide, as long as the God Martial soul did not scatter, it was almost equivalent to not dying. However, the soul-scattering technique could almost cause one's death. It was a rather cruel method. Ordinary people would not use the soul-scattering technique unless they encountered a situation where they had no choice but to commit suicide. Why did Jiang Cha use the soul-scattering technique? The first thing Long Chen did was to ask Kitten, after using the soul-scattering technique, is there a way to save her? Kitten didn't care and said, it's not a big deal. There are many elixirs and heavenly treasures that can achieve this. It's just that we can't find them in this imperial palace. However, they are very valuable. They are not inferior to the 9 Revolutions Golden Soul Elixir that you used previously. In fact, they might even be more valuable. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a chance to save her. He quickly told this news to Qin Feng because he knew that this man must have been tortured to the point of insanity. The soul-scattering technique doesn't mean that there is no way to save her. If I have this opportunity, I will definitely find something that can save her. You just need to preserve her body. Trust me. Long Chen stared at Qin Feng. He couldn't guarantee that he could find something that could save her, but he would definitely try his best. After all, Jiang Cha was also Long Chen's friend. Back when he obtained the Saint's Fruit for Li Xuanji, Long Chen had also worked very hard. Qin Feng had already taken this matter to heart. The 9-star Chaos City is filled with crooks and honest people. Heavenly treasures can be found anywhere. There should be something you need there. Don't worry. When I find something suitable, Uncle Cat will remind you, Kitten said proudly. With Kitten's guarantee, Longchen felt much more at ease. Qin Feng was extremely emotional when he heard Long Chen's words. He had already given up all hope before. All he could think about was revenge, but Long Chen's words gave him new hope. Although he was uncertain, it was better than nothing. Qin Feng trusted Long Chen completely. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the evil dragon hall and waited for Long Chen to come out. Many thanks, Palace Lord. Qin Feng will definitely take good care of little T's body until you find a way to save it. Many thanks, many thanks. Qin Feng was about to kneel down in front of Long Chen. He was incomparably emotional as he repeatedly thanked Long Chen. Long Chen helped him up and said solemnly, "You still need to wait for a while. I can only say that I will definitely do my best." Long Chen shifted the topic to the main point after he was assured that he would recover. His gaze darkened as he said, "Then, you should tell me who did it." No matter who it was, anyone who could make a young girl despair to the point of using a soul-scattering technique deserved to be killed. As he spoke up to hear, the originally gentle and scholarly Qin Feng also had a look of hatred on his face. His eyes flickered with killing intent as he gritted his teeth. "Palace Lord, do you believe me?" "I do." Long Chen only said one word. This single word contained boundless power to Qin Feng. He was agitated, furious, and filled with hatred. He growled, "Then I'll tell you. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I'm certain that this person is definitely a prodigy of the Heaven Hall. Lu Junhua, it must be him." Lu Junhua. At first, Long Chen thought it was Li Tsong. After all, he had a grudge with Li Tsong, and Li Tsong had kidnapped Jiang Cha and Qin Feng. Long Chen was filled with self-blame at the beginning. After all, Jiang Cha's matter was definitely related to him. But now, he actually said it was Lu Junhua. That Lu Junhua appeared in Long Chen's mind. That fellow's cultivation seemed to be outstanding, and his manner of speaking was very elegant. How could he be someone who would do such a thing? To be able to force Jiang Cha to use the soul-scattering technique, he was clearly very ruthless. "Do you have proof?" asked Long Chen. "I do." Qin Feng's eyes were already filled with tears when he said this. He took out a piece of paper from his storage ring. On it was written, "If you want to know the cause of your parents' death, come to Silent Valley to find me." Qin Feng said with tears in his eyes, "This is what I found in Xiao Cha. That day, when you entered the full moon pavilion, we just happened to come out to play. That day, she wasn't in a good mood. I don't know what she was thinking. Damn it, I actually quarreled with her. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. I thought she went back after throwing a tantrum, but I didn't think I would find this at home. Then I rushed to Silent Valley. By the time he arrived, it was already too late." Long Chen took the piece of paper. The handwriting on it was like dancing dragons and dancing phoenixes. Clearly, it was the man's handwriting. The cause of Jiang Cha's parents' death. Long Chen had never heard of this matter, but Long Chen knew that Jiang Cha and Jiang Qing were related. Yes, Xiao Cha's parents were once ordinary disciples of the Heavenly God Hall. However, they died mysteriously when Jiang Cha was young. It has been a long time since then. The reason why I said it was Lu Junhua is because he is a member of the Heavenly God Hall. Only he could think of using the cause of his parents' death to lure Jiang Cha over. It must be him. Qin Feng had said from the start that this Lu Junhua was not a good person. He had killed many female disciples, but they were all suppressed by the punishment hall in the end. This series of events caused Long Chen to frown. He felt that something was strange, so he said, "Even if it's Lu Junhua, you can forget about pointing out anything on this piece of paper. It doesn't constitute any evidence." Indeed, many people could have made the same piece of paper. It might not have been Lu Junhua. It must be him. I must take revenge on him. Hall Master, I must take revenge on him. Only then will I be satisfied, Qin Feng roared anxiously. how do you plan to take revenge? Long Chen asked helplessly. He knew that Lu Junhua not only had an illustrious family background, but he had also reached the 8th tier of the divine martial realm. He was a warrior on the same level as Yi Wushang. Even the current Long Chen could not deal with him. Chapter 1247. Do you know how I spent these past 3 days? I was waiting for you. I almost went crazy. I wanted to go to the Empyrean Divine Hall countless times to throw my life away, but I also knew that it was useless. I could only beg you to help me. Brother, now that you are the Hall Master, we are still brothers. Little Cha is also your senior sister. Are you willing to help me? Qin Feng said somewhat hysterically. His voice was incomparably hoarse, and his eyes were filled with hot tears. So this was a great crime. Long Chen was fortunate that he had not truly attacked Feng Jilin in the evil dragon palace. Otherwise, Feng Jilin would have gone to the punishment hall and Long Chen would have been done for. As for their fight, it was approved by the enforcement elder. It was a sparring session for Long Chen, so it was not a big deal. Qin Feng had already gone crazy, so Long Chen had to remain calm. He helped Qin Feng up and said, "Calm down first. Don't be impulsive for now. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side. Let's sort this out first. You said you have enough evidence, so do you have other evidence?" Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Yes, this is the moonstone I gave to little Cha." A rhombus-shaped pure white jade appeared in his hand, emitting a misty light. The moonlight stone has a beautiful legend. When the moonlight poured down, the scene of 2 people hugging each other would be recorded in the moonlight stone. Then, the 2 people who loved each other would be together forever, never to part. The Emperor's star does not have a moon, so we decided that if there was a chance in the future, we would definitely leave the Emperor's star and see the moonlight outside. This moonlight stone is a mysterious little thing. As long as you condense a trace of spirit energy into it, it will automatically absorb the surrounding scenery and people, automatically forming a portrait inside. When light shines into it, the scene at that time will be reproduced by the moonlight stone. Therefore, many people use it to symbolize eternal love. That time, I thought about it for a long time and finally used a moonlight stone to get together with Xiao Cha. Speaking of this, Qin Feng's face was filled with sweetness. This was the happiest time of his life. Long Chen rarely saw the light of love in others. It seemed that Qin Feng really liked her. Otherwise, he would not have the guts to face Lu Junhua, this kind of proud son of heaven. Compared to Lu Junhua, he was as insignificant as an ant, but he did not give up on his hatred and revenge. Moonlight Stone, the 2 of them were filled with fantasies. The pure and natural moonlight stone symbolized their love. They originally wanted to go to a place with moonlight and leave their love forever in the moonlight stone. Unexpectedly, the moonlight stone didn't record their love, but recorded their crime. Qin Feng used his divine essence to create some light and touched the moonlight stone in his hand. Qin Feng raised the moonlight stone high. The moonlight stone emitted a gentle light, and a phantom appeared around it. This was a 3-dimensional phantom, as if the matter of the past was being reproduced here. In this scene, Jiang Cha and Lu Junhua were standing face to face. The young girl's face was filled with tears and hatred, while the man opposite her was grinning, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws as he walked towards her. His gaze was sinister, completely different from the usual Lu Junhua. In this scene, Long Chen noticed that Jiang Cha was holding a moonlight stone in her hand. She had not waited until she left the Emperor's star with Qin Feng. She had used this moonlight stone in advance to record the scene. She also wanted to take revenge. Long Chen was somewhat impressed. He didn't expect this seemingly brainless senior apprentice sister to be such a bold and tenacious woman. When I arrived, she had already fallen to the ground. She was tightly holding onto this moonlight stone, not letting go at all. Qin Feng's face was filled with tears. He hated that he had no strength, no status, and didn't have a good father and mother. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to ask Long Chen for help right now. He wouldn't have directly charged into the heavenly god palace and killed Lu Junue. When Qin Feng put away the moonlight stone, Long Chen pondered for a while. He felt that using the moonlight stone as evidence was absolutely conclusive. Without a doubt, the person who had forced Jiang Cha to protect her chastity with her life was Lu Junue. The only question was why Lu Junue would make a move on Jiang Cha. In truth, Jiang Cha's appearance could only be considered above average. Her figure was also average. There were many enchanting beauties in the 3,000 halls who were much better than Jiang Cha. As long as Lu Junue was willing, they would probably be willing to send him to bed. Someone like Lu Junue shouldn't be lacking in young girls. So why would he be so crazy to make a move on Jiang Cha? The only possibility was that it had something to do with Jiang Cha's parents. Perhaps there were some disputes between Jiang Cha's parents and Lu Junue. Perhaps it was because Lu Junue was a pervert. He didn't want those who delivered themselves to him, but he would make a move on those who resisted. From his appearance, he didn't look like someone who was in a rush for sex. Take good care of this moonlight stone. I'll accompany you to the punishment hall. However, before that, let's go back and see her first. Long Chen's words made Qin Feng feel at ease. Qin Feng knew that with Long Chen here, he would definitely be able to get his revenge. Although Jiang Cha didn't die, who knew how long she would need to lie like this? Who knew if there was any hope for her to recover? All of this was unknown. Very quickly, Long Chen returned to the evil dragon palace. Qin Feng was still considered smart. He didn't tell anyone about Lu Junue's accusation, so no one in the evil dragon palace knew who did this to Jiang Cha. Long Chen was the backbone of the evil dragon palace. After Long Chen returned, everyone let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, the people of the evil dragon palace couldn't be bullied like this. After returning to the River Heart Pavilion, Shen Tuhong and the rest came up to him. Shen Tuhong's expression was also ugly as he said in a low voice, "I heard that you had a big fight with Mad Demon Palace's Li Cong. Could this be his revenge? I know what to do. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me see her first." Long Chen prevaricated. In Jiang Cha's room in the River Heart Pavilion, she was peacefully lying on the bed with her hands crossed over her lower abdomen. Her face was peaceful and natural, as if she was sleeping. In the room, Qin Kong and Jiang Lingwen's eyes were filled with tears of anger. "Palace Master, I don't dare to say who did it. You must take revenge for fourth brother." Jiang Lingwen, who had matured a lot, said. "A good girl could only lie here like this." The rules of survival were incomparably cruel. Long Chen knew this, but he was still unwilling to accept it. His heart was also filled with anger and hatred. Lu Junue, this strange guy, no matter what, he had already touched Long Chen's bottom line. When it was time to take action, Long Chen would definitely not endure it. "I want to see if this punishment palace that commands 3,000 great halls is a place where I can really do things." Long Chen understood that the evidence Qin Feng had now could definitely cause Lu Junue a lot of trouble. Even if he couldn't be punished, his reputation would definitely be tarnished. It would depend on how the punishment palace dealt with this matter. For this kind of matter, it was not a problem to do it secretly. However, since there was evidence left behind, he had to pay the price. After comforting everyone, Long Chen brought Qin Feng and headed towards the punishment hall. The punishment hall was known as the punishment hall, so there should be justice. The 3,000 great halls were the most strictly controlled places that Long Chen had ever seen. They were not allowed to kill each other. Private fights were absolutely not allowed. However, if it was a real battle between two halls, as long as it was approved, then even if blood flowed like a river, it was allowed. These were the two extremes. Long Chen did things swiftly and decisively. This made Qin Feng very agitated. It was as if he could already foresee that Lu Junue would be punished. However, he was still too naive. Long Chen kept feeling that this Lu Junue was not so easy to deal with. At least in Long Chen's heart, he still found it hard to understand. The punishment palace was located closest to the martial god palace. Although it was the closest, it was still very far away from the martial god palace. In this place, one could faintly see the 999 golden demon suppression pillars that surrounded the martial god palace. Those golden demon suppression pillars emitted an extremely strong pressure that made one not dare to look directly at them. As for what was inside the golden demon suppression pillars, one could not see anything at all. Long Chen did not look at it for long. Instead, he walked into the punishment palace. The structure of the punishment palace was extremely majestic and domineering. It was strict and cold, filled with a chill that made one's hair stand on end. At the entrance, there were two huge statues. Two burly men holding a battle axe and a long spear respectively. They looked like peerless war gods as they stood there. The pressure they gave off was not any weaker than that of a 7th-level heaven of the divine martial realm Dharma-Laksana martial artist. Just these two statues alone were enough to make Qin Feng tremble all over. Long Chen was now very famous. Many of the punishment elders knew him. They were very surprised that Long Chen would actually come to the punishment palace. Very quickly, a total of 5 punishment elders received Long Chen and asked Long Chen why he had come. These 5 punishment elders were all rather old. In this secret room, Long Chen observed his surroundings. At this time, one of the punishment elders asked, "Evil Dragon Hall Master, why have you come to our punishment palace?" Long Chen glanced at the trembling Qin Feng. This place was indeed somewhat oppressive. It was normal for Qin Feng to feel fear in his heart. To many people, the punishment palace was a place that made people tremble in fear. "Tell us everything clearly," Long Chen reminded Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not disappoint. He had hatred in his heart and naturally did not dare to slack off. At this time, he reported all the information that Long Chen knew to the punishment elders. When the punishment elders heard that the new evil Dragon Hall Master was actually here to report Lu Junhua, their expressions changed greatly. However, they quickly calmed down and seemed to be listening attentively. At the same time, they looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes flashed, but no one knew what they were thinking. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he took out the moonlight stone. The evidence was conclusive. Long Chen wanted to see what the punishment palace people would say. According to the punishment palace's rules, for what Lu Junhua has done, she should at least be thrown into the pure purple heavenly fire formation and be burned for a year, Qin Feng said coldly. Chapter 1248. The purple extreme heavenly fire formation was a type of punishment method of the punishment hall. It would burn the body and cause terrifying pain every day, but it would not burn anyone to death. To many people, the purple extreme heavenly fire formation was clearly a nightmare. Normally, those who stayed in the purple extreme heavenly fire formation would be much more obedient in the future. Usually, when the purple extreme heavenly fire formation was being burned, one's consciousness would be very clear. The purple extreme fire formation that came from outer space would constantly stimulate the God martial spirit to maintain a high level of consciousness, and then clearly experience the power of the purple extreme fire formation. Basically, after being burned for a few days, one would never forget that feeling for the rest of their lives. There were a total of 100 million people in the 3,000 halls, and there were quite a few people who were thrown into the purple extreme heavenly fire formation every month. Although Lu Junhua's crime was not worthy of death, it was not too much for him to enter the purple extreme heavenly fire formation for a year. After all, Lu Junhua was very strong. Qin Feng's goal was to at least throw Lu Junhua in. After saying that, it was time to wait for the punishment hall to make a decision. The few punishment hall elders looked at each other in dismay. Finally, one of them stood up and said in a clear voice, "About that. This matter involves too many people, and the evidence cannot be 100% effective. This kind of matter requires the supreme elders to personally make a decision. The two of you should go back first. If I have any news, I will immediately inform you." His words did not exceed Long Chen's expectations at all. Since that's the case, let's go see the Supreme Elder now. Qin Feng said somewhat anxiously. I'm sorry, but the Supreme Elder is not someone we can see just because we want to. You guys go back first, we will immediately inform you if we have any news. Don't worry, we will give you an explanation. Also, leave behind the Moonlight Stone as evidence. We will also submit it to the Supreme Elder. Qin Feng's gaze was gloomy as he hesitantly looked at Long Chen. He could vaguely guess that the enforcement elders in front of him definitely did not have the authority to deal with Lu Junhua. At the same time, they would not allow him to see the Supreme Elder. That kind of person was not someone he could casually meet. Furthermore, even if they did, what could they do? They would really settle it. Who was Lu Junhua? He was the son of the Heavenly God Palace Master, the nephew of the sixth Supreme Elder. The few enforcement elders were already mocking this new Evil Dragon Palace Master in their hearts. Evil Dragon Palace Leader, let me say something to you. At this time, one of the elders walked past Qin Feng and spoke to Long Chen alone. Speak, Long Chen said indifferently. You are also clear about Lu Junhua's identity. He is currently the #1 person in the younger generation of the 3,000 palaces, and his father is also the Heavenly God Palace Master, someone at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm, someone who is about to break through to the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, and our 6th Supreme Elder. Since you can become the Evil Dragon Palace Master, you must not be stupid. Going against Lu Junhua for an ordinary disciple is an extremely stupid action, so I advise you to directly end this disciple and let this matter go. Long Chen laughed. So this was how the punishment hall was like. Rather than relying on them, he might as well rely on himself. Long Chen stood up and glanced at Qin Feng. We will return now and wait for news from everyone. If the Supreme Elder has any decisions, please inform us immediately. After he finished speaking, he laughed coldly. Qin Feng was very unwilling, and his eyes turned red again. However, he could feel that the strength that Long Chen was using to drag him was not small at all. Slow down, leave the Moonlight Stone behind. This is evidence, we need to verify its authenticity and then submit it to the Supreme Elder. One of the enforcement elders blocked Long Chen's path. Long Chen knew that if this thing fell into their hands, it would definitely not be able to return. In his hands, it would be a type of strength, and the punishment hall would not be able to pass through, but this did not mean that Long Chen did not have a way to restrain Lu Junhua. He raised his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and said, I think we should forget about it. The Moonlight Stone is not a meat bun, how can we casually take it away? When you have news and the Supreme Elder is willing to reply, then come to my Evil Dragon Palace to take it away. There was a hidden mockery in Long Chen's words. There was a saying, when you throw a meat bun at a dog, it will not return. Did this not mean that all the enforcement elders present were dogs? The few enforcement elders were furious and were about to block Long Chen, but Long Chen was faster than them. He took out the Scarlet Blood Sky Desolate Sword and prepared to execute the 9-Dragon Scripture. All the enforcement elders present were peak 7th layer Divine Martial Realm enforcement elders. They had heard that Long Chen was unrivaled within the same cultivation realm when he executed this move, so they immediately became wary. Everyone, what are you doing? Silencing me? If you really want to make a move against me, you have to ask the martial fanatic and wine fanatic first. You guessed right, it is my Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong. These words shocked them to the ground. Everyone had heard that this Evil Dragon Palace Master had a close relationship with those two from the Martial God Palace, even calling them uncle. Based on this Long Chen's recent behavior, he was definitely a huge thorn in their side. They could not afford to offend him casually. After intimidating them with one sentence, Long Chen turned and left. This time, the enforcement elders did not dare to stop Long Chen. However, Long Chen felt anger for no reason. It was not just Qin Feng, even he could not hold it in anymore. This group of old dogs. If I do not show them my might, they will think that I am easy to bully. Long Chen's gaze turned cold. Back then, Han Yunxing had said to Nangong Lai that he could do as he pleased in the 3,000 palaces. Jiang Cha was a member of the evil dragon palace. Since the punishment hall was like this, then he would make a big fuss. Palace master, what do we do now? Are we just going to let that bastard get away with it? Absolutely not. Even little T will not forgive me. I will definitely make him pay a heavy price. Long Chen calmed him down and said, I have already endured for 3 days. There is no need to be anxious. Don't worry, I still have a way. This kind of thing depended on who had the backing and who was more ruthless. Long Chen had 2 experts backing him up. What was there to be afraid of? In the true martial emperor palace, the martial god palace's position was above everything else. In the eyes of the martial god palace's people, the heavenly god palace was nothing. Qin Feng believed in Long Chen almost crazily. At this moment, hope reappeared in his eyes. He said excitedly, no matter what you do, I will not retreat. After Long Chen left, the law enforcement elders immediately reported this matter. The upper echelons of the punishment hall were instantly shaken. Aside from a few supreme elders who were still in seclusion, basically everyone who needed to know about this matter already knew about it. This news also spread rapidly among the upper echelons towards the Heavenly God Palace. The Heavenly God Palace was one of the top 5 palaces. Naturally, it was located relatively close to the punishment hall. Beneath a majestic, white gold hall of the Heaven God Hall was a bright secret room. The decorations in the secret room were even more luxurious than the main hall of the Heaven God Hall. The walls were embedded with glowing jewels, all precious cultivation materials. Even the fur on the carpet was something that only feral beasts at the 8th grade of God tier or above could possess. Countless fine muslin curtains added a gentle beauty to this secret room. This secret room was a place that only the Heavenly God Palace's Lord Lu Chuanxiu and his family could enter. At this moment, on the highest seat in the secret room, a middle-aged man with a dignified demeanor sat upright. His eyes were stern. This was the famous Heavenly God Palace Lord, Lu Chuanxiu. In front of him knelt his son, Lu Junue. At this moment, Lu Junue was rather unwilling to accept it. He said, Father, this was just a small oversight. Who would have thought that the girl would have something as strange as a moonstone? Don't you dare quibble. The man roared angrily, completely suppressing Lu Junue's voice. Lu Junue stood up. His face was filled with grievance. He looked to the side. On another seat sat a young and beautiful woman. Her every frown and smile was enough to enchant all living things. Mother, I really didn't think of it. You can't blame me for this, Lu Junue said, feeling wronged. He silently walked to the woman's side. At this moment, the beautiful woman smiled sweetly and looked at Lu Junue lovingly. She then looked at Lu Chuanxiu strangely. She said, Really, you can't blame my good son for this. You can only blame that woman for being too cheap. With my son's status, women like her can be as many as you want. She actually used some soul-scattering technique to protect her chastity. She's just a little sparrow, how can she be chaste? She said with a face full of disgust. Then she looked at Lu Junue earnestly and said, Good child, why are your interests so strange? You're not interested in those women who send themselves to your door. As long as any girl gives you face, you'll be extremely happy. Mother, Jiang Cha is different. She's Qing Sha's daughter, and Qing Sha is my first woman. Looking at her is like looking at Qing Sha. Lu Junue said, feeling wronged. Shut up. The woman was a little angry and said, Don't mention this in the future. That woman is not only a married woman, her looks can only be considered below average. For you, I've already taken care of her and her husband. My son, why can't you think clearly? There are so many alluring beauties in the 3,000 great halls. All right. Lu Junue had completely forgotten about today's matter. Looking at his wife and son, Lu Chuanxiu sighed. Truly, a loving mother often leads to a wastrel. Although he was already extremely awesome, if he allowed his son to continue causing trouble like this, would there come a day when he wouldn't be able to handle it? Lu Chuanxiu had already ordered the punishment hall to suppress today's matter. In a few days, he had decided to personally go meet that youth who was protected by the martial arts fanatic and the drunkard. He wanted to see if there was anything special about him. Although Long Chen didn't do much about what happened in the punishment hall, he was still unwilling in his heart. He had already told Qin Feng that he wouldn't let Lu Junue continue to be so comfortable. Chapter 1249. Seeing their expectant gazes, Long Chen realized where his responsibility lay. The evil dragon palace master was not just a title. The crowd still did not know that the person who made a move was Lu Junue. Long Chen looked down from above and said, "You guys can disperse first. I will handle this matter. Remember, do not make any moves. In a while, I will let everyone know who did this." "Palace master, who is it?" The cultivators below asked quickly. "I will make him pay the price." Long Chen's gaze turned sullen. He did not say anything and returned to the River Heart Pavilion with Qin Feng and the others. After checking Jiang Cha's body, Long Chen guessed that Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai already knew about the situation here. They were definitely within 50 kilometers of him, so Long Chen used the sacred soul rotation jade to summon them over. The two of them had expected this. Nangong Lai had a bad temper. The moment he arrived, he said, "Brat, you even went to the punishment hall." "I have not been used to the heavenly god palace master Lu Chuanxiu for a long time. It is just that I have not gone to bully him in a long time. This is a good opportunity. I will bring you to smash his heavenly god palace." Before Long Chen could say anything, Han Yunxing stopped him. "After all, we are no longer the people of the 3,000 palaces. It is best not to cause too much of a commotion. I believe little Chen has already made up his mind. Let's go according to his wishes. If the two of us make a move, we will blow this matter up." Long Chen thought for a while and asked, "Is there any way to kill this Lu Junue?" "Kill him." Nangong Lai raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Indeed, as expected of my Nangong Lai's young master." "Haha. How tyrannical. I think that monstrous fellow should be killed." However, Han Yunxing shook his head and said, "After this happened, he should be hiding in the heavenly god palace. If Nangong Lai and I charge over to kill him, we will probably draw out that Nirvana tribulation old fellow from the punishment hall. That will be somewhat troublesome. However, after this matter, he might hide in the heavenly god palace and not come out. If you really want to kill him, I think you can wait until the hidden dragon ranking and defeat him openly. If you can do that, with our recommendation, you will not have a problem entering the martial god palace." Using Lu Junue as a stepping stone to elevate himself was a better method. Unfortunately, he still had to wait for another 4 months. Long Chen had a sigh of relief in his heart. He couldn't wait that long. 4 months. Qin Feng knew that Long Chen had a close relationship with these two experts. That was why he asked Long's help. "Of course, if you cannot endure it, we will go to the heavenly god palace and drag that brat out. At most, we will be punished." "It is not a big deal," Nangong Lai said indifferently. Long Chen did not want to trouble them too much. Relying on them was not good for him, especially since the people he was going to clash with were of high status. They were the peak of the 3,000 palaces. Even if it was Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, it would be troublesome if he killed them casually. "The hidden dragon ranking is free to kill each other?" Long Chen asked. Han Yunxing nodded and said, "Indeed, the palace is very cruel in this aspect. As long as no one admits defeat, it is completely possible to kill them. At that time, countless people will be watching. The people from the heavenly god palace will not be able to stop you from killing Lu Junue. However, the prerequisite is that you already have the strength to kill him. After 4 months, if the 3 minor tribulations descended one after another, there should be no problem." The descent of the 3 minor tribulations was not controlled by Long Chen. Everything would depend on luck. Of course, before that, Long Chen would not let Lu Junhua have it easy. The previous Li Tsang was a brainless guy in Long Chen's eyes. He was easy to deal with. When Long Chen's strength suppressed him, he could subdue him. However, Lu Junhua was different. If he wanted to deal with him, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Qin Feng, give me the Moonlight Stone. Let's go to the true martial palace together. Do you two want to go and watch? Long Chen suddenly said. The two he was talking about were naturally Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai. Of course, I will go. Whoever dares to find trouble with you, I will immediately beat him up until his mother can't recognize him. It is a little troublesome for us to take the initiative to kill people. However, if others find trouble with us, I will beat them up no matter how many there are. I can even kill them. Nangong Lai laughed. With their support, there was nothing to worry about. Qin Feng did not know what Long Chen wanted to do. He could only carefully follow Long Chen to the true martial palace. Long Chen's fame was incomparably resounding here. After 4 days, he actually came again. Instantly, the entire true martial palace was in an uproar. Moreover, among the people who came this time, there were 2 cultivators who were obviously experts. They stood behind Long Chen like 2 mountains. One of them reeked of alcohol, his hair was disheveled, and his eyes were cloudy. The other was tall and sturdy, like a super huge mountain. Immediately, many people opened up a path for Long Chen, looking forward to his next battle. At this moment, there were about 40 to 50,000 people in the evil dragon palace. This was not a particularly large space, but there were cultivators from the 3,000 palaces gathered here. This was the best place to spread news. Once news spread here, no one could suppress it. The people of the Punishment Palace were currently contacting Long Chen. The Heavenly God Palace Lord was prepared to personally talk to Long Chen, but he did not expect Long Chen to be so fast. At this time, he had already arrived at the true martial palace. He had completely underestimated Long Chen's swift and decisive actions. As for not caring about the consequences. With 2 experts protecting him, why would Long Chen care about the consequences? When there were already a lot of people surrounding them, Long Chen suddenly soared into the sky, bringing Qin Feng with him. The 2 of them floated in the sky, looking down at the crowd below. After becoming the evil dragon palace lord, Long Chen already had his own dignity. For a moment, everyone stopped and wanted to see what Long Chen was going to do. Everyone, today, I, Long Chen, am not here to fight. I just want to use a real matter to tell everyone which kind of person is a sanctimonious beast, and which kind of person should receive the most severe punishment. Long Chen's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. He was a person with status, and today, he said these words in the true martial palace. Just what was he trying to do? Who was the person he was talking about? Could it be Li Tsang? But Li Tsang had nothing to do with being sanctimonious. Long Chen was a person who was good at exaggerating the atmosphere. At this moment, he began to explain what had happened from the beginning. Qin Feng was the person involved, and the real matter, as well as the evidence and so on, still needed to be shown by Qin Feng. Brothers present, in the 3,000 halls, we might not be the most decisive people. Everyone has more or less received unfair treatment, but I never thought that there would actually be such a savage person existing in the 3,000 halls. This kind of scum should be struck to death by lightning. Every word Long Chen said would be spread through their mouths. The Heaven God Hall could shut one person's mouth, but they couldn't possibly shut 50,000 people's mouths. Following that, Long Chen had Qin Feng describe everything from the beginning to the end. When everyone heard that it was actually Lu Junhua, they were all stunned. They had heard a few rumors before, but they never thought that the high and mighty noble young master was actually this kind of person. At the same time, Qin Feng also told them everything that had happened in the punishment hall today. In the true martial Great Hall, there were still many law enforcement elders. No matter how much they admired Long Chen before, at this moment, Long Chen actually dared to say such disgraceful words in the true martial Great Hall, and even pointed the finger at the punishment hall and the Heaven God Hall. In order to make Long Chen shut his mouth, they had no choice but to take action. A total of 10 law enforcement elders at the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, as well as several law enforcement elders at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, instantly attacked Long Chen. This time, there was an accident. If this matter were to spread out, the consequences would be unimaginable. They had the right to kill Long Chen right now. But Long Chen had already expected this. At the side, Nangong Lai laughed loudly. He turned into a flame and swept past the law enforcement elders. In an instant, more than 20 burning bodies fell to the ground. The flames burned fiercely, and more than 20 people rolled on the ground, howling miserably. None of them could stand up. You want to silence us? Hee, Qin Feng, continue speaking. Since the punishment hall can't give us justice, let the 100 million disciples of the true martial emperor palace give us justice. There was no proof. After showing that piece of paper, Qin Feng was incomparably agitated. The strongest evidence was the moonlight stone. Within the light, everyone could clearly see Lu Junyue's malevolent expression and Jiang Cha's resolute expression. A pair of lovebirds had actually been separated. In the hearts of everyone, Qin Feng was nothing more than a pitiful person. Living at this level, they would more or less have similar encounters. When they saw Qin Feng's heartbreak and thought about how the man she loved was actually forced to death by others, they couldn't help but sympathize with each other. For a moment, the crowd was filled with rage. Who would have thought that Lu Junyue was actually such a deranged person? Create a commotion, we must create a commotion. Everyone must spread this news and let everyone in the 3,000 halls know that Lu Junyue is actually such a person. The evidence is irrefutable, but the punishment hall actually didn't want to deal with it. Since this is the case, what's the point of the punishment hall's existence? That's right. If the punishment hall doesn't deal with Lu Junyue ruthlessly, we won't do anything. Among these people, there was no lack of people with high statuses. For example, Chen Xiao. After fighting against Long Chen a few times, he was filled with admiration for Long Chen and had formed a friendship with Long Chen. At this moment, he was also infuriated and was trying to incite the crowd. No matter what, Hall Master Long is so righteous, helping little brother Qin Feng and that young lady Jiang Cha. How can we slack off? Men should fight bravely. If they don't give us a reasonable explanation for this matter, I want to see what the punishment hall will do when 40,000 of us go to the punishment hall. Chapter 1250. Long Chen already knew that these people were rushing over. In fact, they came from the evil dragon palace. However, they were still a step too late. When everyone looked back, they saw dozens of law enforcement elders rushing in. Many of them were even at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. The leader was a law enforcement elder who had just entered the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. This law enforcement elder was not young. He looked imposing without being angry. However, Long Chen noticed another person. It was the person standing with the law enforcement elder. He was a middle-aged man filled with dignity. Just his eyes alone were scary. One look and anyone could tell that he was an expert. Both sides met at this moment. I was wondering who it was. So, it's you, Lu Chuanxiu. Nangong Lai smiled and walked over to Long Chen with his arms crossed. It was Lu Chuanxiu and a group of law enforcement elders. Originally, they wanted to go to the evil dragon palace to talk to Long Chen. When they heard that Long Chen had come to the true martial palace, they did not know what was going on. After sensing, they found out that something like this had happened. Seeing Han Yinxing and Nangong lie so close to Long Chen, Lu Chuanxiu had a bad feeling. The law enforcement elder's position was not as high as Lu Chuanxiu's. At this moment, Lu Chuanxiu took the opportunity to say, since the two of you have come to the 3,000 palace, why don't you go to the heavenly god palace and let me entertain you? Nangong Lai said bluntly, I don't want to go to your dog's place. That's right, you came at the right time. Now, the 50,000 people here all know about your son's glorious deeds. What do you think we should do? The law enforcement hall's people are here too. If you don't give us a good explanation, I will report this to the Martial God Palace. At that time, I'm afraid the law enforcement hall will need to reform. Nangong Lai naturally spoke bluntly. To be honest, the thing that the law enforcement hall feared the most was the Martial God Palace stepping in. Although this was a small matter to the Martial God Palace, Nangong Lai, the martial maniac, had always been a madman. No one could afford to offend him. If they really caused trouble, Lu Chuanxiu would be afraid. Lu Chuanxiu's expression was uncertain. He had thought that warning Long Chen would be enough. At most, he would give him some benefits. He hadn't expected things to develop to this point. Seeing the disgust and disdain on the faces of the 50,000-odd people, Lu Chuanxiu's heart filled with murderous intent. However, he understood that if he used martial arts, he would not be able to defeat these two from the Martial God Palace. Lu Chuanxiu was about the same age as them. Why did they enter the Martial God Palace while Lu Chuanxiu did not? This was the gap between them. In order to protect his son, Lu Chuanxiu could only speak to Han Yunxing in a low voice. Brother Han, for the sake of our friendship in the past, can you give me some face this time? This is just a small grudge between kids. It seems a bit too much for us to get involved. From Lu Chuanxiu's point of view, there was no need for Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai to be so nice to Long Chen. Han Yunxing smiled lightly. Long Chen's problem was his problem. Now that Long Chen had made a fuss, the only thing he could do was to support him. The 3,000 palaces have their own rules. If the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the commoners. Palace Master Lu should know this better than us, Han Yunxing said bluntly. Lu Chuanxiu had not expected Han Yunxing to not give him any face. It looks like Brother Han wants to make a life and death struggle. Is it worth it for a youth? Lu Chuanxiu's heart was filled with rage. However, he had to speak to Han Yunxing politely. This was because Long Chen had something on his son. At this point, he could only make a move on Long Chen. Only then could he resolve his son's crisis. Han Yunxing listened to Long Chen. He could not be bothered to continue speaking to Lu Chuanxiu. Let Long Chen decide for himself. I do not have the right to decide. Lu Chuanxiu did not understand. Wasn't Long Chen who he was today because of these two? This made Lu Chuanxiu think that Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were toying with him. Lu Chuanxiu immediately flew into a rage. However, what could he do when his weakness was in someone else's hands? Long Chen squinted at the palace master of the Sky God Palace. Although they were both palace masters, their statuses were worlds apart. Seeing Lu Chuanxiu sneer, Long Chen said calmly, Palace Master of the Sky God Palace, my two uncles have already said it very clearly. The 50,000 disciples of the 3,000 palaces all know about this matter. However, I believe that the Palace Master of the Sky God Palace is a righteous person who will handle things impartially. He will definitely not tolerate such a beast doing evil in the 3,000 palaces. Don't you think so? Beast. Long Chen's words seemed like he was going to fight, but in reality, he was insulting Lu Chuanxiu. Calling Lu Junyu a beast, didn't that mean that he, Lu Chuanxiu, was a beast? This sentence was so high that it almost made the Palace Master of the Sky God Palace vomit blood. However, the Palace Master of the Sky God Palace was someone who cared about his reputation. Right now, he was tempted to kill Long Chen, but Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing were present and there were so many people watching. Lu Chuanxiu squinted his eyes. It had been many years since he had been forced into such a state. That useless son of his was truly infuriating. It was all because of his mother's spoiling. I just want to hear how the Palace Master of the Sky God Palace thinks about handling Lu Junyue's matter in a fair and just manner. Long Chen was not afraid at all. He stared sharply at Lu Chuanxiu. Lu Chuanxiu took a step back from Long Chen. This youth's courage had completely exceeded his expectations. It had been a very long time since someone had challenged his dignity like this. Just at this moment, another person arrived at the heavenly god palace. This was a man who looked very similar to the palace master of the sky god palace. He looked slightly older, but the difference was that this person wore golden robes. He looked even more terrifying than the palace master of the sky god palace. When the law enforcement elders saw this man, many of them knelt down and called out in unison, "Greetings, Sixth Supreme Elder." Long Chen knew that this matter concerned the reputation of the punishment hall. This fellow would come as well. He came at the right time. Long Chen said directly, "Even the Sixth Supreme Elder is here." The punishment hall's handling of this matter at the start was not appropriate. Of course, that was done by some insensible servants. Now that even the Sixth Supreme Elder is here, he will definitely give us a reasonable explanation. What does everyone think? With the support of the two people from the martial god palace, the crowd was furious but not afraid. They all responded to Long Chen. This could be considered as giving this Sixth Supreme Elder a show of strength. Lu Jihuan is here as well. You came at the right time. Your younger brother's son committed a crime. As the Sixth Supreme Elder of the Punishment Hall, you will abuse your power to protect Lu Junhua. Nangong Lai said with a smile. No matter who came today, Nangong Lai could forget about giving them face. Lu Jihuan was calmer than Lu Chuanxiu. Although these verbal attacks were sharp, they might not be able to affect him. This situation was already irreversible. He looked coldly at Nangong Lai and the other two and said coldly, "My punishment hall will naturally give you an answer. However, if you gather a crowd to cause trouble, the punishment hall will not be polite. Since you want an answer, tell me what you want to do now. Don't try to fool me, Nangong Lai, with your tricks. A man should speak quickly. Tell me, how can we be satisfied?" Lu Jihuan took a deep breath. This was the first time they had seen him forced to such an extent. No matter what happened today, Long Chen's name would definitely shock the 3,000 palaces again. Throw Lu Junhua into the extreme violet heavenly fire formation and let her burn for 100 days. After saying that, Lu Jihuan waved his hand and left with the punishment hall's people. The divine god palace leader knew that he could not waste time with them, so he left quickly as well. Long Chen and the others looked at each other. This punishment seemed to be more or less what they had expected. The hidden dragon ranking battle was in 4 months. The people from the divine god palace would not let Lu Junhua stay there for too long. All of this was forced by Long Chen. The others nodded. Long Chen had managed to force the Sixth Supreme Elder to such an extent. This time, he had won. After bidding farewell to the people of the true martial palace, Long Chen and the others returned to the evil dragon palace. Today's matter would quickly spread through the 3,000 palaces through everyone's mouths. After returning to the evil dragon palace, Long Chen publicly announced everything. The people of the evil dragon palace finally knew what had happened. For Jiang Cha, Long Chen dared to go against the upper echelon of the divine god palace and punishment hall. No one else had such courage and strength. Today, the evil dragon palace had entered the sights of everyone in the 3,000 palaces. In their hearts, there was nothing but admiration for Long Chen. Everyone looked at Long Chen with reverence. Not only reverence, but also admiration. Of course, there were also the hidden feelings of the girls. This untamed, daring, yet powerful man was the image of the man they fantasized about the most. After returning to the River Heart Pavilion, Long Chen checked on Jiang Cheng. Her situation was still fine. Qin Feng would always be by her side, never abandoning her. This was love. After coming out of the room, Qin Feng knelt on the ground and cried tears of joy. "Palace Lord, I, Qin Feng, am a piece of trash. I have no strength. It was all thanks to you that I managed to get Lu Junhua to receive the punishment he deserved. Qin Feng thanks you." Long Chen helplessly helped him up and said, "In life, there are many things that one can be helpless about. We are fellow apprentices, so there's no need to say so much. If you need anything in the future, just tell me." After saying that, Long Chen thought of Lu Junue. He sneered and said, "Second brother, even if you send him into the extreme violet heavenly fire formation, you will not be satisfied, right?" Of course, Qin Feng was not satisfied. Could 100 days in the extreme violet heavenly fire formation be exchanged for Jiang Cha's life? He clenched his teeth and shook his head. "Don't worry. As long as I have the chance, I will take his life. Also, I will do my best regarding Jiang Cha's matter. Protect her well and cultivate in peace. I will handle the matters of the evil dragon palace." With a faint smile, Long Chen left Qin Feng's sight. Chapter 1251. As the people of the evil dragon palace vented their anger, a great commotion swept through the 3,000 halls. Long Chen was already in the limelight. Now that he had gone against the hall master, the sixth supreme elder was forced to throw his own nephew into the violet heavenly flames formation for 100 days. This caused a great commotion. Because of Long Chen's existence, the evil dragon palace had risen to power. They became a hall that no one dared to provoke. In the future, as long as the hall master still existed, the evil dragon palace would not fall. Long Chen was very popular. He made many good friends in the true martial hall. They all spoke up for Long Chen. For a moment, Lu Jihuan and Lu Chuanxiu became ugly people who colluded with each other and protected a criminal. Meanwhile, Long Chen was like a hero. As a disciple of one of the 5 great halls, many people could not raise their heads. The secret room in the Heaven God Hall was currently in an uproar. Lu Jihuan, Lu Chuanxiu, the enchanting woman, and Lu Junue were all there. The enchanting woman hugged Lu Junue tightly. She looked at Lu Chuanxiu angrily and cursed, "You piece of trash, what are you doing? You can't even deal with a brat, and you even said you wanted to throw my precious son into the violet heavenly flames formation. I don't care. I'll fight whoever touches my son with my life. Mother, I don't want to go in. It's impossible for me to survive 100 days." Lu Junue behaved differently in front of his mother. Lu Chuanxiu's face darkened. He was already in a bad mood, yet this woman actually called him trash in front of his brother. Enough. Lu Chuanxiu pulled Lu Junue over and slapped his white, tender face until it swelled up. Lu Junue vomited a mouthful of blood. He was completely stunned. Ever since she was young, her father, who loved her dearly, had never hit her. On the other side, the enchanting woman was stunned as well. A while later, she howled out miserably and began to attack Lu Chuanxiu. "How dare you hit my son? Lu Chuanxiu, you useless piece of trash. I'm going to fight you to the death." This time, the woman really went crazy. She even took out her weapon. Feeling helpless, Lu Chuanxiu could only imprison her. A white pillar of light completely locked down the flirtatious woman, making her unable to move. Her red eyes glared at Lu Chuanxiu. Lu Chuanxiu carried his son and saw him looking at him with hatred. He scolded, "Bastard, this is all your own fault. You've made me and the entire Heaven God Hall lose face. You only have yourself to blame for today's punishment. You can't blame others." Lu Junue gritted her teeth and said, "Who said I can't blame others? When I killed that female disciple for the first time, didn't you tell me that with you around, it would be fine even if I pierced through the sky?" Lu Chuanxiu was stunned. He really didn't know what to say to such a stupid son. Lu Junue was spoiled by his wife, but when had he not treated him as a treasure? 100 days of extreme violet heavenly fire formation? Even his heart was bleeding. "Brother, can we throw someone else in and then Junue can just not show himself for 100 days? Lu Chuanxiu asked the silent Lu Jihuan. Lu Jihuan shook his head and said, "Don't even think about it. The entire 3,000 halls are paying attention to this matter. Everyone has a divine sense. If we're discovered, our reputation will be even worse. Although my senior brother is in seclusion, he knows everything in the outside world like the back of his hand." Speaking of Lu Jihuan, Lu Chuanxiu was somewhat respectful. He said, I heard that the second elder has already passed the nirvana tribulation. What a terrifying existence. Lu Jihuan nodded. He looked at Lu Junhua sternly. Child, you've failed today. However, it's not a bad thing for you. Your life has been too smooth. A tribulation will allow you to truly grow up. Lu Junhua did not fall for his tricks. He pleaded, Uncle, I know what you're saying, but it's really difficult for me to survive 100 days of extreme violet heavenly fire formation. I beg of you, don't let me die. Uncle, didn't you say that you would send me to the martial god palace? If I enter the extreme violet heavenly fire formation, how can I go to the martial god palace? Father, uncle, I beg of you, please think of a way. Lu Jihuan closed his eyes and said coldly, I've already said it, there's no way to redeem it. Everything you have today is all thanks to that evil dragon palace master. If you have the guts, then kill him in the hidden dragon ranking in 100 days. Tell me that you, a dignified 8th level of the divine martial realm, can't even do this. Lu Junhua despaired. It seemed like he had to go to the extreme violet heavenly fire formation. All of this was because of Long Chen. He clenched his fists tightly, causing his bones to crackle. His eyes flickered with a hateful light. I will definitely let you taste the cruelest pain in the world, Long Chen. Under the surveillance of countless people in the 3000 Palace, Lu Junhua was sent into the extreme violet heavenly fire formation. This matter came and went quickly, and by the time everyone reacted, Long Chen had already won. In the current 3000 Palace, who wouldn't know of the evil dragon palace master? Because of Long Chen's strong rise, the originally quiet Wind Divine Palace was also in an uproar because of this matter. All the female disciples were terrified. They felt that the relationship between Feng Jilin and Long Chen was not good, and Feng Ruoyan and Shen Tuhong also had enmity. With Long Chen's rise, would the Wind Divine Palace be suppressed in the future, or even obliterated? The current Wind Divine Palace was in the same predicament as the Evil Dragon Palace. As for their palace master Feng Jilin, after being humiliated by Long Chen in the Evil Dragon Palace, she went into seclusion. In the past 2 months, she had not appeared again. This caused everyone to think that Feng Jilin had been completely defeated. She did not even have the face to see anyone. Even the new palace master did not have the face to appear. The Wind Divine Palace seemed to be finished. Those people who saw Feng Jilin's rise all came to curry favor with the Wind Divine Palace, but now they all looked at the Wind Divine Palace coldly. On such a day, on the highest mountain of the Wind Divine Palace, on the peak of the Wind Divine Mountain, a girl dressed in white stood proudly in the wind like a beautiful flower. The wind blew her long hair, causing it to dance in the wind. It was full of beauty. When her clothes were blown up, it would occasionally reveal the girl's astonishing snow-white skin, causing people to drool. The girl was silent. She looked in the direction of the Evil Dragon Palace and revealed a smile on her face. Below, a graceful woman flew up and stopped beside Feng Jilin. It was Feng Ruoyan. She actually looked at Feng Jilin with a somewhat respectful gaze. Did you forget what you should call me? The girl in the wind did not turn her head, her voice was incomparably cold. Feng Ruoyan shivered and quickly changed her words, Greetings, Palace Master. Feng Jilin was satisfied. Feng Ruoyan saw that she had been silent all this time, so she said carefully, Palace Master, you have already reached the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. In the entire 3000 Palace's younger generation, there are only a few people who are your match. That Long Chen made you lose your dignity, why don't you choose to take revenge now? Feng Jilin was silent for a while, then she smiled and said, No, I want to learn from him. I want to give him a huge surprise. I want to wait for an excellent opportunity. I want to return the humiliation he gave me bit by bit in front of everyone. I want to let him know what a nightmare is. Speaking till here, she seemed to be a bit crazy. Feng Ruoyan said, Seems like there is only a chance in the hidden dragon ranking battle. That is the place with the most people. Feng Jilin nodded and said with emotion, Yes, at that time, everyone will be watching. At that time, he will definitely be very proud, thinking that he is invincible. I want to use these 4 months to prepare the best gift for him, a gift that even the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm cannot resist. I will not let him die, but I will let him suffer for the rest of his life. Feng Ruoyan felt fear in her heart and took a few steps back. What kind of hatred was it that made this young girl so crazy? Her hatred towards Shintuhong was because Shintuhong had caused the death of her sister, and Feng Jilin. She did not understand. You think I am a bit too much, right? Feng Jilin suddenly turned her head. Her eyes were blood red, as if she was about to cry. She suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Yes, sometimes I also wonder what I am doing. Am I worth it? But when I see this, I know that I am worth it." She gently opened her clothes. The ravine on her chest, as well as the 2 sparkling and charming bunnies, were displayed in front of Feng Ruoyan. Undoubtedly, the shape of the girl's chest was very perfect. It was a pity that on the left and right, there were 2 big words that destroyed the beauty. Long Chen, not for anything else, just so that I can erase these 2 words in front of him. Feng Jilin said with a smile, as if she was talking about an insignificant matter. Feng Ruoyan then understood that these 2 people actually had such a deep relationship. Feng Ruoyan understood and then left. After she left, Feng Jilin looked at the horizon. There, a black shadow was quickly approaching. After a few breaths, a man in black clothes appeared in front of Feng Jilin. Seeing this indifferent girl, Li Tsang's heart was stirred. He hurriedly said, "I haven't seen Miss Feng for a long time. Today, I came rashly because of Miss Feng's health. Does Miss Feng still remember me?" Feng Jilin tidied up the clothes on her chest slowly. The slightly exposed snow-white skin made Li Tsang's eyes pop out. Crazy Demon Palace's Li Tsang. "Who doesn't know you?" Feng Jilin said with an indifferent tone. Yes. Li Tsang liked this kind of cold and arrogant girl. It was as if time could not conquer her. If he could ride on such a girl, that would be even better than ravaging Long Chen. For a moment, Li Tsang's eyes turned red. "Looks like Miss Feng's body is fine," Li Tsang said excitedly. Chapter 1252. Li Tsang was almost scared to death by Feng Jilin's words. He was not a refined person. In order to make this woman like him, he used a gentle tone. He did not expect her to be so direct. She even said the word above. At that moment, Li Tsang's blood boiled. Feng Jilin's sharp and cold eyes made him surrender helplessly. Gentle didn't work, so Li Tsang got tough and said, "You are right. Since the first time I saw you, I knew you were my woman." He looked at Feng Jilin arrogantly, hoping that she would at least have some reaction. Even if she was not shy, if she was angry, he could still end it. But she just looked at him coldly, as if she didn't hear anything. Impossible. Li Tsang thought that his domineering words should have softened most girls. But Feng Jilin was like an ice cube with thorns all over her body. He didn't know where to start. "I, Li Tsang, am one of the young geniuses in the palace. Even though I haven't reached the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm, I have the fighting ability of the 8th level. I am qualified to be with you." Li Tsang was very arrogant. He didn't know that the girl in front of him was already at the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm. Feng Jilin had always been calm to him. In Li Tsang's eyes, she must be pretending to be calm. After staying silent for a while, Feng Jilin suddenly said something that Li Tsang couldn't calm down. "If you do one thing for me, I will marry you," she said coldly. What? Li Tsang was stunned. At first, he only wanted to play with this woman once. After all, it was not easy to have such a proud woman for a long time. Li Tsang had already overestimated himself. Could it be that his charm was even higher than his estimation? Come to think of it, if he could marry such a woman, wouldn't Tian be living like a celestial being? Thinking about that wonderful life, Li Tsang almost had a nosebleed. He was a bit dumbfounded. He didn't even hear Feng Jilin's conditions, but he heard that she wanted to marry him. You didn't hear me wrong. I said, if you do one thing for me, I will marry you, Feng Jilin said word by word. So there was another condition. Li Tsang waved his hand and said, who? What is it? He also realized that the conditions proposed by this woman would not be easy to fulfill. As expected, the other party was very enthusiastic. Feng Jilin said what she had prepared long ago, kill the evil dragon palace's Long Chen, and your soul will scatter, never to reincarnate. That will do. Long Chen. It seemed that Feng Jilin really hated Long Chen. Li Tsang thought about it carefully. Long Chen could be considered this woman's old lover, and he was her new lover. If he wanted to have this woman, killing Long Chen seemed reasonable. It was just that Long Chen had done something big recently, and he had two experts by his side. Li Tsang didn't care so much. He said directly, to me, this is just an insignificant matter. Don't worry, you will marry into my Li family very soon. Feng Jilin smiled for the first time. This smile made Li Tsang's heart melt. But Li Tsang frowned and said, that Long Chen seems to have two strong cultivators protecting him. If he hides in the evil dragon palace, I really can't do anything to him. Feng Jilin said, don't worry. As long as you have the guts. I've thought of a way for you. What way? Li Tsang was happy. It seemed that this girl had fallen in love with him. She even thought of a way for him. Wasn't it obvious? A cold light flashed through Feng Jilin's eyes. She took a step back. Li Tsang's nearness made her feel disgusted. She suppressed the disgust and said, a few days ago, Long Chen went to the full moon pavilion and took away the great chaos thunder fist. These days, he was busy dealing with Lu Junhua and didn't have time to practice it. Today, I heard that he entered the Supreme Trial Tower to practice the Great Chaos Thunder Fist. Li Tsang was confused. Then it's even harder. He needs a few months to practice this skill. How can I kill him if he hides there? He was confident he could kill Long Chen. Feng Jilin said, did you forget that the Supreme Trial Tower has a level 9 soul stone and the ability to fight in the trial room? Speaking up to this point, Li Tsang's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, that's right. First of all, the Supreme Trial Tower is different from an ordinary trial tower. The Supreme Trial Tower is completely automatic. Under the level 9 soul suppressing stone, even if I killed him, no one would know. To fight with Long Chen in the trial room, Long Chen had to at least choose to participate. There were so many people in the Supreme Trial Tower. How could Li Tsang be Long Chen's opponent? Li Tsang had a shadow in his heart. When he was in the Jinwu Hall, he didn't have a chance to fight with Long Chen for almost a month. What they didn't know was that when they thought of this secret method, Long Chen had already used it to kill 2 people. Feng Jilin looked at him with disdain. A battle skill requires at least 3 months of training. You should also need to train with an opponent. In these 3 months, you just have to wait inside. Most people will be sparring in the Hall of True Martial Arts, so the chances of meeting each other in the Supreme Trial Tower is very high. As long as you have patience, you should be able to wait for 3 months. Feng Jilin looked at him with disdain. Yeah. Li Tsang suddenly understood. He didn't think that this method could really be used to kill people. This Feng Jilin had already considered everything for him. She was clearly afraid that after he killed Long Chen, he would be targeted by the punishment hall. She was always thinking for him. Her meaning was very clear. Thinking of this, Li Tsang suddenly felt that life was so beautiful. He really wanted to laugh to the sky, but since Feng Jilin was here, he let it go. Looking at the cold beauty in front of him, Li Tsang was overjoyed. The matter had been discussed. Next, it should be time for them to be intimate. Li Tsang walked closer to Feng Jilin and said domineeringly, Lin, I didn't think that you would think for me. Don't be fooled by your cold appearance. You are very considerate inside. Feng Jilin was about to throw up. This guy was already ugly, and he thought that he was so handsome. She took a step back and said coldly, "Don't even think about it. The rules have been set. After you kill him, everything will be yours. Now, please leave the Wind God Palace." Li Tsang froze. This feeling of wanting to eat something but not being able to eat it was so uncomfortable. But then he thought about it. Such a delicious thing, if he enjoyed it now, wouldn't it be boring in the future? It seemed like he would have to work harder. So, Li Tsang said with pride, "You are thinking too much. I am not that anxious. Don't worry, just wait for my good news. I wish you success." Feng Jilin sneered in her mind. "No need to see me off," Li Tsang said and walked towards the Supreme Trial Tower excitedly. His heart was extremely excited. After he left, Feng Jilin's eyes became extremely cold again. "Before the hidden dragon rank battles, I will give you a gift. If you can't even take this gift, then you are not qualified to be my opponent. I am very curious. The crazy demon of the Mad Demon Palace, or a real crazy man like you, who is crazier?" Actually, Feng Jilin already had an answer in her heart. No matter how powerful Li Tsang was, no matter how horrifying he was, in terms of temperament and other aspects, compared to Long Chen, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Long Chen's aggressive eyes still scared her, while Li Tsang was just a crazy clown. She tore open her clothes and looked at the tender skin and beautiful curves. Her eyes moved to the deep wound. Feng Jilin's eyes were confused, but soon, they became determined. "Before I die, I must drag him down with me. Otherwise, I will be very lonely. How much time do I have?" Long Chen had already been in the Supreme Trial Tower for 3 days. Lu Junyue's matter had come to an end, and Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing were watching over the evil dragon palace, so nothing could happen. Long Chen then focused on cultivating the extreme time finger. Before that, he also finished cultivating the fierce and domineering Great Chaos Thunder Fist. With the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon's help, the might of this fist even surpassed Long Chen's advanced 24 spear technique. Next, it was time for the extreme time finger. This was the most difficult combat technique Long Chen had ever seen. He could comprehend and execute those remarkable abilities in an instant. However, the extreme cosmic finger contained the laws of time. Time was the highest level of laws. Although the creator of the extreme cosmic finger had already arranged the laws to a level that was extremely suitable for Long Chen to come into contact with and cultivate in, Long Chen still seemed to have to spend a lot of effort to ponder over it. The Supreme Trial Tower was the most suitable environment for cultivation. It was quiet, rich in Emperor's spiritual qi, and there were countless cultivation notes left by predecessors. Many experts also cultivated in seclusion here. Moreover, there was a level 9 soul-suppressing stone here, which could protect one's privacy well. The cultivation of the extreme time finger was Long Chen's privacy. At this moment, Long Chen was looking at the index finger of his left hand. Back then, the Void Aeon Dragon's Claw had fused into this place. The extreme time finger should have been executed through this place. Without the Void Aeon Dragon's Claw as a medium, Long Chen would not have been able to execute a battle technique like the extreme time finger. This kind of battle technique, which had no grade, had reached a level where it could encompass everything. The stronger Long Chen was, the more powerful his battle technique would be. There was no limit to it. The might of the extreme cosmic finger far surpassed that of the 9 Dragon Scripture. The 9 Dragon Scripture was only a martial art that surpassed a divine skill. The harder it was to cultivate a battle technique, the better its effects. Moreover, someone had prepared this extreme time finger for him, as if they had predicted his arrival. Chapter 1253. The most difficult part of the extreme cosmic finger was not the battle technique part, but the part that contained endless comprehension of the rules. That part was simply too far away for the current Long Chen. He could only start with the battle technique. It was as if he had to first understand the form of the extreme cosmic finger, and then finally understand the spirit of the extreme cosmic finger. Form and spirit were both indispensable. However, if there was really a difference in quality, the spirit was obviously more important. Without the spirit, the extreme cosmic finger was just an ordinary battle technique. At most, it was similar to the 9 dragons scripture. The truly outstanding part was the spirit that was displayed using the claws of the void cosmic dragon. Long Chen, who had sunk into a state of cultivation, was undoubtedly intoxicated. This was because the claws of the void cosmic dragon had fused into his left index finger, so he could only use this finger to cultivate. As for his right hand, it was naturally used to hold the scarlet blood firmament. Long Chen was naturally intelligent, and he also had 4/10 of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. His perception was extraordinary. After 10 days of pondering, Long Chen had already mastered the form of the extreme cosmic finger. However, he still could not understand the spirit aspect. The extreme cosmic finger described a mysterious realm. It felt like time was a reincarnation, and those historical figures existed at the same time as oneself. When everything expanded to the extreme, it would explode, and then go through the same reincarnation. What the hell is this? Long Chen felt a headache coming on. He was used to using slaughter to comprehend the martial Tao. This was the style of the primordial blood spirit dragon. When he came into contact with the marvelous Tao of the cosmic infinity dragon and the marvelous rules, it was obvious that he couldn't adapt to it for a while. It was obviously impossible for him to cultivate the extreme cosmic finger like any other battle technique. It should be to change the way of thinking. Long Chen continued to ponder. The meaning of this paragraph seems to be that everyone has their own time. Basically, everyone's time is the same. The only existence that can jump out of the cage of time is the void cosmic dragon. Time can no longer restrict it. It is an existence without time. This was the first time Long Chen had heard that time was actually a cage. He had only thought that space was like a cage. So, time is also like this. Since it jumped out of time, but it still died. Just what kind of existence could cause an existence that is not within the scope of time to die? Long Chen felt a little emotional. From these words, his view of the influence of time had greatly changed. The extreme cosmic finger couldn't allow Long Chen to jump out of time. However, it could allow him to slightly change the flow of time, allowing him to make time pass faster or slower than others. This kind of disorder didn't just bring about a difference in speed. It also brought about a kind of nomological power. This would allow the power of the extreme cosmic finger to increase exponentially with the flow of time. The change in time wasn't as simple as a change in speed. If it was just a change in speed, Long Chen's Golden Thunder caged dragon would be comparable to a void Aeon dragon. In truth, time reversal was a similar rule. However, time reversal existed within the void dragon talisman. Long Chen had not comprehended it. He had only activated the void dragon talisman to execute it. As for the extreme cosmic finger, he needed to make preliminary contact with such a thing. On the path of cultivation, the 4 basic realms were the Tao of strength. One only needed to increase their strength. The 3 martial realms were the martial Tao. At the 2 major tribulation realms, one would comprehend the heavenly Tao. Above the heavenly Tao was the pinnacle of strength. That was the nomological power. Long Chen knew that humans, demons, and even divine dragons would become the same existences after reaching the nirvana tribulation realm. The demons were above the demon god realm. They were also at the nirvana tribulation realm. They also had to transcend the nirvana tribulation. The power in their bodies was also the power of nirvana, but it was slightly different from that of humans. At the tribulation realm, demons could forget about surviving if they didn't comprehend the heavenly Tao. Long Chen was almost close to that pinnacle level. The extreme cosmic finger that he was currently cultivating was considered a very shallow nomological power. This was a power that directly bypassed the heavenly Tao's nomological power. If he could master it, it would be of great help to him in the future. Legend had it that even the ancestral dragon slowly grew under the nirvana tribulation's nomological power. Eventually, it became the pinnacle in the history of the dragon's sacrificial continent. This was also the reason why Long Chen could only transform into a dragon after reaching the Tribulation Realm. Time. My own time. Long Chen thought back to when he used time reversal. When he used time reversal once, he suddenly came to a realization. When he used time reversal, there seemed to be something in his body that was going backwards. This thing that was going backwards should be his own time. This thing was unfathomable and disappeared after a while. Since ancient times, no one had been able to catch this thing. As for the one who could throw it out of his body, perhaps only the Void Aeon Dragon existed. Long Chen didn't need to catch it. He only needed to use a kind of transcendent spiritual power to slightly affect the trajectory of this thing. When its trajectory was slightly affected, Long Chen's time would change. At the same time, he could use the extreme cosmic finger with the Void Aeon Dragon's claw. This was probably the true essence of the extreme cosmic finger. When a martial artist reached the 9th level of the divine martial realm, they would form the Nirvana Golden Wheel. They would have the power to shatter the void, thus achieving the effect of injuring the enemy. Obviously, time was above space. The extreme cosmic finger was a kind of power that could distort time. Long Chen practiced the extreme cosmic finger again and again in this dark trial room. He didn't know the passage of time, nor did he know that Li Tsang had been watching him like a tiger watching its prey, waiting for that moment to come. For the sake of that cold and arrogant beauty, he had already sharpened his knife to become a pig or a sheep. These trials always made Long Chen feel that he was still lacking something. After a few days of pondering using time reversal, he seemed to have some feeling. However, when he really used it, his mind often went blank. Perhaps, the stimulation that I need to use it will be better for me. In the Supreme Trial Tower, there was a choice of battles. For convenience, Long Chen didn't move to the true martial hall. Moreover, there were so many people watching the true martial hall, so it was inconvenient to practice the extreme cosmic finger. It was better to find a quiet opponent. Long Chen chose a martial artist in the 7th level of the divine martial realm. This was the peak he could deal with. The divine essence of the 8th level of the divine martial realm was too strong and not easy to deal with. A middle-aged martial artist was in the trial room, facing Long Chen. Isn't this the evil dragon palace master? I've heard a lot about you. I'm the Green Mountain Palace master. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and said. With a martial artist in the 7th level of the divine martial realm as the palace master, the Green Mountain Palace should be more powerful than the evil dragon palace. The other party was also looking for Long Chen to practice with. After exchanging greetings, the two of them started fighting. This time, Long Chen didn't take out the bloody desolation technique. Instead, he practiced the extreme cosmic finger over and over again. When he used the extreme cosmic finger now, he almost couldn't bring out any spirit or the rules of time. There was only the power of the battle skill itself. Hiss. Without any warning, Long Chen poked out with his finger. A faint white circle condensed on his finger. It looked very ordinary, but only those who faced it would know how terrifying it was. The Green Mountain Palace master was about to ask Long Chen why he didn't use the bloody desolation technique. Now he understood. Long Chen's battle skill was also not bad. Rip. At this moment, it seemed like something was being torn apart by Long Chen. However, the Green Mountain Palace master didn't know what it was. He unleashed all his strength and also practiced the new battle skill he had learned. He fought with Long Chen. In fact, he was the same as Long Chen. He had also come here to practice his battle skills. Only martial artists in the 6th level of the divine martial realm and above could enter the Supreme Trial Tower. Ordinary martial artists could only enter the Trial Tower of the divine martial realm. Long Chen executed the extreme cosmic finger, which he was not very familiar with, and fought with his opponent. He seemed to understand a lot more than he did when he was pondering on his own. The things that he had accumulated in his mind seemed to loosen up a little. Long Chen was not very familiar with the extreme cosmic finger. Fire Cloud Palm. The Green Mountain Palace Master attacked Long Chen. He had been immersed in martial arts for thousands of years. When he used this 8th grade divine skill, the whole sky seemed to be on fire, pressing down on Long Chen. The fire cloud palm contained the power of the Dharma of heaven. It formed a suppressive force that came from heaven and earth. Those who hadn't condensed the Dharma of heaven couldn't resist this power at all. At this moment, Long Chen, who was standing there in a daze, really felt a fatal threat. This won't do. After this threat, Long Chen's body felt a great sense of crisis. This caused all the pores on his body to stand up as he stared at the descending fire cloud palm. Extreme Cosmic Finger. At that moment, Long Chen naturally stabbed his left index finger into the sky. At that moment, he felt the bones in his left hand tremble. An illusory dragon appeared, twisted, and disappeared into the flow of time. Time was the years, it was a river. Long Chen woke up from his state of chaos. The extreme cosmic finger that he had hurriedly used actually sent the Green Mountain Palace Master flying. The Green Mountain Palace Master fell to the ground for a long time before he could get up. He looked at Long Chen with a miserable expression and said, "What a powerful battle technique. The explosive power knocked me over in an instant. I didn't even know what it was." At that moment, Long Chen also didn't sense anything. He didn't know how this power was used. However, the good thing was that he felt like he was very close to the thing that existed in his body. If he was just a little closer, perhaps Long Chen would be able to change its trajectory slightly. After bidding farewell to the Green Mountain Palace Master, Long Chen pondered for 3 days and 3 nights before choosing to fight again. One opponent after another was placed under his extreme cosmic finger. Some were directly defeated by the extreme cosmic finger's attack, while others were defeated by the extreme cosmic finger's sudden and unstable attacks. The appearance of these attacks seemed to be a prank played by time and Long Chen. Chapter 1254. This won't do. I have to reach the first level of the Finger of Ian Extremity before the Hidden Dragon ranking battle. To Long Chen, a 5-fold increase in the flow of time might result in a 5-fold increase in lethality, or even more. The power of time couldn't be that simple. The primordial blood spirit dragon isn't weak at all. From the looks of it, although I've accepted 40% of the blood essence, I haven't come into contact with the primordial blood spirit dragon's Tao. Perhaps my current level is too low. I should start comprehending its laws when I reach the tribulation realm. The reason why the primordial blood spirit dragon was one of the ancestral dragons was not only because of its peak bloodline, but also because of its peak nomological power and bloody massacre. Every 3 days, Long Chen would deal with an opponent. In the beginning, he improved a little. This improvement made Long Chen excited. He felt that he was rapidly improving. After 2 months of desperate cultivation, he seemed to be very close to the first level. However, he seemed to be lacking a little. The help Long Chen received from the battles was getting smaller and smaller. Long Chen planned to ponder for a while more before leaving the Supreme Trial Tower. After all, it didn't seem like this place could help him anymore. He might gain more if he went out and asked Han Yinxing and the others. This time, Long Chen still chose a random battle. He lowered his head and pondered about the Finger of Ian Extremity. Suddenly, a murderous aura appeared. Long Chen was a little stunned when he suddenly raised his head. He didn't expect his opponent to be Litsang. Litsang was really persistent. Upon seeing Long Chen, Litsang couldn't stop smiling. He had been waiting for 2 months. Finally, the heavens opened their eyes and gave him this opportunity. It could be said that he had waited for 3 months for a chance to fight Long Chen. When he saw Long Chen, he was overjoyed and almost cried tears of joy. His spring had finally arrived. If he killed Long Chen today, he could rush to Wind God Temple and push down that cold and arrogant woman when he returned. Nothing made Litsang more excited than conquering such a woman. Long Chen, I've been waiting for you for 2 whole months. Is it finally my turn? The heavens have opened their eyes. Li Tsang laughed and walked towards Long Chen step by step. Long Chen was somewhat speechless towards this guy. Because of Lin of the Wind's matter, this guy actually waited here for 2 months. This was too ridiculous. He still didn't know about the agreement between Lin of the Wind and this guy. In Long Chen's heart, Li Tsang had already become a vile person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If he didn't kill him, he would definitely continue to pester him. The problem was that Long Chen was alarmed. This was the Supreme Trial Tower. Although he had the sacred soul returning jade, he couldn't be certain that Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were within 100 li of him. If they weren't, then today would be a tough battle with almost no chance of victory. Long Chen felt a sense of danger. After returning from the Shadow Devil domain, Long Chen rarely felt such a sense of danger with the protection of Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing. He felt that it was very difficult for others to bring him any danger. But now, Li Tsang's appearance had triggered his sensitive nerves. Long Chen understood that from Li Tsang's eyes, he could see that today would be a tough battle. He might not necessarily win. At this time, he had already quietly put the matter of the finger of time to the back of his mind. How to deal with Li Tsang had become the key. Long Chen looked at him, his eyes incomparably cold. In this alone environment, Li Tsang, who had been suppressed by Long Chen a few times, laughed heartily, not caring about his image at all. When you defeated the disciples of my mad demon hall in the true martial hall, when you insulted Lin Ji of the Wind, when you flaunted your strength under the protection of the martial addict and the wine addict, you never thought that such a day would come, did you, Long Chen? After waiting for 2 months, Li Tsang finally exploded. He had a lot of things to say in his heart. He laughed loudly, his expression sinister as he roared, "Retribution does exist. That's why I appeared in the Supreme Trial Tower. Lin Ji of the Wind is indeed not bad. She knew that I would definitely meet you. She's really a considerate woman." Long Chen didn't speak. He adjusted himself to the most perfect state. Battle intent gradually surged in his heart. He knew that he had no way out. The only way was to fight to the death, fight to the death. Only by fighting to the death would there be a way out. Looking at Long Chen's vigilant expression, Li Tsang was incomparably pleased in his heart. It was as if he had snatched a woman from the hands of his opponent. He boasted loudly, "Actually, I'm not that calculative of a man. It's just that Lin Ji said that if I killed you, she would marry me. Such a good woman, I naturally can't let her go. So, if you die, I, Li Tsang, have wronged you. Deal?" "So that's the case." Long Chen coldly laughed in his heart. Seeing that woman still didn't know how to repent, he had to properly teach her a lesson. Of course, he also had to survive tonight. Long Chen really wanted to see what kind of methods Li Tsang had to be able to kill a cultivator in the 8th level of the divine martial realm. He was also an outstanding expert in killing those above his level. Long Chen really wanted to see the methods of those who could kill those above their level. Of course, since ancient times, there had never been a cultivator in the 4th level of the divine martial realm who could display such fighting strength. As for Feng Jilin marrying Li Tsang, Long Chen didn't need to use his toes to think to know that this guy had definitely been tricked. Looking at Li Tsang's appearance, it would be strange if someone liked him. After circling Long Chen a few times, Li Tsang stopped. His eyes were filled with blood-red color. He firmly stared at Long Chen and said, "I actually said so much nonsense to you, I can't wait anymore." After saying that last word, a monstrous qi exploded from Li Tsang's body. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy was indeed different from the other cultivators with the celestial body. There was another kind of qi on his body. It was a kind of black qi which was revolving around him. At that moment, this man actually looked extremely terrifying. It seemed as if there were countless resentful spirits flying around him. Those resentful spirits' strength had all gathered on his body. This is my celestial demon skill. What's wrong? Are you scared? Li Tsang's body was shrouded in demonic qi. Black qi swirled around him, making him look like a demon shrouded in darkness. The aura emitted from his body was like countless black tentacles, spreading out in all directions like octopuses. These black tentacles were solid and had attacking power. However, the smell was disgusting. Celestial demon skill. I use the sacrificial soul technique to gather all the resentful spirits that I have killed into my divine chi and become a part of my strength. Those resentful spirits' strength are extremely terrifying. Very soon, you will also become one of them and be under my control. Li Tsang's face looked ferocious. The celestial demon's skill was already exploding. He had already started attacking Long Chen. Long Chen knew that the celestial demon's skill was extremely powerful. However, Long Chen wasn't weak either. He was also a cultivator of the 7th layer of the god martial realm and he was invincible. Even his speed and body weren't comparable to Li Tsang's. He guessed that the reason why Li Tsang had been able to defeat a cultivator of the 8th layer of the god martial realm was because he had a trump card. However, it definitely wasn't the celestial demon's skill. Currently, Li Tsang was only at the peak of the 7th layer of the god martial realm. Celestial demon's skill, 7 fiend soul shattering. A total of 7 palms were spreading towards Long Chen. Demon chi was surging violently. Long Chen couldn't resist. Li Tsang believed that ordinary cultivators of the same level wouldn't be able to resist his attack. Long Chen didn't say anything. The golden lightning dragon coiled around his right hand. This time, Long Chen didn't use the golden lightning dragon. Instead, he used part of the golden lightning dragon's strength and characteristics to perform the Great Chaos Lightning Fist. Although the Great Chaos Lightning Fist wasn't as strong as the Great Universe Finger, it was still stronger than the 24 War Spear technique. It was also known for its ferocity. Long Chen added the power of the Golden Lightning Dragon into the Great Chaos Lightning Fist. Suddenly, the Great Chaos Lightning Fist exploded and crushed all the demons. Li Tsang had underestimated Long Chen's strength. He was knocked into the wall of the training room by the Great Chaos Lightning Fist. The power of the Great Chaos Lightning Fist was terrifying. If Long Chen hadn't obtained the Great Universe Finger by chance, he would have treated the Great Chaos Lightning Fist as a treasure to cultivate. That kind of explosive strength was something he liked from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Li Tsang's face was almost burnt black by Long Chen's attack. Fuck you, Long Chen. Li Tsang was originally awe-inspiring, but he didn't expect to be crushed because of his underestimation of his opponent. He was about to go crazy. If Feng Jilin was watching this, he would have found a hole to hide in. However, because of this battle, he didn't dare to underestimate Long Chen anymore. Li Tsang had always been arrogant, especially when he defeated a martial artist in the 8th tier of the divine martial realm. He was so arrogant that all the martial artists in the 3,000 Great Halls hated him. The Great Chaos Lightning Fist. Li Tsang had suffered some internal injuries due to his hasty attack, but it didn't affect his combat strength. At this moment, Li Tsang seemed to have gone crazy. However, he had underestimated Long Chen again. Such a good opportunity, Long Chen wouldn't miss it. He was best at beating the enemy when they were down, leaving them no chance to fight back. Profound Sky Azure Fire Dragon. Ice Armor Azure Sea Dragon. Ancient Azure Wood Dragon. 9 Heavens Imperial Wind Dragon. The power of the divine dragon converged on the scarlet blood sky desolation, igniting the blood in Long Chen's body. He roared, his aura surging. The halberd in his hand carried a power that was close to destroying the heavens and earth. In an instant, he rushed in front of Li Tsang. The 9 dragon scripture began to attack without saying anything. You can die now. Long Chen's eyes were incomparably cold. Fuck. Li Tsang didn't expect Long Chen to be so shameless. He didn't even give him a chance to rest. The anger in his heart had already drowned him. At this moment, the only thing he could think of was to gather the power of the sky-piercing demon's skill and attack Long Chen with an 8th-rank divine skill. He wanted to block the power of Long Chen's 9 dragon scripture. Chapter 1255. Heaven-ripping hand. Countless tentacles gathered on Litsang's right arm. Suddenly, his arm swelled up, becoming ferocious and huge. The power of the heavenly devil art gathered on his arm, forming a shocking claw, like the claw of a giant beast. At this moment, this claw of a giant beast crazily slashed towards Long Chen's 9-dragon scripture. At this critical moment, Litsang could only use this move. He could only hope that he wouldn't be injured too badly this time. Long Chen's fighting style was too fast and too strong. He couldn't adapt to it in a short time. Many people had died because of Long Chen's swift and decisive fighting style. Long Chen's Dao was the Dao of killing. Naturally, each of his moves was aimed at killing. The power of the 9-dragon scripture gathered at the tip of the halberd. That was the toughest part of the blood-horned devil dragon. With a tearing sound, space twisted. A terrifying force clashed with the heaven-ripping hand. For a moment, the entire training room was shaking crazily. Die. The power of the 9-dragon scripture broke through Litsang's defense, shattering his heaven-ripping hand. One of Litsang's arms was completely destroyed by Long Chen. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Long Chen's eyes were cold. The scarlet blood firmament revolved in his hand, using the remaining power of the 9-dragon scripture and the power of the 24-war spear, crazily piercing towards Litsang's forehead. Scram! Litsang roared malevolently. He used the heavenly devil art to his heart's content. At this critical moment, his remaining left hand once again used the heaven-ripping hand. Long Chen had already lost the initiative. He could only retreat. In fact, Long Chen also understood that it would be very difficult to deal with Litsang. Previously, he could only rely on his opponent's contempt and lightning-fast methods to make him suffer a bit. But for Litsang, this was simply way too much of a loss. He was on the verge of breaking down. One of his arms had been shattered. Even though his arm was currently recovering, even if it did, his battle prowess would still be affected for a short period of time. Furthermore, to regrow an arm would require a huge amount of god energy. Damned dog, you actually dared to injure me. Litsang was gasping for breath as he stared at Long Chen like a madman. His eyes looked like they were about to drip blood. That crazy and ruthless look was enough to frighten his opponents. But to Long Chen, he was like that most of the time, so he ignored it. No matter what, Long Chen was always more calm than crazy. Right now, he was hovering in mid-air, holding the scarlet blood everbreak, looking coldly at Litsang. If you are a man, then talk less nonsense and attack more. Speaking too much will only make me feel sorry for you, Long Chen said calmly, as though nothing had happened earlier. Litsang almost fainted from anger. Initially, he thought that he would be able to defeat Long Chen with this kind of strength. But it seemed like it wouldn't work. Right now, he gritted his teeth, not knowing how to refute Long Chen. He could only say coldly, I hate using this kind of strength the most. You forced me to use it, Long Chen. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Indeed, no matter what he did, he couldn't block it. Litsang did have a trump card, and it was an extraordinary trump card. Otherwise, how could he be mentioned in the same breath as someone like Yan Qingchen? Devil Qi surged. Right now, Litsang was completely engulfed by the black Qi. Our Mad Demon Palace's most famous battle skill is not a battle skill that surpasses the divine level, nor is it a rank 9 divine skill. It is the Mad Demon Heart Sutra. This is our most precious thing, and it is the belief of every disciple of the Mad Demon Palace. And I am one of the most outstanding disciples of the Mad Demon Palace. In the Mad Demon Palace, there are less than 5 people who have cultivated the Mad Demon Heart Sutra to the 3rd level, and I am one of them. With regards to the Mad Demon Heart Sutra, Long Chen had heard a little about it. It was the closest battle skill to the blood sacrifice he had ever seen. The side effects were also very terrifying. The effect of the 2nd level was not as obvious as the 1st level of the blood sacrifice, but it could only be used once every half a year. The 3rd level of the Mad Demon Heart Sutra was the same, and after using it, the user would not be able to get out of bed for a month. Seeing that there were only 2 hours left before the hidden dragon rank battle, Li Tsang was willing to risk his life. On one hand, he wanted to prove himself to Feng Jilin, and on the other hand, he wanted to prove himself. Back then, he had defeated a martial artist at the 8th level of the divine martial realm, and his fame had spread far and wide. But the price he had to pay was that he had to train in seclusion for half a year. Mad Demon Heart Sutra. In the process of him being enveloped by the black fog, Li Tsang instantly used the Mad Demon Heart Sutra. Long Chen could feel that a suffocating power was surging from his body. The essence of the life force that existed in his muscles, meridians, and bones was being extracted by the God Qi crazily, merging into his God Qi and forcibly increasing the amount of God Qi. The power in the muscles was the foundation of life. After the power had been absorbed, Li Tsang suddenly became sallow and emaciated, as if he was only left with a skeleton. His whole body was skin and bones, and his 2 blood-red eyeballs were bulging. He looked very terrifying, as if there was no flesh and blood in his body. However, what he got in return was the surging God Qi in his meridians. Countless God Qi was surging in his meridians. From the surface of his body, it looked like there were countless small insects drilling in his body. After he killed Long Chen, he would need to replenish his God Qi with a large amount of miraculous pills. Otherwise, he would definitely wither to death. Long Chen finally understood that the people of the Mad Demon Palace were called Mad Demons. They were madmen who didn't care about their lives for the sake of victory. Sometimes, Long Chen was like this as well. However, it was true that he wanted to protect those who were important to him. If he only wanted to show off and fight, it would be a foolish act of not cherishing his life. Of course, although Long Chen looked down on Li Tsang from the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but admit that after this fellow used the Mad Demon Heart Sutra, his strength soared. Even in terms of speed, he was already close to Long Chen's. Does this kind of power make you feel fear? Li Tsang's voice changed. His voice was so stiff that it caused pain in the ears of those who heard it. Heaven-ripping palm. After using the Mad Demon Heart Sutra, Li Tsang knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for a long time. Right now, he wanted to kill Long Chen. The heaven-ripping palm was twice as thick as before, and its attack power had also doubled. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. After spending some time, he finally recovered the divine energy he used when he used the 9-dragon scripture. However, it was obvious that other than the 9-dragon scripture, no other moves, even the great primal chaos thunder fist, would be able to deal with this heaven-ripping palm. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen still used the 9-dragon scripture to attack. This time, he was shocked by Li Tsang's strength. The 9-dragon scripture, his trump card, actually didn't manage to injure him. I've said it before. The moment I use the Mad Demon Heart Sutra will be the moment of your death. Now, have you seen it for yourself? Have my strength caused you to despair? Li Tsang laughed maniacally. In this narrow space, he attacked Long Chen in a frenzy. Long Chen couldn't think of a solution at the moment. He could only retreat step by step and defend. However, this was definitely not a solution. Rumble. Li Tsang's heaven-ripping palm almost caused the entire training room to collapse. This won't do. I don't have much divine energy left. If this goes on, I might really be killed by this madman. Long Chen fought and dodged at the same time. It was extremely difficult for him. Li Tsang's strength was absolutely suppressing him. Will hope be with you? Since there was no way out, Long Chen gritted his teeth and looked at the index finger of his left hand. His extreme cosmic finger wasn't stable yet. Sometimes, it couldn't even compare to the great primal chaos thunder fist. Sometimes, it could be compared to the 9-dragon scripture. As for how much power he could display, it all depended on his luck. Die. Li Tsang laughed. His skinny appearance looked exceptionally ferocious. His face was full of bloody scars. Rip. A bloody wound appeared on Long Chen's body. However, at the same time, Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation also pierced his thigh. However, Li Tsang didn't seem to be injured at all. He lunged at Long Chen again. Extreme time. Li Tsang's speed was very fast, faster than a phantom. Long Chen wasn't happy either. When he calmed down, he suddenly realized that all his worries seemed to have disappeared. There was only this opponent in front of him and the trajectory of his attacks. What could he do to make this possible? Long Chen only used his right hand to execute scarlet blood desolation. His left hand was empty. In such a state, he was hit by Li Tsang a few times. However, he wasn't seriously injured. Li Tsang gradually realized that he couldn't kill Long Chen like this. In that case, I will let you die to my grade 9 divine skill. Li Tsang went crazy. He laughed like a madman, causing the entire training room to tremble. Grade 9. Long Chen was a little stunned. It seemed like it wasn't a coincidence that this guy was so famous today. A grade 9 divine skill. This was probably the first time Long Chen was facing it. Given Li Tsang's current strength, it would be much stronger than Long Chen's 9 dragon scripture. Primordial golden finger. This grade 9 divine skill was actually a type of finger technique. Li Tsang's face was solemn as he executed this move. In an instant, the black fog behind him condensed into a chaotic state. In the midst of the chaotic state, a golden light suddenly appeared. It was like the light from the beginning of the world. The power contained in that golden light was undoubtedly enough to kill Long Chen. It had been a long time since Long Chen had encountered such danger. In the past, he couldn't defeat his opponents. It was only because Han Yunxing and the others were here that he didn't have to worry. But now, it seemed like he couldn't resist this fatal danger. Even the blood escape technique didn't work. As expected, killing people in the Supreme Trial Tower was a very good method. He stood rooted to the ground, watching the fatal primordial golden finger approaching. At that moment, Long Chen realized that the fingers on his left hand were trembling. His heart was beating very fast. Everything around him was incomparably silent. Then he suddenly realized that he could feel the existence of that thing in his body. That was time. The trajectory of time created the extreme universe finger. In the face of fatal danger, Long Chen entered a state of calm. This made Li Tsang think that he was scared silly. But when Long Chen looked at the primordial golden finger in front of him, many things in his mind seemed to shatter. A glimmer of understanding welled up in his heart. When there was no way out, Long Chen could only entrust everything to the extreme universe finger. Which was stronger, the extreme universe finger or the primordial golden finger? He had already paid off all the chapters he owed. He had actually updated quite a lot during the 2 months of summer break, adding up to 700,000 words. It was just that everyone's expectations were too high, and he felt that it was too little. Other books only had 150,000 words a month, unless they were divided into 2,000 words per chapter. It seemed like there were more chapters. No matter what, thank you all for your support. Madman will go very far on this path. Thank you to the dragon race for walking with me. Everyone who silently supported me, I am grateful for your appreciation of my work. Chapter 1256. Long Chen might have already felt the existence of the thing called time in his body. It was very fleeting, it didn't look real, but its trajectory was deeply engraved in Long Chen's heart. The extreme finger of time described many scenes. Long Chen couldn't feel it before, but at this moment, he was suddenly immersed in it. Maybe it was the threat of death that made him understand it at this moment. Without a doubt, Li Tsang's primordial golden finger attack was very fast, but at this moment, in Long Chen's eyes, it was very slow. Long Chen's eyes could easily see the trajectory of Li Tsang's hand, he could even see the movement of Li Tsang's divine origin. He felt that in the 9th grade divine skill primordial golden finger, there was a sharp metallic aura that could tear the whole space apart. If this move was used together with the power of the 9th level of the divine martial realm, it would definitely create a very terrifying effect. Heaven and earth rend, even at this moment. That sharp aura was much more powerful than when Long Chen used the 9-dragon scripture. This kind of attack was originally very fast, it could be fatal in an instant, but at this moment, Long Chen found that it was really slow. It wasn't a change in speed, it was a change in time. So, the trajectory of time is actually affected like this? Long Chen suddenly smiled, he became very confident. At this moment, he felt that he was in a very magical environment. There was some kind of terrifying thing passing by him quickly, maybe this was time. And Long Chen found that his ordinary left hand unexpectedly had the power to move the river of time. He could grab the river and then make it flow slower or faster. The power of the Void Universe Dragon was really nature-defying. That left hand's index finger, without any warning, just pierced out. Compared to Li Tsong's mighty primordial golden finger, Long Chen's extreme finger of time was not even a scrap, while the primordial golden finger was like an invincible sharp sword, its sharpness was even greater than the scarlet blood eternity. This guy is stupid. This was the only thought in Li Tsong's mind. The crazed demon heart sutra and the primordial golden finger were his strongest killer moves. Back then, he had defeated the warrior at the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm with this move. Although he had been lying in bed for almost half a year after that, his reputation had skyrocketed. Li Tsong had always been eager to excel. For that honor, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Just like at this moment, he absolutely did not believe that Long Chen could defeat him. Moreover, Long Chen's action of extending his finger was very ordinary. The only suspicious thing was that Long Chen seemed to be in a very quiet environment, yet he was smiling at him. Smile. At that moment, Li Tsong felt a little strange. However, this didn't affect his determination to kill Long Chen. One should know that killing Long Chen meant that he had conquered that arrogant woman, Feng Jilin. However, at the last moment, why did he suddenly feel that the movement of Long Chen's finger was so fast that it simply surpassed common sense? No matter what, at this moment, the 9th grade divine skill, the primordial golden finger, collided with Long Chen's extreme time finger. The primordial golden finger had a destructive power that could even shatter the entire training room. However, the extreme time finger seemed to have nothing at all. It didn't seem like a battle skill at all. However, to Long Chen, this power was so strong that it made his heart tremble. The power of time is actually so strong. The extreme time finger and the primordial golden finger collided. Long Chen didn't feel any pressure at all. He exerted his strength and pushed forward. Instantly, the power of time actually distorted the power of the primordial golden finger. In that instant, Li Tsong originally could have crushed Long Chen to pieces. However, there was a strange power coming from his opponent's finger that actually defeated him in an instant. He simply couldn't describe that feeling. It was as if everything had gone haywire. There was something in his body that had actually become distorted. There was something wrong with the output of the primordial golden finger. For a moment, his body started to explode. How can this be? His expression changed drastically in an instant. From a ferocious and malevolent expression, it became incomparably terrified. He stared at Long Chen with an astonished expression. However, Long Chen's gaze remained indifferent from the beginning to the end. We might not be able to say goodbye anymore, Long Chen said casually. His face was expressionless. The power of the extreme time finger completely erupted at this moment. Li Tsong's entire body was twisted by a distorted power. His flesh and blood started to disintegrate. In just a short instant, he actually completely disappeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. He had been torn apart by Long Chen's extreme time finger. After that, he fell into the river of time. It was as if he had been swallowed by a vortex. All traces of him had disappeared. In the training room, it was as if nothing had happened at all. It was dead silent. Long Chen retracted his finger and suddenly looked at it. He murmured, "Is this the first stage of the extreme time finger, the power to accelerate the flow of time by 5 times?" Such a powerful battle technique actually gave him the power to defeat a 9th-grade godly skill. Just thinking about it made Long Chen feel like he was dreaming. From today onwards, his sure-kill battle technique was no longer the 9-dragon scripture, but the extreme time finger. Although the 9-dragon scripture still had 5 stages, and from the 7th onwards, the power would change again. However, even if it did change, it would never be able to compete with the power of time. This is its power. That's right, it's its power. In the great virtual realm, Kitten murmured to himself. Kitten, do you think that the 9-star Chaos City will have his blood inheritance? Long Chen narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. I don't know either. Even if there is, it might be hidden very well. However, I still have to go and take a look. Even if it is not the blood inheritance, there will be something in the 9-star Chaos City that you cannot touch. Its value will definitely surpass the extreme time finger. Long Chen had already made up his mind. After the hidden dragon ranking battle, regardless of whether he entered the martial god palace or not, he had to make a trip to the 9-star primal Chaos City. Compared to the martial god palace, the matters of the 9-star primal Chaos City were more crucial. As for Li Tsang, he had already disappeared without a trace. 2 months had passed. With Li Tsang's help, Xiao Chen had already successfully comprehended the first stage of the extreme time finger. As for the second stage, he did not know when he would be able to do so. Hence, Long Chen decided to go out. Learning the extreme time finger would be of great help to him in the hidden dragon ranking battle. However, this move had almost exhausted all of his energy. At the very least, he would need 1 or 2 days to recover. Hence, raising his cultivation realm was urgent. There were only 2 months left. Long Chen did not understand why his Oblivion Wind tribulation had not arrived yet. Logically speaking, it should have arrived long ago. He planned to undergo the Oblivion Wind tribulation at least before the hidden dragon ranking battle. Otherwise, he would not have much of a chance of victory. Although he had not seen Lu Junhua, whom he had sent into the extreme purple heavenly fire formation, that fellow would definitely let him off. Obviously not. Without thinking too much, Long Chen first came out of the Supreme Trial Tower. There were many people outside the Supreme Trial Tower. It was also a huge plaza. At this moment, there was a very eye-catching person. She wore a long white dress that fluttered in the wind. Her skin was as white as snow, and she looked like a goddess from heaven. The only flaw was that her face was too cold, making it hard for people to approach her. Not far away, many people were quietly discussing this girl. Isn't that the Wind Divine Palace's master, Feng Jilin? That's right, he used to be very impressive, but after being suppressed by the evil Dragon Palace leader, I heard that he hid in the Wind Divine Palace and didn't dare to see anyone. These few days, he actually dared to come to the Supreme Trial Tower, but he didn't go in and stood here for a few days. Who knows, maybe she's waiting for someone. I heard that she seemed to have an affair with the evil Dragon Palace leader, but the two of them are actually very compatible. They are both handsome men and beautiful women, and they are also geniuses, and each of them is a hall master. Why would they want to cause trouble? You don't know about that. Fighting is love, scolding is love, fighting at the head of the bed and fighting at the end of the bed. Maybe she is waiting for the evil Dragon Palace leader. If it was in the past, Feng Jilin would have already beaten them up if someone talked about her like this. But not now. She had changed. She knew that being impulsive would only cause her to lose even more miserably. With just him, he really has the qualifications to have me. Feng Jilin disdainfully said. When Li Tsang's Mad Demon Heart Sutra is used, in addition to the primordial golden finger that he cultivates, he might not be able to block it. Did I overestimate him a little and get scared by him? If I don't personally defeat him, what's the use of me having this kind of strength? Thinking of this, Feng Jilin suddenly became perplexed. Back then, she had instructed Li Tsang to make a move on a whim, but now, she felt a little regretful. She actually hoped that Long Chen would slaughter that disgusting fellow Li Tsang, so that she could display her unparalleled strength today. She wanted Long Chen to lose to her, so that she could be completely satisfied. After waiting in the Supreme Trial Tower for a few days, there was still no news of the two of them. Perhaps, he has already been killed by Litsang. Feng Jilin laughed helplessly. She knew Litsang's strength very well. Even the current her would have to spend some effort to deal with Litsang. At this moment, the door of the Supreme Trial Tower opened, and a man who looked very peaceful walked out. At that moment, Feng Jilin actually took a step back. She realized that she actually had an instinctive fear towards him. Looking closely, she realized that this person was, without a doubt, Long Chen. Long Chen also saw Feng Jilin looking at him. Litsang had already said that he did it for Feng Jilin. It seemed that this girl was waiting for Litsang's news. Long Chen didn't understand why she hated him more and more. Even the way she looked at him was so hateful. This woman's nature might not be bad. Some things, when Long Chen thought about it carefully, he indeed felt that he had gone too far. However, he didn't care about it in his heart. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he actually approached Feng Jilin. Let's find a place to talk. Chapter 1257. Long Chen knew that he had killed Litsang. She would definitely be shocked. To Feng Jilin, Long Chen was a legend. He had always been challenging his limits, and every time he won, he would be the winner. His words had an irresistible charm to Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin subconsciously followed the man. Looking at his back, she had to admit that she had endless hatred in her heart. But at the same time, she also had an indescribable fear. The crowd sighed. They didn't think that they were really waiting for Long Chen. Fighting was flirting, scolding was love. On a barren mountain, Long Chen stopped. When he turned around, Feng Jilin was already 10 meters behind him. Long Chen squinted and looked at her for a while. He thought for a while and said, "The day I became the leader of the evil dragon palace, you came looking for trouble. I was a little angry that day. What I did was a little overboard. I apologize to you today. You can't keep pestering me like this." "Sorry, why are you so funny?" Feng Jilin smiled disdainfully. She calmed herself down and said, "Long Chen, I have a deep grudge against you. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. You destroyed me, and now you're saying such sarcastic words. You're a demon. One day, I'll make you suffer. Just you wait, Litsang isn't your opponent, but I have more ways to deal with you." Feng Jilin smiled disdainfully. Long Chen was speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't kill people here, he would have killed this woman to prevent future troubles. He couldn't communicate with her anyway. If she wanted to hate, then let her hate. So he waved his hand and said, "If that's the case, do as you wish." Feng Jilin humphed coldly. The hatred in her eyes didn't change. Finally, she swayed her butt and left. After she left, Long Chen's expression changed a little. This woman is hopeless. In order to defeat you, she probably sold her own soul in exchange for power. Right now, she only has a little bit of soul fire. In less than 3 months, she will probably be completely devoured by the soul inside her body. Little Cat said in a cruel and unscrupulous manner. "I see." Long Chen didn't feel comfortable. He knew that Feng Jilin was like this to deal with him. She's just a woman, why is she so stubborn? I didn't do anything to her. Long Chen didn't understand what she was thinking. The kitten laughed heartily, and said, "Actually, the more you love, the more you hate. Although your young master Long disdains her, she did this to attract your attention. I think you should use the soul-devouring technique to quickly save her. At that time, she will throw herself into your arms, and you can do it for another 3 days and 3 nights. Fuck off. What does her business have to do with me?" At this point, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. After coming out of the Supreme Trial Tower, he seemed to have discovered that there was something extra in his body. This thing caught him off guard. Quickly returning to the evil dragon palace, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were bored. They had been staying in the evil dragon palace recently, and when they saw Long Chen, the two of them were very excited. Nangong Lai hurriedly asked, "Little Chen, how's your strange battle skill?" "I've already cultivated it to the first stage. Its power is shocking," Long Chen said. With these two super experts here, he could ask for their advice. He quickly asked, "Uncle Han, Uncle Nangong, if the Oblivion Wind calamity is about to descend, what will happen to my body?" Since Long Chen said this, it seemed like there was a sign. Nangong Lai smiled brightly. "The minor 3 calamities are produced in your body. It's your own destructive power. The first sign will naturally appear in your body. If you feel like there's a whirlwind blowing in your body and it's expanding, you'll definitely pass the Oblivion Wind calamity within a month." "Oh." Long Chen took a deep breath, but his expression became very strange. Han Yunxing was more attentive. He knew that something might have happened to Long Chen, so he asked, "Little Chen, did something happen?" Long Chen knew that it was very strange, but he could not help but smile bitterly. "Just now, I felt the power of the whirlwind, flames, and thunderbolts in my body at the same time. They're all getting stronger and affecting my body. Can the two of you tell me what's going on?" Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were stunned. They looked at each other and said, "Kid, that's impossible. The minor 3 calamities come one step at a time. How can they appear at the same time?" "Yeah, could it be that you're wrong?" Long Chen shook his head and said, "I can feel it very clearly. The 3 powers are occupying my body. If I'm not mistaken, I think the minor 3 calamities will come at the same time." Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai's expressions changed. They knew that Long Chen would definitely not speak. This indeed meant that the minor 3 calamities would come at the same time. This has never happened since ancient times. Han Yunxing frowned slightly and said, "Let me analyze it. Actually, with Long Chen's current strength, even if the minor 3 calamities came at the same time, he would be able to survive it. However, what does it mean for the minor 3 calamities to come at the same time?" Nangong Lai realized this point. He continued Han Yunxing's words and said, "This means that little Chen has received special treatment from the heavens. The calamities are a test from the heavens. Since they have treated little Chen so specially and allowed the minor 3 calamities to come at the same time, it seems possible that little Chen's minor 3 calamities are much stronger than others." Han Yunxing's expression was worried. "The calamities are actually the heavens afraid of you and want to destroy your existence. This is very dangerous. You seem to be too heaven-defying and have caught the attention of the heavens. They clearly want to destroy you, so no matter what happens, it's actually possible." So terrifying. Long Chen was really speechless. Wasn't it just stronger than others? As for passing the minor 3 calamities, did they have to kill him? He suddenly had a strange feeling. He knew that it was probably because he was the only ancestral dragon martial artist that he received such special treatment. Perhaps, the deaths of the ancient ancestral dragons that surpassed the calamity realm, or even existences that transcended time like the cosmic dragon, might have something to do with this world. The world did not exist. It was like a fixed machine that operated according to a fixed format. However, any machine was created by a sentient being. Was it because the growth of the ancestral dragon had caused some existences to worry? Long Chen admitted that he was thinking too much. Seeing that his expression was not right, Han Yunxing comforted him, "Don't think too much, this is just my guess. To be honest, in everyone's opinion, the world does not have a consciousness, so you don't have to worry too much. We only said this to make you be careful. Don't welcome them casually. When the time comes, just be careful. You are a dragon martial artist, so it's natural for you to be a little special." At the moment, it seemed that this was the only way. "Then, in this month, you should prepare well." Long Chen nodded. Actually, he had thought about it before. Perhaps this was an extremely good thing. He had originally hoped to pass the Oblivion Wind tribulation before the Hidden Dragon ranking battle. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that he might be able to pass the 3 minor tribulations within a month? At that time, his strength would probably experience an insane growth. At that time, who could be a match for him, Long Chen? Han Yinxing pondered for a moment and said, basically, not many people believe that you are at the 4th level of the divine martial arts realm. Everyone thinks that you are at least at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm. So, you can't let others see the scene of you passing the tribulation. When the time comes, we will take you away from the Imperial Star. Nangong Lai also said, that's right. If you are really only at this level, but have such terrifying strength, you will definitely cause a great sensation. You are not strong enough now, and I'm afraid that someone will want to take advantage of you. In this aspect, we should keep a low profile. Long Chen understood what they said. You stay here for now. The two of us will go back to the Martial God Palace and think about it. See if there is anything that can help you pass the tribulation. The 3 minor tribulations are coming together, and we do not know how strong they are. We have to pay attention to them. Long Chen nodded. After that, Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai disappeared. Long Chen stayed in the Evil Dragon Palace, occasionally managing some small matters and cultivating as he waited for the arrival of the 3 minor tribulations. He did not know whether it was a good or bad thing for the 3 minor tribulations to come together. He could only do his best to resist them. As time went by, he discovered that the wind, fire, and lightning energies in his body had started to gather and grow stronger. Sooner or later, they would erupt. Long Chen had once executed the 5 Emperor Seals. Now, he had the 9 Dragon Scripture. He knew that if the different energies were to erupt together, the might would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. When the 3 minor tribulations were mixed together, the might would increase exponentially. After a few days, Han Yinxing and the others returned. They had already prepared everything. Now, they just had to wait for time to pass. Long Chen did not want to be cooped up in the Evil Dragon Palace. Waiting was very long. After all, as long as he was not too far away, he could summon Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai to his side at any time. During this period of waiting, he often wandered outside. 1 month later, the wind, fire, and lightning energies in his body seemed to have accumulated to their limits. However, Long Chen discovered that the wind, fire, and lightning tribulations still had no intention of descending. This made him somewhat depressed. He had already accumulated to such a degree, and it still had not descended. Could it be that he was waiting for it to accumulate enough and then kill himself? On this particular day, Long Chen and Yan Qingchen walked in the Heavenly Street. The Heavenly Street was very large. There were tens of thousands of shops. As long as you could take out enough to exchange for anything, you could find everything. Similarly, there were disciples from various palaces in the Heavenly Street. It was a place where conflicts often occurred. However, the Punishment Palace was more powerful here. Normally, no one would look for trouble. In a place as big as the true Martial Emperor Palace, order was very important. If there was no order, there would be chaos. Chapter 1258. In the Celestial Street, there were many shops selling combat skills, elixirs, runes, secret techniques, weapons, and so on. They had everything one could wish for. The main reason was that Yan Qingchen knew that the Hidden Dragon rank battle was about to start and he was not in the mood to train. Therefore, he decided to bring Long Chen along. This guy was very straightforward and kind. By now, Long Chen and Yan Qingchen had already formed a close friendship. The two of them were now the most popular figures in the 3,000 palaces. Anyone from the 3,000 palaces would know them. Walking on the streets of Heaven Street, there were quite a number of beautiful disciples who were stealing glances at them. Yan Qingchen's wild muscles had them mesmerized. However, Long Chen's disposition had their hearts thumping wildly. At this moment, the crowd in front of them parted. Long Chen glanced around and stopped. After a while, a man and a woman walked into Long Chen's sight. The woman was holding the man's arm. She was no longer cold. She had a sweet smile on her face. It was Feng Jilin. Seeing her like this, Long Chen was almost blinded. As for the other man, although he had only met Long Chen once, he was an old acquaintance. Long Chen counted on his fingers. It had been 100 days since Lu Junhua was placed in the extreme purple sky fire formation. That was why he appeared in front of Long Chen. Needless to say, Long Chen could feel the hostility in Lu Junhua's eyes. What kind of place was the extreme violet heavenly fire array? That was practically the most severe punishment the punishment hall had. Staying in that inhumane place for 100 days, suffering all sorts of hardships and living such a long time without many people around, it would be strange if Lu Junhua didn't want to make Long Chen suffer the most. These two people who hated Long Chen the most were actually together. Long Chen was speechless. Feng Jilin seemed to be sincere. Did she really like Lu Junhua? Long Chen didn't think so. She was probably treating Lu Junhua like Li Tsang again. If that was the case, Long Chen would look down on this woman even more. A while ago, he had planned to help her. Now that he saw her with Lu Junhua, Long Chen cursed in his heart, "If I want to help you, there must be something wrong with my brain." When the two sides met on Sky Street, there was a huge spark. Everyone made way for them. Most importantly, Lu Junhua's hatred for Long Chen was simply monstrous. As soon as he saw Long Chen, the horrifying experiences of the 100 days flashed in his mind. Lu Junhua was about to go crazy. He wished he could immediately tear this guy into pieces. No, even if he tore him into pieces, it wouldn't be enough to erase the hatred in his heart. During those 100 days, Lu Junhua had cried countless times. He had never suffered such pain since he was young. Every time he broke down, he swore that when he came out, he would definitely give Long Chen the most unbearable pain in the world. This was the first day he came out, and he coincidentally met them on Sky Street. At that moment, Lu Junhua's divine essence circulated 10 times faster. If it wasn't for Feng Jilin holding him, he would have already made a move. Long Chen was stunned at first. He knew how much the two hated him. He hadn't passed the minor 3 tribulations, so it wasn't a good time to make a move. He was much calmer than the two. At this moment, he reacted instantly and said with a smile, "What a coincidence, the two of you are also wandering around Sky Street. It's rare to see each other. Why don't we go to the Tsuewei Pavilion next door? Don't worry, I, Long Chen, will treat you today. I guarantee you two will have a good meal." Long Chen's words were like old friends meeting. However, Lu Junhua roared in his heart, "Damn it, I want to kill you. Why are you still drinking?" Feng Jilin and Lu Junhua didn't say anything. They stared at Long Chen with cold eyes. This was the result of them enduring. Otherwise, everyone would see them going crazy. It's not a good time to make a move now. We will endure until the day we can. He has 2 people from the Martial God Palace supporting him. Big brother Lu, just endure this once. Feng Jilin said softly to Lu Junhua. On account of Feng Jilin, Lu Junhua finally suppressed the hatred in his heart. 100 days of the extreme purple heavenly fire formation. He wished he could send Long Chen in as well and let him have a good time. Feng Jilin, who was at the side, was Lu Junhua's only sense of accomplishment. In the past, he didn't like Feng Jilin. She wasn't his type. However, Feng Jilin had some rumors with Long Chen. He was delighted to get such a woman. The only flaw was that Feng Jilin was too pure. She only allowed him to hug her. As for kissing her, forget about it. Little brother Long Chen, I think we should forget about it. These two might not appreciate it. Let's go to the Tsuewei Pavilion first. Yan Qingchen chuckled. How is that possible? You two won't even give me face. Oh, I understand. It seems like you two are in love. We shall not disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Long Chen and Yan Qingchen walked around Lu Junhua and Feng Jilin. When they were halfway, Long Chen felt unhappy. He whispered in Lu Junyue's ear, "Oh, it's been too long. I have forgotten how it feels to be with this woman in bed. If you succeed, don't forget to describe it to me." At that moment, Lu Junyue's expression was incomparably ugly. A green hat was placed on her head. As for Feng Jilin, she was almost driven mad by Long Chen's nonsense. By the time she reacted, Long Chen had already walked far away. "Stop!" Feng Jilin shouted angrily. She wanted to endure it, but she really couldn't. She clearly had nothing going on with Long Chen. However, she was framed by him every time. She couldn't possibly say in front of everyone, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I am a virgin. If you don't believe me, I will take off my pants and show you." Not to mention Feng Jilin, even Lu Junyue couldn't do it. "What? You two want to go to Tsuiwei house again?" Long Chen and Yan Qingchen turned their heads. Yan Qingchen had inherited Nangong Lai's temperament. He wasn't afraid of fighting. He was already rubbing his palms. When the gunpowder was about to explode, someone in the crowd applauded. Everyone looked and saw that it was Ji Luyun from Xianming Palace. Long Chen turned his head. It was a man with a seductive appearance. If it wasn't for his Adam's apple, he would have thought it was a woman. His seductiveness made people fall in love with him. To be honest, he was even more seductive than Feng Jilin. Long Chen had heard of this man. He was also in the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Not far from them, Xuezi of the Snow Lotus Palace was here as well. Xuezi wore a purple veil over her face. Her figure was graceful and her face couldn't be seen clearly. However, she was quiet and elegant. She wasn't as cold and arrogant as Feng Jilin. However, deep in her bones, there was an unresolvable distance between her and the others. In a short time, all the young experts from the 3,000 palaces had arrived. The one who applauded was Ji Luhua. She looked at the crowd charmingly and said, "All of you are so powerful, but this heavenly street isn't a place to fight. If you fight here, you will be punished. Why don't we make a bet? What does everyone think?" Long Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Tell me, how should we bet?" Ji Luyun had an idea and said, "The imperial star is round, with the imperial star as the center. On the other side of the celestial street is Violet Bamboo Mountain. That place produces a type of violet snow bamboo. Let's compete in speed. Whoever gets the violet snow bamboo and returns here first will be the victor." What does everyone think? It was a good idea, but the problem was how to determine the punishment. As for the bet, we have a total of 6 participants. Let's do it this way. The first place can slap the 4th, 5th, and 6th place. The second place can choose 2 people from the 4th, 5th, and 6th place and slap them. The third place can choose 1 person from the 4th, 5th, and 6th place and slap them. What do you guys think? Isn't it very exciting? If you're unlucky enough to be ranked 4th, 5th, or 6th, I'm afraid your little face will be swollen. Ji Luyun giggled. He was a man, but he was so seductive. Long Chen wanted to slap him to death. If he won first place, he would slap him first. As for the competition, Long Chen didn't really care. He knew very well that in terms of speed, no one could compare to him, who had the Golden Thunder Nether Dragon. Ji Luyun and the others didn't understand Long Chen's situation. They were looking for trouble. Of course, the actual competition would depend on the situation. It was just a slap, and no battle skills could be used. Although it wouldn't be able to kill someone, it would still make them lose a lot of face, especially since the hidden dragon rank battles were about to start. Before that, whoever lost would feel ashamed when they got on the stage. Ji Liuyun's competition was indeed interesting. As for Yan Qingchen, he didn't have an advantage in terms of speed, but he was like Nangong Lai, someone who liked to join in the fun. He would just get slapped a few times. Therefore, he was the first to say, "This competition is not bad. It's very interesting." Count me in. I'll join. I've always wanted to slap Lu Junyue's cheeks, and you, Ji Liuyun's. You better watch out this time. Since that was the case, Long Chen naturally smiled and said, I will participate. However, I don't know if the other two dare to do so. He pointed at Lu Junyue and Feng Jilin. Lu Junyue was afraid that Long Chen wouldn't dare to join. Seeing him join, Lu Junyue laughed in her heart. Thinking about how she could slap Long Chen before the hidden dragon rank battles, it was also a kind of revenge. Especially since Long Chen had said so much earlier, Lu Junyue wouldn't care if she didn't slap his teeth away. They had been slapped in the face in public. They were all people with status. This match was a challenge for them. Since Feng Jilin and Lu Junyue had joined, only Shuezi was left. Long Chen didn't know this girl well. But at this moment, she didn't say anything and just took a step forward. Ji Luyun laughed, if all 6 of you agree, then it's settled. All the brothers and sisters here, as well as the senior and senior uncles and senior aunts, you'll be the witnesses. If anyone tries to cheat, you'll have to laugh at them. Ji Luyun laughed. These idiots. Don't they know that I'm the fastest among the 3,000 palace disciples? Chapter 1259. This face-slapping competition was very interesting. There were almost 100,000 people wandering around in the Sky Street. In a short time, the news had spread like wildfire. The 6 contestants were all well-known figures in the 3,000 palace. Except for Long Chen and Feng Jilin, the others were all at the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm. Everyone's status was extraordinary. In this world, what could be more refreshing than watching them fight and slap each other? The 6 of them looked at each other. The atmosphere was tense. Since the purple bamboo forest was on the other side of the Imperial Star, it meant that no matter which direction they took, they would reach the Imperial Star. The distance was the same. Of course, they could not take the route of the Martial God Palace. Otherwise, they would have to take a long detour. Since everyone has agreed, then let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. I can't wait to slap some people. Long Chen laughed and said. Everyone laughed. Everyone was confident in themselves. At the very least, they would be able to enter the top 3. As long as they could enter the top 3, they wouldn't need to be beaten, they could beat people up instead. To Lu Junyue, if he didn't care about his reputation, it would be enough for him to get 3rd place. Because the only person he wanted to beat to death was Long Chen. A slap in the face. This was a great humiliation. Especially since there were 2 women present. When they thought of how their delicate faces were flushed red, everyone's heart would definitely ache when they thought of it. Feng Jilin was restless. Whenever she saw Long Chen, she could not control her emotions. It was as if he tugged at her heartstrings all the time. You talk big. Usually, those who like to boast will lose miserably in a real fight. I think you will be slapped 3 times. Feng Jilin said to Long Chen. Long Chen smiled indifferently. Even if I am going to suffer 3 tribulations, I will make you cry. Of course, this was what he thought. He and Yan Qingchen looked at each other. They were ready. At this moment, the celestial street was in an uproar. Countless people gathered around to watch, discussing and clamoring. Ji Luyun drew a circle with a diameter of more than 20 meters on the ground. Only after obtaining the violet snow bamboo and returning to this circle would the mission be considered completed. Tianjie was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about the 6 young geniuses' face-slapping battle. For a moment, no one was doing business. 100,000 people had gathered around. Some of the smarter ones had already started to place bets. With their business acumen, they were able to place bets in a very short period of time. Without a doubt, Long Chen's odds were the highest. At the same time, there were also bets that directly guessed the rankings. These bets had the highest odds, but how many people could guess the entire rankings? In any case, under Ji Liuhua's lead, the competition officially began. When the announcement was made, Long Chen and Yan Qingchen moved forward together. The two of them chose a direction and instantly disappeared from the crowd's sight. The others also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Their speed was simply astonishing. Lu Junhua and the other three are at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. How could Long Chen and Feng Jilin be so fast? That's strange. I bet that Long Chen will be the last one, but judging from his speed, I don't think he will be the last one. Am I wrong? The crowd was in an uproar. At this time, they could only wait obediently. At the same time, the gambling increased again. More and more people placed their bets, and more people placed their bets. Out of the 100,000 people, almost 10,000 had participated. Long Chen did not unleash his full speed, he was only at the same speed as Yan Qingchen. Although Yan Qingchen had a large build, he was not the slowest among the 6 of them in terms of speed, at least there was not a big gap between them. In terms of speed, Long Chen and Feng Jilin were the fastest. Long Chen was fast because of the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon, while Feng Jilin was fast because she had already reached the 8th level of the divine martial realm and she was proficient in the Wind Dao. Wind was the symbol of speed. However, she was also with Lu Junhua. Lu Junhua was already very fast and Feng Jilin was only slightly faster than him. In the process of advancing at high speed, the wind whistled past him, and the surrounding scenery quickly swept past him. Brother Long Chen, you should leave first. With your speed, it won't be a problem for you to get the first place, said Yan Qingchen while gasping for breath. Don't worry, I underestimated them, said Long Chen with a domineering smile. Yan Qingchen couldn't help but admire Long Chen. Most of his speed came from his physical body, not his divine energy. In terms of endurance, he surpassed everyone else. Therefore, when Yan Qingchen was tired, Long Chen didn't show any signs of fatigue. The body of an ancestor dragon couldn't be tired by such a small thing. In order not to be a burden to Long Chen, Yan Qingchen was rather hard-working as well. His speed was extraordinarily fast. Long Chen thought that it was about time. After around 4 hours, the two of them arrived at the purple bamboo forest that Ji Liuhui had mentioned. Their speed was normal and not considered slow. By the time Long Chen arrived, he could already sense that the other 3 teams had arrived. Feng Jilin and Lu Junhua were in one team while Ji Liuhui and Xue Zi were in another team. None of them had used their trump cards earlier on. Based on their normal speed, they should have arrived at the same time. The purple snow bamboo before them covered the entire mountain. The purple bamboo had lush leaves and branches. From afar, it looked like a sea of snow. No wonder it was called the purple snow bamboo. It was exceptionally beautiful. By the time Long Chen arrived, the others had more or less obtained their purple snow bamboo. Lu Junhua and the others were not too far away from him. Given their speed, they would arrive in an instant. Long Chen and Yan Qingchen were slightly slower. At this time, everyone had different reactions. After Xue Zi obtained the purple snow bamboo, she immediately turned around and went back. Ji Liuhui, on the other hand, intended to destroy all the purple snow bamboo. As for Lu Junhua, of course, she was heading towards Long Chen. There was no one around and no one was bothered. This was the best time to teach Long Chen a lesson. If Long Chen was injured, his speed of returning would definitely be greatly reduced. The return journey was where the real fight would begin. Feng Jilin stood at the side and didn't make a move. On the other side, Ji Liuhui waved her hand. Instantly, a wave of energy spread out in the shape of a fan, turning the entire purple bamboo forest into ashes. The energy then spread towards Long Chen. At this critical moment, Yan Qingchen rushed forward and Long Chen instantly increased his speed. Before Ji Liuhui could destroy the purple bamboo forest, Long Chen chopped down 2 bamboos and placed them into the Taishu realm. If they were one step slower, they wouldn't be able to obtain the purple snow bamboo. Even if they returned, they wouldn't be able to get a ranking. Luckily, Long Chen was fast. If Long Chen had gone to block Lu Junhua and Yan Qingchen had gone to get the purple snow bamboo, they might not have been able to get it. That was close. Looking back, Yan Qingchen and Lu Junhua were engaged in an intense battle while Feng Zhilin was watching. In such a short period of time, it was impossible for the two of them to win. After Long Chen took the purple snow bamboo, Feng Zhilin was already in front of him. Just as she was about to attack Long Chen increased his speed and disappeared from Feng Zhilin's sight in the blink of an eye. You want to catch up to me? In your next life. This was what Long Chen said to her. Before leaving, Long Chen rushed towards Yan Qingchen. He extended his hand and pulled Yan Qingchen, who was fighting with Lu Junhua, away. Seeing this, Ji Liuai also rushed back. Goodbye, the two of you. Long Chen laughed and left with Yan Qingchen. Lu Junhua's eyes turned cold as she chased after Long Chen with Feng Zhilin. They did not intend to fight for first and second place. Instead, they wanted to trap Long Chen and Yan Qingchen. Hence, they chased after Long Chen and Yan Qingchen. Long Chen maintained Yan Qingchen's speed. Hence, as long as Feng Zhilin and Lu Junhua went all out, they would be able to catch up to them. Two groups of people. One group ran while the other group chased. Their speed was extremely fast and the scene was spectacular. Long Chen, if this goes on, they will definitely catch up to us in less than an hour. What should we do? Yan Qingchen knew that Long Chen was fast. However, in terms of fighting strength, he knew that Long Chen was still a level lower than them. In terms of fighting strength, he also realized that Feng Zhilin seemed to have reached LV8 of the divine martial realm. If the two of them attacked Yan Qingchen together, they would definitely cause a lot of trouble for him. Don't worry, I will teach you a lesson. Just focus on moving forward, Long Chen said with a smile. Yan Qingchen did not know where Long Chen got his confidence from. At Sky Street, everyone was waiting anxiously. Who would be the first one to come back? Currently, as Shuizi was focused, she did not move at all. Hence, she was the fastest. After an hour, Lu Junhua and Feng Zhilin caught up with them. Their speed was almost the same, hence it took them half an hour to catch up. This process of chasing almost drove Lu Junhua and Feng Zhilin crazy. Seeing that they were about to catch up, they could only close the gap slowly. As long as they caught up with them, they were confident that they could kill Long Chen and Yan Qingchen. Lu Junhua cursed along the way. Finally, they caught up with Long Chen. Needless to say, they were extremely excited. Yan Qingchen was indeed panicking. At this moment, Long Chen did not say anything. The scarlet blood tenebris appeared in his hand. He used the 9-dragon scripture and ruthlessly swept towards Lu Junhua and Feng Zhilin. Lu Junhua laughed loudly. Long Chen was desperate. His fist collided with Long Chen's. Both of their strengths were not weak. Although Lu Junhua was much stronger, in mid-air, the only effect was to increase the speed of Long Chen's charge. At the same time, Lu Junhua was also pushed back. The gap between the two of them instantly widened. At this moment, Lu Junhua had the urge to go crazy. It was not easy to close the gap between them in an hour, but Long Chen managed to break it in an instant. As for Feng Zhilin, she did not want to show her strength at this moment. Chapter 1260. Lu Junhua's attack had caused his blood to boil. Long Chen's expression changed. He could feel that the minor 3 tribulations in his body had become more active after this exchange. It was possible that the minor 3 tribulations were about to descend. There's no more time. At this moment, Long Chen discussed with Yan Qingchen and allowed him to enter his great virtual realm. He then activated his blood escape technique. Given his current speed, the speed of the blood escape technique was simply heaven-defying. Although Lu Junhua was running at his fastest speed, Long Chen's blood escape technique was still able to instantly disappear from his sight. 50 kilometers away, Long Chen used time reversal to restore his body to the state he was in 10 breaths of time ago. His divine essence was completely restored, and at the same time, the pulsing tribulations of the minor 3 tribulations were suppressed by time reversal. However, Long Chen estimated that it wouldn't be long before the tribulations descended. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Long Chen was extremely excited. The blood escape technique allowed him to increase the distance between him and everyone else. At this moment, he finally displayed his fastest speed and turned into a golden bolt of lightning. In terms of speed, he was definitely the fastest among the group. Even Shuizi, who was running in front, was already overtaken by Long Chen when he used the blood escape technique. At this moment, it was impossible for her to catch up to Long Chen. This was also the reason why Long Chen was so relaxed. From the start, he was destined to be the first. Only when they were close to Heaven Street did Long Chen let out the silly Yan Qingchen. There was clearly still a distance between them and the rest. Long Chen nudged Yan Qingchen. Yan Qingchen came to a realization and followed Long Chen towards Heaven Street. Although Yan Qingchen didn't know where Long Chen got his mysterious skills from, he knew that they were definitely first and second. Thinking about it, Yan Qingchen was extremely excited. At this moment, it was about time for the 6 martial artists to return. Everyone was waiting anxiously. The ranking of Long Chen and the rest was related to their wealth. Naturally, they were looking forward to the birth of this suspense. Who will be the first? I'm guessing it's Ji Luhua. He's the one who proposed the bet, so he must be confident. No, I think it should be Lu Junhua. The Sky God Palace has always been the #1 palace. Throughout history, many of the most powerful warriors have come from the Sky God Palace. Plus, Lu Junhua was ranked 10th in the Hidden Dragon rank 500 years ago, not to mention now. I think the Snow Lotus Palace's Shuizi is also a possibility. The crowd was in a heated discussion, each with their own opinions. However, no one thought that Long Chen would be able to become the champion. As for Yan Qingchen, based on his size, it was obvious that he was not fast. Therefore, no one thought that he would be able to become the champion. Although the odds for Long Chen were high, not many people dared to bet on him. Only a few Evil Dragon Palace disciples gritted their teeth and placed bets on Long Chen winning. It was almost time. Everyone was very excited. Many people began to expand the range of their divine sense to the maximum, wanting to see the person who came back as soon as possible. Someone's back. 2 people. When the voice was heard, the crowd was shocked. Thinking about it, wasn't it Lu Junhua and Feng Jilin? Indeed, Lu Junhua was the strongest. However, in the next moment, many people were dumbfounded. Of the 2 people who were flying over, one of them had a huge body and was clearly not Feng Jilin. The other person did not seem to be Lu Junhua either. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already landed in the circle that Ji Luhua had drawn. Both of them were holding a purple snow bamboo. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The appearance of the 2 people in front of them clearly made them unable to react for a moment. This had completely exceeded their expectations. Wasn't this the Evil Dragon Palace Master and Yan Qingchen? Why are they so fast? In that instant, the crowd could not wrap their heads around it. Didn't this mean that out of Shuizi, Ji Luhua, Lu Junhua and Feng Jilin, 3 of them would be slapped in the face? This. Everyone was dumbfounded. Then, many people thought of the money they had bet and immediately felt their hearts ache. They did not blame Long Chen and Feng Jilin for being the first to return. They blamed themselves for being blind. Ever since the Evil Dragon Palace Master appeared, he had been creating miracles one after another. Yet, they had underestimated him. Wasn't this pure idiocy? In the circle, Long Chen and Yan Qingchen looked at each other and smiled. Now, it was time to feel good. Long Chen had entered first, so he was first. Yan Qingchen had waited for Long Chen to enter before entering, so he was second. For a moment, everyone was in a heated discussion. How is this possible? How are they so fast? The others have yet to return. What is going on? Long Chen and Yan Qingchen are actually so powerful. My divine crystals. All sorts of cries could be heard. There were also people who were in awe of Long Chen and Long Chen's name. Most of these people were disciples of the evil dragon palace. Many people were already looking forward to what would happen next. What a magnificent scene it would be. Half an hour later, the third place was finally revealed. Shuizi and Ji Luhua followed closely behind. Ji Liuhua's speed was indeed a bit faster than Shuizi, but because Shuizi had set off first, Ji Luhua was unable to catch up to Shuizi until the very last moment. Ji Luhua could only blame herself for wanting to destroy the purple bamboo forest. However, Ji Luhua and Shuizi clearly did not know that Long Chen and Yan Qingchen had returned first. When she saw them, Shuizi was startled. However, she did not hesitate and rushed into the circle. Ji Luhua, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. In just a moment, the top 3 spots were already gone. The top 3 spots were gone. Ji Luhua was dumbfounded. He knew what this meant. It meant that he would be slapped in the face in front of everyone. The funniest thing was that he was the one who had set up the bet. For a moment, Ji Liuhua's face turned red. In just a short while, the gloomy Feng Jilin and the flustered Lu Junue had returned. Even though they were far away, their divine senses had already sensed that the circle had already been occupied. These 3 people were Long Chen, Yan Qingchen, and Shuizi. The 2 of them and Ji Luhua were stunned in the air. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. What interesting things would happen next? Would those geniuses who kept their word go back on their words? While they were still harboring such thoughts, how could Long Chen let them off? He was in a hurry, so he chuckled and said, "I'm really sorry, I was a step ahead and took first place. The 3 of you are people who keep their promises. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to accept your loss. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble the 3 of you to come down." Yan Qingchen also smiled and said, "That's right. There are 100,000 people on this sky street as witnesses. The few of you are all disciples of the super halls. Of course, your words are worth a lot. Don't worry, I'm just putting on an act. I might not hit you too hard." Shuizi did not say anything. However, her disdainful gaze made Lu Junue and the others feel even more uncomfortable. Long Chen noticed Feng Jilin. Her face was pale and her fists were clenched tightly. Her arms were trembling. It was obvious that she was trying her best to control her strength. Lu Junue was even worse. The extreme amethyst heavenly fire formation was given to her by Long Chen. He had lost the battle of slapping again. He was actually slapped in the face in front of so many people. Furthermore, he could not resist. This was a great humiliation. However, now was not the time to go back on their words. They silently landed on the ground. The 3 of them lowered their heads and were extremely sullen. Especially Feng Jilin. She was the only female among them. She was even more embarrassed than the others. "I'll go first." Yan Qingchen was not afraid of anything. When the 3 of them landed on the ground, he walked over without saying anything. He looked at the 3 of them and smiled. "Of course, I can't hit a good girl. I'll just have to choose the 2 of you." Yan Qingchen's actions were very big. Even though Ji Liuhui and Lu Junue were glaring at him, he still made a move and slapped both of their faces. Slap, slap. 2 loud sounds could be heard. Yan Qingchen's slaps were extremely heavy. Both of their faces immediately turned red and swollen. "Yan Qingchen, you're courting death." Lu Junue was so angry that he fainted. Seeing that he was about to retaliate, the surrounding crowd hissed. Lu Junue's reputation was already bad because of the incident with Jiang Cha. This time, he was even more despised. Ji Liuhui covered her face and looked at Yan Qingchen with an aggrieved expression. Long Chen did not have much time. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he pushed Yan Qingchen behind him and walked in front of Ji Liuai. I didn't want to touch you at first. However, since you want to destroy the purple snow bamboo, I'll do it for you. Pa! Long Chen's attack was naturally heavier than Yan Qingchen's. He slapped Ji Liuai's left cheek, causing her face to swell up like a pig's head. You! Ji Liuai was unconvinced in her heart. However, there was nothing she could do. Today, she had shot herself in the foot. However, the enmity between her and Long Chen was already set in stone. Next was Lu Junyue. Without saying anything, Long Chen slapped Lu Junyue's face with all his strength. Boom! Lu Junyue cried out in pain. His entire body was smashed into the ground, causing a large area of the ground to crack. Lu Junyue's face was almost smashed by Long Chen. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Ji Liuai was still cursing Long Chen for being too heavy-handed. However, when he saw how Long Chen dealt with Lu Junyue, he shut his mouth. A commotion broke out among the crowd. They could not help but recall the scene of Long Chen fighting against the Divine Palace leader in the true martial palace. This young man's courage was simply too ridiculous. He was the son of the Divine Palace leader. Not only did Long Chen send him into the extreme purple heavenly fire formation, he even slapped Lu Junyue's face so bravely. Long Chen. Honestly speaking, Long Chen's attack had already injured Lu Junyue. His heart was filled with boundless anger. Was there anything more unbearable than this? However, Lu Junyue understood that he would definitely not be able to kill Yi Futian if he attacked him today. However, he would have a chance if he waited until the hidden dragon ranking for a month. If he attacked Yi Futian now, it would only make him look more like a coward. Chapter 1261. At this moment, Long Chen was already standing in front of Feng Jilin. Previously, Long Chen really didn't want to continue being entangled with her, but she still didn't give up. Long Chen stared at her with a gaze that terrified Feng Jilin. She really didn't expect that Long Chen would be so ruthless to Lu Junyue. This was only a bet, but if he treated her like this, thinking about it, she felt her hair stand on end. Long Chen raised his hand. Feng Jilin squinted her eyes. At this moment, he gently put down his hand and patted Feng Jilin's delicate face. That crisp sound was like a caress, like a senior doting on a junior. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but have a strange expression. No matter what, we came from the same place. There's no need to pursue the past grudges. I've already apologized for what happened last time. I hope you understand. Then, Long Chen called out to Yan Qingchen. It was time for him to go through the minor 3 tribulations. The crowd looked at Long Chen with incomparable respect. From Long Chen, they could see a trace of the aura of an overlord. If this youth continued to grow, he would definitely not be simple. Look at Lu Junyue, who was slapped in the face. He was such a powerful figure in the past, but now, he was being stepped on by this youth. The crowd couldn't help but look forward to the hidden dragon rank battle in a month's time. Because of Long Chen's appearance, that battle would definitely be so spectacular. Lu Junyue was also waiting for that battle. That battle would truly wipe away the humiliation that Long Chen had brought him. It wouldn't be as easy as killing Long Chen. Feng Jilin was still in a daze. Very soon, her eyes turned cold. Now that you know I'm powerful, you want me to not touch you? Long Chen, you're still too naive. Feng Jilin laughed cruelly in her heart. Slap. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Shuizi suddenly sped up and slapped Feng Jilin's face. For a moment, there was complete silence. Yan Qingchen didn't hit her, Long Chen didn't hit her, Shuizi only had one slot and she didn't even know Feng Jilin, but she still slapped Feng Jilin. For a moment, no one understood what was going on. Without another word, Shuizi turned around and left. Under the veil, her calm eyes were filled with provocation. Don't think that no one dares to hit you. After saying that, she turned around and left with the disciples of the Snow Lotus Hall, leaving Feng Jilin with a graceful back view. Long Chen turned his head and looked at Xue Zi of the Snow Lotus Hall. He could only smile bitterly. This woman was obviously putting on a show for him. She was very dissatisfied with Long Chen sparing Feng Jilin. Let's go. The two of them quickly returned to the evil dragon palace. News of what had happened in the heavenly street spread like wildfire. A few days later, almost everyone in the 3,000 palaces knew that Lu Junhua, Feng Jilin, and Ji Liuai had been slapped in the face. This kind of humiliation would be washed away in the Hidden Dragon rank battle. Everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the Hidden Dragon rank battle. Long Chen might have the upper hand in terms of speed, but in terms of battle, that might not be the case. After returning to the evil dragon palace, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai received news from Long Chen. Yan Qinshan had returned to the Crimson Sky Hall, while Long Chen had followed them out of the sacred martial palace and the Imperial Star. After traveling for a day, they finally found a suitable place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Nangong Lai looked around and said, "This is it. With the two of us guarding you, you can focus on the heavenly tribulation. Here are 5 amethyst jadeite pills. They can help you recover from your injuries and use them at critical moments." Long Chen was very touched as he accepted it. Last time, when he performed a blood sacrifice, they used an amethyst jadeite pill to help Long Chen recover from his injuries. This time, they gave him 5 pills. "How do you feel?" Han Yunxing asked. Long Chen felt the urge in his body and had a feeling. He said, "Don't worry, I will be here within 3 days." Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai nodded and said, "Just in time to get through the Hidden Dragon ranking tournament." "Don't worry," Long Chen smiled confidently. He had never been afraid of a heavenly tribulation, no matter how big it was. With Long Chen's name, they were completely relieved. In the deep valley, Long Chen sat with his legs crossed. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai did not dare to get too close. They shared their experiences with Long Chen and guarded within a 10-mile radius. With their speed, they could reach the 10-mile radius in an instant. Originally, they did not need to be so careful with a small heavenly tribulation. However, Long Chen's situation was special, so it was a different story. After they left, the surroundings became quiet. Long Chen closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. At this moment, he walked out of the hustle and bustle into an extremely quiet world. In his body, apart from his own power, there were a total of 3 forces entrenched in his body. They were a gray whirlwind, a black flame, and a purple thunderbolt. These 3 powers circled and intertwined with each other. At first, they were at peace with Long Chen, but they were not under Long Chen's control, so he did not know where they came from. Days passed. Finally, at a certain time, the 3 powers exploded at the same time. They were originally in Long Chen's body. When the powers exploded, it destroyed Long Chen's body the fastest. At this moment, the 3 minor heavenly tribulations descended at the same time. When the 3 powers mixed together, the effect was similar to what Long Chen had expected. It far exceeded 1 power. The gray whirlwind was like a rotating blade. It was the Oblivion Wind Tribulation. The black flame was scorching and devouring, while the purple thunderbolt was domineering and violent. Once the 3 powers mixed together, it was unstoppable. At the first moment, Long Chen felt the taste of pain. A few miles away from Long Chen, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai did not look relaxed. Little Chen's 3 minor heavenly tribulations are so powerful at the beginning. They are more than 10 times stronger than ordinary people. When the 3 powers are mixed together, even a warrior at LV7 of the divine martial arts realm may not be able to survive. Even if he can, he will be crippled. For the heavenly tribulations, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai could only help Long Chen with elixirs at most. As for the rest, it was up to Long Chen to survive by himself. The gray wind swept and the black flame surrounded every part of Long Chen's body. The 9 heavens thunder tribulation also entangled every part of Long Chen's body. The 3 powers of destruction unfolded at the same time. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains swayed. Long Chen was surrounded by wind, fire, and thunder and completely disappeared. To be honest, Long Chen could easily endure a lot of physical pain. But this time, he did not know why. At the beginning, he had a feeling of despair and giving up. Perhaps the 3 minor heavenly tribulations were too terrifying. It was as if he was being deliberately troubled by some existence. He held his breath. This was a calamity that came from the inside out of the body. There was no way to dispel it or resist it. The only way was to endure it. Every part of his body felt like it was being cut by countless blades under the destruction of the wind, fire, and lightning elements. This kind of pain could never be understood unless one experienced it personally. The power of Long Chen's wind, fire, and thunder tribulation was almost equal to the power of thousands of people. Heaven was jealous of geniuses. This was probably what it meant. A suffocating despair enveloped him. Long Chen suddenly realized that the attacks of the 3 minor heavenly tribulations were not only destructive, but also a very difficult to resist spiritual power. Only then did Long Chen remember why he felt so hopeless at the beginning. If it was him in the past, he would definitely not give up so easily. Gray whirlwinds danced in front of him. These whirlwinds were formed from countless tiny blades, and they tore off pieces of flesh from Long Chen's body. Those black flames burned his internal organs and bones until they were incomparably black. There was also the most terrifying lightning tribulation of the 9 heavens. They were like 9 lightning snakes that crazily stirred within his body, shattering his bones and turning many things into powder. The mental pressure was so great that it could cause one to collapse. Long Chen had a rebellious spirit in his bones. This was completely compatible with the ancient blood spiritual dragon. He gritted his teeth and took out an amethyst jade pill from the great virtual realm. Just as he was about to take it, Long Chen suddenly realized that he did not know how long the 3 minor heavenly tribulations would last. If he took the pill at the beginning, he would have enough later. Endure. At this thought, Long Chen put the amethyst jade pill away. He was such a person. The more he was bullied, the stronger he would be. At this moment, he bit the tip of his tongue hard. Blood spurted out and stimulated his brain at the same time. Do you think you can make me, Long Chen, despair? His body was drenched in blood, but he had a cold smile on his face. He sat upright, and at this moment, his blood-red eyes exploded with endless power. His recovery ability was rather shocking. Despite the shocking destructive power of the 3 minor heavenly tribulations, Long Chen was still recovering. As if sensing Long Chen's provocation, the power of the 3 minor heavenly tribulations increased again. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were shocked. This was because the land within a 5-kilometer radius of Long Chen was completely covered by the Oblivion Wind Tribulation, Fire Tribulation, and 9th Heaven Lightning Tribulation. Old Han, is he going to die just like that? Nangong Lai said worriedly. Han Yunxing smiled faintly and said, "Why do you have no confidence?" Nangong Lai, are you still the fearless you? Nangong Lai smiled helplessly and said, "If I care, I will have concerns." Han Yunxing came to a realization and smiled. "I did not expect you to have such a tender side. Don't worry, although the situation is not good, I still believe in him." As he spoke, in the middle of the terrifying tribulations in the barren valley, a blood-red divine dragon roared at the sky and looked down at the firmament. P.S. Tomorrow is Monday. Flowers, and, add to the bookshelf, are very important for a new book to enter the new book ranking. The new book ranking determines the development of a book. Madman is where he is today without the help of his brothers. I hope that everyone can vote, flowers, for Genius Sword Deity. Madman thanks everyone. I hope that everyone will pay more attention to the new work of Genius Sword Deity while reading. Chapter 1262. The power of the heavens tribulation was something that Long Chen had never experienced since he started cultivating. It was a torment that no one could possibly endure. Only now did Long Chen dare to imagine how terrifying the nirvana tribulation would be. No wonder the Yang family's heavenly ancestor would rather change his body than endure the nirvana tribulation. One could not avoid the nirvana tribulation. Even if one did not cultivate and attracted the nirvana tribulation could still take one's life after 1,000 years. As long as one stepped into the nirvana tribulation realm, it meant that one was sailing against the current. If one did not advance, one would fall back. Of course, the path of cultivation was despairing. This was because after the nirvana tribulation, legend had it that there was an even more terrifying 9 reincarnation tribulation. This was a path with no future. Perhaps one could become a true god that could control all things after passing the 2 tribulations. To Long Chen, this was still too far away. What was tormenting him now was only the 3 minor tribulations that ordinary warriors could pass. The difference was that he had passed the 3 minor tribulations at the same time. In Long Chen's opinion, he had endured countless hardships over the years, but he had never made a sound. Although this was the most terrifying experience, it also couldn't subdue his proud heart. When he formed the dragon's will, he relied on the unyielding strength of his spirit. This was his own strength, and also the strength of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Amidst the excruciating pain, Long Chen discovered that while the destructive power of the 3 minor tribulations was destroying his body, it was also causing him to undergo a new transformation. His destroyed and scorched muscles were growing back, becoming even more stable and resilient than before. Perhaps this was just like the nirvana tribulation. The tribulation was a killing tribulation, but at the same time, it was also the hope of rebirth. Nirvana meant rebirth. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were so shocked that their expressions changed. The 3 minor tribulations of Long Chen actually had the smell of the nirvana tribulation. This was too terrifying. No one would believe it if they told others about it. If not for the fact that Long Chen seemed to be able to resist, the 2 of them would probably have gone crazy. Little Chen, what is the dragon's blood essence that he obtained? Why is it so envied by the heavens? Han Yunxing's voice was trembling. From what I see, even your sword spirit Emperor Palace's void refinement realm demon dragon isn't at this level. Little Chen is only at the 4th level of the divine martial realm, yet he can already defeat a 7th level divine martial realm martial artist. Such a heaven-defying feat, he must have obtained the inheritance blood essence, which far surpasses the void refinement realm demon dragon. Han Yunxing thought so too. He pondered and said, then the dragon's blood essence must have been left to him. That's right. It's naturally impossible for him to find such a precious item. Back then, this was Nangong Lai's dream. Nangong Lai smiled helplessly. Han Yunxing rolled his eyes at him and said in a low voice, it's not just you. Billions of martial artists on the dragon sacrificial continent dream of becoming dragon martial artists. However, after becoming a dragon warrior, the tribulations would be stronger than would be Chen would be. Long Chen was like that. The endless tempering had completely submerged his thoughts. He was like a small boat rocking in a raging sea. The violent wind and waves tore his body into pieces. Long Chen truly felt that his body was being torn into 2 halves. However, his powerful recovery ability allowed him to pull the 2 halves back together. A new round of fusion began between his flesh and bones. This process was a process that made people want to die. In Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai's vision, the terrifying natural disaster was wreaking havoc within a radius of more than 10 miles. They reckoned that anyone below the 7th level of the divine martial realm would die if they were touched by this natural disaster. Under the 3 tribulations was a part of the power of the nirvana tribulation. When the nirvana tribulation descended, the power of the tribulations increased tenfold. At the same time, the recovery ability of Long Chen's body also increased tenfold. Whether they could survive or not depended on themselves. For others, it would take at most 1 day to survive a tribulation. However, for Long Chen, it was destined to be a long battle. What surprised Long Chen the most was that he did not use any of the 5 amethyst jadeite elixirs that Han Yinxing and the others had prepared for him. After a day, Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai were shocked. The 3 minor tribulations had not passed yet, and they seemed to be getting more and more intense. They had doubted whether Long Chen would be able to persevere, but when they saw that the illusory dragon's soul was extremely weak, it was still able to maintain its proud and unyielding roar, rolling through the endless tribulations, they felt relieved. Judging from the situation, it would not end so soon. The longer time passed, the more they admired Long Chen. This strengthened their determination to follow this young man until death. When the two of them looked at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. This little guy could be described as a heaven-defying monster to be able to endure to such an extent. They had never seen the Nirvana tribulation before, but they could imagine how terrifying it was. For them, who were about to face the Nirvana tribulation, Long Chen's 3 minor tribulations could be a very valuable experience for them. Time passed day by day. Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai did not know what kind of transformation Long Chen had gone through. The only thing they knew was that Long Chen's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and that he had never taken the amethyst jadeite elixir. He relied on his own tenacity and endured the power of the 3 minor tribulations bit by bit. Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai were already in awe of him. They felt that even if they were facing the same level of tribulations, they would definitely not be able to do this. They might not even be able to do what Long Chen had done. In the process of persevering, the young man was also transforming. As he transformed step by step, his aura became more and more vigorous, and his vitality became more and more vigorous. In the center of the catastrophe, a giant beast was gradually waking up. Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai both smiled. They knew that Long Chen had definitely endured it, which meant that he had ushered in a new life. From the 4th LV of the divine martial realm, he had crossed the 3 minor tribulations and reached the peak of the 5th LV of the divine martial realm. In a few days, he would easily reach the 6th LV of the divine martial realm, the supreme golden body. It could be said that this time, his strength had crossed a major realm. Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai were not clear about the specifics, but they had already sensed that Long Chen's aura had already made them palpitate. This was not just the strength of his divine spirit, but more of a natural pressure from the god martial soul. Long Chen's dragon-shaped god martial soul was like an upper-class creature in the sky, something that humans revered. This feeling, is this a dragon? Nangong Lai was a little confused. We 2 old guys may not be of much use to the young master for long. While his cultivation has not surpassed ours, let's do more for him, Han Yinxing said helplessly. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. With Long Chen's current speed, 1 year was equivalent to 10 or 100 years for others. In terms of combat power, if Long Chen really passed the 3 minor tribulations, he would definitely be the best among the younger generation of the 3,000 palaces. With his speed, it was only a matter of time before he caught up with Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai. Although the higher the level of the divine martial realm, the greater the gap would be. Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai still felt the pressure. In the depths of the valley, there was a sudden explosion of life force. This was a brand new body of Long Chen created by half of the ancestral dragon essence blood. This time, there was another leap in his strength. On the 15th day, the Oblivion Wind Calamity, Fire Devouring Calamity, and 9 Heavens Thunder Calamity finally dispersed. In the middle of the countless calamities, a young man stood in the air with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. This young man was Long Chen. At this moment, he had been reborn. His skin was extremely smooth, like that of a newborn, but he had a toughness that a newborn did not have. His muscles were well-defined and full of evil temptation. He did not have the explosive muscles of Yan Qingchen, but he was not skinny either. Every part of his muscles was just right and could be said to be perfect. Long Chen's original body was not perfect to this extent. After the baptism of the Nirvana tribulation and the 3 minor tribulations, he seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis and was reborn. The benefits that Long Chen had received from his rebirth were without a doubt enormous. At this moment, when he opened his eyes, his majestic gaze made Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, who were far away, feel their souls tremble when they saw his gaze. This gaze was definitely not something that a human could have. Of course, it was only for a moment. Long Chen quickly returned to normal. The dazzling light finally dispersed and he used the clothes that Long Chen had found to cover his body. The ordinary-looking but determined man appeared in front of Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai again. He looked no different from before, but in the eyes of Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, they still felt that Long Chen was different from before. In his eyes, there was a more confident strength. Perhaps only Long Chen himself knew how strong Long Chen was now. The arrival and passing of the 3 minor tribulations had brought about a metamorphosis to Long Chen's body. Furthermore, the descent of 1/10 of the ancestral dragon essence blood had allowed his body to reach the 9th grade body refining combat technique. In terms of physical strength, Long Chen was almost at the same level as Nangong Lai. At the same time, his speed had increased at a terrifying rate. He would need to at least reach the peak of the 8th divine martial realm to be able to match Long Chen's speed. Most of all, his divine energy had increased. A powerful force was entrenched in Long Chen's body. The increase in divine energy meant that Long Chen could cultivate the 9 dragon scripture to the 6th stage. The power of the 6th stage of the 9 dragon scripture would not be any weaker than the extreme finger of time. The 9 dragon scripture and the extreme finger of time would definitely form an unparalleled fighting strength for Long Chen. Chapter 1263. Although this wisp of nirvana force wasn't much, it was able to create a great pressure on the warriors who didn't possess it. It was just like how the warriors with the divine image of heaven and earth could create a kind of spiritual pressure on the warriors below the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Nirvana energy was hidden in the divine energy when one was in the divine martial realm. This was almost unprecedented. Even Han Yunxing and the others could not see through this secret. Only Long Chen could feel it. He knew that because of the existence of nirvana energy, not only his attacking power but also his recovery power had increased greatly. The 3 minor tribulations had indeed brought about a huge transformation for Long Chen. In the future, when he entered the 6th level of the divine martial realm and absorbed another 10th of the inheritance blood essence, he would become even stronger. For an ordinary martial artist, the 3 minor tribulations would cause their clan's bloodline to be deeply awakened. However, Long Chen had already surpassed this level. There was no longer any Yang clan's bloodline in his body. There was only one kind of bloodline, that of a dragon. Long Chen, who had absorbed half of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, had unknowingly undergone a qualitative leap. Now, whether it was his aptitude or cultivation speed, he was far superior to the so-called super geniuses of the 3 great imperial domains. People like Li Xuanji and Yang Lingqing were considered top-notch geniuses in the 3 regions and 9 realms. There were definitely no such people in the 3,000 palaces. However, in terms of talent, Long Chen was far superior to them. With his soaring speed, he would soon catch up to them. Seeing the transformation of Long Chen, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai sighed. When they first saw Long Chen was only in the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. In the blink of an eye, he had become a strong youth who could fight against a cultivator in the 8th level of the divine martial realm. It seemed that only a year had passed. More than 8 years had passed since the promise of 10 years. It had not been easy for a kid in the 4 basic realms to reach this step. With your current talent, honestly speaking, it would be easy for you to enter the martial god palace. However, in my opinion, you still have to perform well in the hidden dragon ranking before they will be convinced, Han Yunxing said with a smile. For little Chen, this is a piece of cake. Lu Junhua, Ji Liuzhen and the others, who are little Chen's match. Just watch little Chen torture them. To think that these fellows are still thinking about how to torture little Chen when the time comes. If they knew little Chen's current strength, how interesting would their expressions be? Nangong Lai laughed. Long Chen also understood that Lu Junhua and Feng Jilin were waiting for that day to come. At that time, their target would no longer be as simple as him. His strength could be described as abnormal, which filled Long Chen with confidence. Perhaps in just a few more steps, he would become a true super expert of the 3 regions and 9 realms, reaching the peak. Was this the end of cultivation? Would there be other super experts above the Zhenwu Emperor looking down on them? Were there any other places outside the 3 regions and 9 realms? Intuition told Long Chen that the path he wanted to walk was definitely not so simple. What are you going to do next? Nangong Lai asked. I'll cultivate the 9 dragon scripture to the 6th layer first. With my current divine energy, it should not be a problem to use the 6th layer. As for the 3 higher level scales that the 9 dragon scripture needs, I can only search for them when the time comes. There was still half a month before the hidden dragon ranking. In this half a month, Long Chen would definitely have no problem cultivating the 9 dragon scripture to the 6th layer. The mysterious sky jade fire dragon, the ancient azure wood dragon, the icy azure sea dragon, and the 9 heavens wind riding dragon. For the next 2 layers of the 9 dragon scripture, Long Chen chose the 5 mountains dragon, which was an earth attribute divine dragon. For the 6th layer, Long Chen chose the golden thunder dragon scale, which was the one on his arm. However, that was a combination of the dragon soul and the soul-chasing hell thunder. The medium for the 6th layer was the golden thunder dragon scale. The 5th layer was the 5 mountains dragon, which was of the earth attribute. The 6th layer was the golden thunder dragon, which was naturally of the thunder attribute. These 2 dragon scales had been given to Long Chen by Han Yunxing and the others. Although the 9 dragon scripture was getting more and more difficult, Long Chen was now standing at a sufficiently high level. Things that he had previously found difficult were now easy to understand at a glance. The cultivation of the 9 dragon scripture was much easier than the extreme universe finger. Long Chen was still struggling with the next 2 layers of the extreme universe finger. However, the power of the 6th layer of the 9 dragon scripture was not much weaker than the extreme universe finger. Before the extreme universe finger, the 9 dragon scripture was Long Chen's greatest reliance. After spending 5 to 6 days, Long Chen had basically mastered the 6th layer of the 9 dragon scripture. Now, he had undergone a complete transformation, and his talent was even more heaven-defying. The aura of a dragon in his body had gradually revealed itself. It was even a little unconcealable. It was a natural domineering aura. After all the preparations were completed, Long Chen returned to the evil dragon palace with a low profile with his powerful strength. This period of time was the eve of the storm. Everyone was fully prepared for the hidden dragon ranking battle, so nothing big happened in the evil dragon palace. Under Long Chen's leadership, the resources of the evil dragon palace had greatly increased. The disciples' cultivation was all on the right track. With Long Chen around, they seemed to have a spiritual pillar. The strength in their hearts was incomparably strong. After checking on Jiang Cha for a while, Qin Feng was still in a daze. However, the time he had been waiting for had arrived. Palace Master, whether or not I can take revenge depends on you. It's best if you help me kill that bastard Lu Junhua, Qin Feng said through gritted teeth. He had confidence in Long Chen. Don't worry. Lu Junhua. To the current Long Chen, it could be said that the transformation of the minor 3 tribulations had given Long Chen too much. After coming out of the River Heart Pavilion, Shen Tuhong came to find Xiao Chen. He got straight to the point and said, half a month ago, when we confirmed the Evil Dragon Palace's participant list, I already submitted your name. Now, we just have to wait for the Hidden Dragon ranking battle in 8 days. Are you confident of entering the top 10? Long Chen laughed and said, do you have so little confidence in me? I'm counting on myself to take first place. Shen Tuhong was stunned. He could acutely feel that Long Chen was different. However, he did not know what was different. That confidence seemed to be very strong, even changing Shen Tuhong's expression. If you take first place, the ancestors of our evil dragon palace will probably laugh. Shen Tuhong smiled awkwardly. In the past, the people of the Evil Dragon Palace did not even dare to hope for the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, not to mention first place. Right now, Yi Zheng was at the peak of the 6th layer of the Divine Martial Realm. However, in the 3,000 palaces, he would not even make it into the top 300. In this Hidden Dragon ranking battle, aside from the 5 palaces, the other palaces have sent out many experts in an attempt to use their performance to enter the Martial God Palace. You cannot be careless. Oh, that's right, do you understand the rules of the competition? The Hidden Dragon ranking battle is the most important ceremony of our 3,000 palaces. The rules are definitely complicated. Long Chen really did not know about this. He thought that by defeating everyone, he would be able to get first place. Shintu Hong had a chance to show off, so he quickly explained, the Hidden Dragon ranking battle is a grand ceremony that only happens once every 500 years. Many cultivators were recruited by the Martial God Palace through their outstanding performance. The Martial God Palace is the holy land of our true Martial Emperor Palace. Almost everyone's dream is to enter the Martial God Palace. Just focus on the main points. That's all. Long Chen smiled. He also knew that the Martial God Palace was everyone's dream. Shintu Hong rolled his eyes at him. He was talking a lot. At this moment, he could not help but talk non-stop. This Hidden Dragon ranking battle will determine the ranking of the top 100 disciples. It will determine the position of the top 100 disciples in the 3,000 palaces for the next 500 years. The Hidden Dragon ranking battle will be organized by the Punishment Palace. The Martial God Palace will personally send experts to supervise it. The venue will be the largest Hidden Dragon platform in the Imperial Star. Long Chen understood that there was competition when there was a ranking. When the ranking was announced, all the cultivators were not willing to see their ranking drop. They were also not willing to be seen as weaker than the cultivators in front of them. Therefore, they would urge themselves to cultivate, creating a very good cultivation atmosphere. The top 100 ranking is decided by the Punishment Palace's Supreme Elders and the Martial God Palace's Envoy. They are all martial arts seniors, so they can more or less guarantee fairness. After this battle, the Punishment Palace will announce the Hidden Dragon ranking on the Hidden Dragon platform. As long as you enter the top 100, you will be listed on the Golden ranking. For young cultivators, this is a supreme glory, especially for those at the top. They have always been recruited by the Martial God Palace. As for our Evil Dragon Palace, to be honest, no one has been able to enter the Hidden Dragon ranking ever since it was established. Your appearance has fulfilled one of our ancestors' wishes. Shintu Hong said emotionally. Long Chen smiled faintly. The 3,000 palaces method was indeed not bad. For the sake of the Hidden Dragon ranking, almost all the disciples would do their best. Only the top 100 could have that kind of glory. The specific rules of the competition are like this. Shintu Hong then explained the rules of the competition. For a competition, the more novel the rules were, the more interesting it would be. First is the first round. This may be simple for you, but for others, the first round is the most important. This is because for most people, the first round is of utmost importance to being able to enter the Hidden Dragon ranking. There are a total of 30,000 participants in this Hidden Dragon ranking, but only 110 people will be able to pass. On the Hidden Dragon platform, there is a small world called the Warhound's World. There are 110 chaotic sky demonic hounds imprisoned there. These are ferocious beasts of the 7th grade demonic god level. They are rather brutal, and there are only 110 chaotic sky demonic hounds in total. The first round of the test is to put 30,000 people into the Warhound's World for a day. After a day of fighting, whoever has a pair of fangs from the chaotic sky demonic hounds will have the qualifications to advance. The others will all be eliminated. Chapter 1264. The Hidden Dragon ranking tournament is absolutely fair. After 2 rounds of elimination battles, there will definitely be experts fighting each other. One of the experts will be eliminated. Hence, after the 2 rounds of elimination battles, there will be a revival process. The Supreme Elders will choose a few experts from the previous battles to participate in the next round. Once there are 32 spots, the elimination battles will continue. After 2 more rounds, the top 8 will be decided. There are a total of 4 rounds of elimination battles, and 8 truly powerful martial geniuses have been decided. With this strict competition system and revival process, normal young geniuses would be able to make it into the top 8 as long as they are powerful enough. The biggest highlight of the Hidden Dragon rank battles is actually the battles of the top 8. The first round is the Battle of the Warhound's Realm. The second round is the 4 rounds of elimination battles. The third round is the point battle for the top 8. That is to say, as long as you enter the top 8, you will fight against the other 7. Everyone will start with 5 points. If you lose a battle, you will lose 1 point. If you win a battle, you will get 1 point. If it is a draw, the points will not change. The point battle will be held every day. After 7 days, the cultivator with the highest points will be the champion. It is really complicated. Long Chen blushed with shame. However, he understood, especially the point battle at the end. This was a direct way to see the most accurate ranking. If it was just the elimination battles, it would be more difficult to see the ranking. The most important thing was that as long as you entered the top 8, you would have to fight against all the opponents. Long Chen pondered for a while. These opponents should include Lu Junhua, Feng Jilin, Ji Luhua, Xue Zi, and even Yan Qingchen. Everyone fighting against each other, that would be really exciting. If one could obtain 7 consecutive victories, it would definitely startle the Martial God Palace. In fact, Long Chen knew that the Martial God Palace definitely knew his name by now. There was no reason for them not to know what he had done in the demonic shadow world. They had not made any moves. They were probably just admiring him and allowing him to perform. AI, that battle for points is incomparably cruel. There is only 1 battle every day, and the interval between each battle is too short. Those who can enter the top 8 are all geniuses. Hence, in the past tens of thousands of years, the number of cultivators who managed to obtain 7 consecutive championships in the Hidden Dragon ranking can be counted on one hand. These few people all entered the Martial God Palace and had outstanding achievements in the future, Shintahong said with envy. 7 consecutive victories, what kind of glory was that? Palace Master, if you can achieve 7 consecutive victories, you will definitely enter the Martial God Palace. Is that so? Long Chen smiled. If it was before the minor 3 tribulations, he wouldn't have been able to reach this level. But now, everyone could only wait and see. Passing the 3 minor tribulations perfectly would be the time for Long Chen to truly soar. In the 3,000 palaces, the undercurrents were surging. Countless prideful disciples wanted to show off on this platform. Among them, the ones who had put in the most effort were Lu Junhua and Feng Jilin. To them, the Hidden Dragon rank battle was a great opportunity to teach Long Chen a harsh lesson, and make Long Chen suffer for the rest of his life. Lu Junhua would always remember the enmity of the extreme purple heavenly fire formation. However, to Long Chen, Jiang Cha's revenge was not something that 100 days of the violet heavenly fire formation could make up for. He had promised Qin Feng that when he met Lu Junhua, he would make Lu Junhua disappear. No matter how powerful the Punishment Hall and the Heavenly God Hall were, especially the Punishment Hall, there was no longer anything that could make him respect Long Chen anymore. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Hidden Dragon rank battle arrived. On the day before the Hidden Dragon rank battle officially started, every hall master brought their participating disciples to the Hidden Dragon platform. The 3,000 palaces were divided according to the level of their disciples. Generally speaking, only those at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm and above, as well as those at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm who had passed the 9th Heaven Lightning Tribulation, were qualified to participate. Therefore, some of the 3,000 palaces were not qualified to participate. In the Evil Dragon Palace that Long Chen was in, only he, Yi Zheng, and Wu Yang were qualified to participate. The others, including Wu Yu, were not qualified to participate. Apart from the hall masters, the 3 vice hall masters were also allowed to participate. Just like that, there were about 50,000 people gathered on the Hidden Dragon platform. They were all the elites of the 3,000 palaces. The Hidden Dragon rank battle was actually a place for the super palaces to compete. Small palaces like the Evil Dragon Palace had only come to join in the fun in the past. Even the place where they were stationed was at the periphery of the Hidden Dragon platform. They could only lead the participating disciples to the center of the platform tomorrow. The center of the Crouching Dragon platform was occupied by the Deity of Heaven Hall, Snow Lotus Hall, Dark Nether Hall, Crimson Firmament Hall, Crazed Demon Hall, and so on. Each of the halls had over 1,000 people present, and they were comparable to the halls of Emperor Dong's palace. The disciples of the super palaces were usually very arrogant and overbearing. Lu Junhua was a representative of this. They looked down on the disciples and hall masters of the smaller palaces. In their opinion, any one of them could become a hall master of the other palaces. The gathering of the 3,000 palaces at the Hidden Dragon platform was about to start. This was the time for countless people to prove themselves and gain a bright future. The Hidden Dragon platform was filled with people. On this day, Long Chen also came to the Hidden Dragon platform with about 10 people from the Evil Dragon Palace. However, because the rank of the Evil Dragon Palace was relatively low, they did not have the qualifications to approach the center of the platform. They could only approach when the battle started. That's too much. Wu Yang was somewhat indignant. Long Chen did not mind. He had seen this kind of thing before. Those big palaces liked to put on airs and show off their differences. If a small palace like the Evil Dragon Palace did not have Long Chen, they would be humiliated if they came to the Hidden Dragon rank battle. After arriving, Long Chen waited patiently. At the same time, on the Hidden Dragon platform, Feng Jilin, Lu Junhua, and the others were extremely restless. They all looked in Long Chen's direction. Night fell, and the next day was about to come. The crowd followed Long Chen and stood quietly at their positions. The punishment hall did not even prepare a seat for them. They only stuck a sign on the ground to show that this was their place. As Long Chen was waiting for the time to pass, a quarrel came from the front. A group of people were being chased in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen was rather familiar with this group. They were once Shinto Hong's good friends, but in the end, they joined Feng Jilin's side. When Long Chen rose, they once again tried to curry favor with Shinto Hong. Black Smoke Palace's dog, stop running. How dare you disturb my mood? Kneel down. The one chasing him was a young man with a strong cultivation. He had just reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm, and his face was full of arrogance. Behind him were a few disciples who were slightly weaker than him. Looking at their clothes, they should be from the same palace, and should be from a powerful palace. Black Smoke Palace, if you dare leave today, the Nether Wolf Palace will come to you after the Hidden Dragon ranking battles are over and beat you all to a pulp. This threat made the cultivators from the Black Smoke Palace stop with bitter expressions. The leader was the leader of the Black Smoke Palace, one of Shinto Hong's good friends. He hurriedly turned around and led the people from the Black Smoke Palace to kneel, saying, Master Chen, we will kneel to you now. Please spare us, we did not mean to disturb you. The young man surnamed Shen rushed over, not caring about their begging. He ruthlessly kicked them until they screamed in pain. Only then did he vent his anger. As he kicked them, he shouted, I told you to stop, but you still ran. You're just a trash haul like an ant, and you dare to run away in front of me? If this gets out, how will I, Chen Yong, show my face? The disciples behind him also started fighting. It was not that the people from the Black Smoke Palace were weak, but that they did not dare to resist. All of them were beaten black and blue. All of this happened in front of Long Chen. Shinto Hong wanted to say something but stopped. They were good friends, but Shinto Hong did not save them. Time revealed a man's heart. The Black Smoke Palace was no longer a brother of the Evil Dragon Palace. That arrogant young man from the Nether Wolf Palace finally saw Long Chen's group at the side after beating them to their heart's content. He paused for a moment, then smiled evilly. What are you looking at? Do you want to get beaten up too? Yi Zheng and the others looked at each other and did not speak. Shinto Hong wanted to smile and tell the young man that they would leave immediately, but he suddenly remembered Long Chen and held back. Long Chen was in charge here. Seeing that they did not respond, Chen Chong laughed and scolded, "Motherfucker, your palace leaders are only at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. There must be something wrong with your brains. You are not even as good as dog shit, and you came to participate in the hidden dragon ranking battles. There must be something wrong with your brains. Brothers, beat them up. As long as no one dies, I will take care of it for you. I have people in the punishment palace." The crowd roared with laughter as they charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen was helpless, but this was normal for the 3,000 palaces. Small palaces like them did not have many rights. A few breaths later, the youths from the Nether Wolf Hall were all lying on the ground, covered in blood and twitching. Long Chen stomped on Chen Chong's face with his foot, almost flattening his head into the ground. Long Chen only needed to wave his hand to finish them off. "Do you know who I am?" Long Chen squatted down and looked at the frightened Chen Chong calmly. "Wu." Chen Chong could not speak. He moved his bloody body back. "I am Long Chen. This is the Evil Dragon Palace. We welcome your Nether Wolf Palace to take revenge." Long Chen stood up and sent Chen Chong flying with a kick. Although Long Chen did not do much, their injuries would make them bedridden for half a month. After finishing them off, Long Chen squinted his eyes. When he raised his head, the sky was filled with warriors in black clothes. Their eyes were as cold as Li Tsang's. The leader was a guy with an aura no weaker than Han Yunxing and the others. "You are Long Chen. Where is Li Tsang?" "You killed him, right?" the leader said. Long Chen understood. It was the Mad Demon Palace leader. Chapter 1265. The Mad Demon Palace had more than 1,000 palace masters, vice palace masters, hall masters, elders, and disciples participating in the Hidden Dragon ranking tournament. At this moment, these 1,000 people were all above the 6th level of the divine martial realm. They floated in front of Long Chen and the others. The aura of 1,000 people gathered together and immediately created a huge pressure on Long Chen and the others. This pressure made Shinto Hong and the others pale. They retreated one after another. They could only use their divine origin to resist. After all, the combined aura of so many people could even frighten a martial artist at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Especially when there were a few martial artists at the 9th level of the divine martial realm. Among them was the Mad Demon Palace Master. In the Mad Demon Palace, those who could become palace masters were the top of the 3,000 palaces. They were like the divine palace master Lu Chuanxiu. When he looked at Long Chen with a threatening gaze, what surprised him was that Long Chen's eyes were calm and his expression was unexpectedly calm. Their pressure was useless against Long Chen. Long Chen already had half of the ancestral dragon body. Why would he be afraid of them? Long Chen was certain of one fact. Since they had come to question him, they were definitely not certain. The other party did not have any evidence for this kind of thing. He just had to deny it even if he was beaten to death. So he said, "You must be the Mad Demon Palace Master. Could it be that Li Tsang is missing? But even so, you can't wrongly accuse someone just because you are anxious." "Who is Li Tsang?" "He is one of the 5 great geniuses. If I, Long Chen, can kill him, wouldn't my evil dragon palace be stronger than your Mad Demon Palace? So don't joke in front of me." Long Chen also had the identity of the evil dragon palace master. Although in the 3,000 palaces, the palace masters were also divided into ranks, Long Chen did not have such a rank in his heart. He stood on the same level as the Mad Demon Palace Master. After squinting at Long Chen for a while, the Mad Demon Palace Master said, "You entered the Supreme Trial Tower for a period of time." Li Tsung also entered, but he still hasn't come out. "I just visited the Wind Divine Palace's Feng Jilin, Lin of the Wind." Long Chen was shocked at first, but he reacted quickly and said in a cold voice, "What can this prove? As for Feng Jilin, she hates me so much that she can say anything. It doesn't count. Let me be honest, if you have any evidence, you can go to the Mad Demon Palace and sue me. If you don't, there is no need to threaten me here. Aren't there countless peerless martial geniuses in the Mad Demon Palace? Then, let's meet in the Hidden Dragon rank battles." Long Chen waved his hand and gestured for him to go ahead. His arrogant appearance, as well as his words that directly stabbed into the heart of the Mad Demon Palace leader, caused everyone to be enraged. That's right, the Mad Demon Palace leader didn't have any evidence, otherwise, he would have directly killed someone. Furthermore, with Long Chen's two great backers, even Lu Chuanxiu had suffered a loss. How could he dare to act recklessly? However, his intuition told him that Li Tsung's disappearance was definitely related to Long Chen. Impudent! How dare you speak to the Mad Demon Palace Master in such a manner? Quickly kneel down and admit your mistakes. After the Mad Demon Palace leader, a group of old people cursed with ashen expressions. In their opinion, what status could the evil Dragon Palace have? However, the Mad Demon Palace leader narrowed his eyes. Meet in the Hidden Dragon rank battles? The Mad Demon Palace leader knew that Long Chen was issuing a challenge. With his strength alone, he was practically challenging all the disciples of the Mad Demon Palace. "Brat, my Mad Demon Palace does not only have one Li Tsung. Since you said to meet in the Mad Demon Palace, then let's meet there." The Mad Demon Palace leader knew that it would be difficult to gain any advantage from Long Chen today. At this moment, Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing appeared beside Long Chen. Nangong Lai raised his eyebrows and smiled coldly. "Mad Demon Palace leader, do you want me, Nangong Lai, to chase you away?" Seeing Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing's impolite appearance, their position in the Martial God Palace was much higher than his. It was not a good idea to clash with them. The Mad Demon Palace leader snorted coldly and said, "I can't touch you today, nor do I have any evidence. Tomorrow is the Hidden Dragon rank battles. You'd better survive in the Warhound's realm." With that said, he led the Mad Demon Palace's disciples and elders away from the place. Many of the smaller palaces of the same level as the Evil Dragon Palace had seen what happened. It was clear that Li Tsung's disappearance had a lot to do with Long Chen. However, the Mad Demon Palace leader could do nothing but threaten him. Such a situation was enough to shock them. The Evil Dragon Palace was on the same level, but because of Long Chen, they were 10,000 times more powerful than them. They already regretted not fawning on Long Chen back then. Not to mention the future, such a person was already a proud son of heaven now. The Mad Demon Palace retreated in fright. This matter quickly spread throughout the Hidden Dragon platform. Everyone was in awe when they heard this news. The news of Long Chen being the fastest in the Heavenly Street and defeating Lu Junhua, Ji Luyun, and the other geniuses, even slapping them in the face had already spread. Such a person caused everyone to silently add Long Chen's name to the top 8. They were sincerely convinced. This Hidden Dragon rank battles would definitely be exceptionally exciting. The next morning, Long Chen and the others were qualified to approach the center of the Hidden Dragon platform. The center of the Hidden Dragon platform was a man-made basin. At the very center was the place where the battles would take place. It was also the entrance to the Warhound's world. There were many seats in the surroundings, enough for 100,000 people to watch the battles at the same time. The 3,000 palaces were arranged according to the rankings, with the Evil Dragon Palace in the center. Under the arrangement of the Punishment Hall's enforcement elder, everyone had to take their respective seats. It was incomparably bustling. Nearly 30,000 people entered at the same time. Many famous people suddenly appeared, causing the crowd to scream. Long Chen was a rising figure among the 3,000 palaces. Compared to the upper echelons of the various palaces, he did not have a high position. Under the management of the enforcement elder, the 30,000 people quickly took their seats. Because the evil dragon palace was too small, there were only 10 seats. On the other hand, palaces like the Mad Demon Palace had over 1,000 seats. There were even some palaces that did not have seats. Long Chen calmly sat in his seat. At least 1,000 people were looking at him. Among them, there were a few hot gazes, but Long Chen ignored them. He knew that it was Feng Jilin, Lu Junhua, and the people from the Mad Demon Palace who hated him. The Mad Demon Palace was one of the 5 palaces. Although it was the weakest, Li Tsang was not the only genius among them. There were more than 10 people who had reached the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. It was just that when they used the Mad Demon Heart Sutra, they were not as strong as Li Tsang. This time, no less than 800 disciples of the Mad Demon Palace were participating in the competition. All of them were at least at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. After what had happened last night, they had 2 goals. One was to have at least 15 people obtain the mixed sky demon dog's fangs and enter the top 110th place. The other goal was to kill Long Chen in the Warhound's world. These 2 goals were within the scope of the Mad Demon Palace. This made Shen Tuhong a little worried. He said, "Palace Master, the disciples of the Mad Demon Palace all think that you killed Li Tsang. They hate you to the bone. You must be careful in the Warhound's world." Long Chen smiled indifferently and said, "It's fine. I won't kill too many people. I don't want to get the title of a murderous demon king. Killing 100 is enough." Shen Tuhong was speechless. Today's Long Chen was not someone he could guess. Yi Zheng and the others were still excited. They believed that Long Chen would be able to represent the evil dragon palace and shine in front of the upper echelons of the 3,000 palaces. He would make the name of the evil dragon palace spread far and wide. Quiet. Under the command of the enforcement elder, the noisy scene immediately quieted down. 30,000 people were silent. Even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Among them, a law enforcement elder at the peak of the 8th level of the divine martial realm was floating in the air. He was the one who had just spoken. At that moment, he was extremely excited. He turned around and said in a loud and clear voice, "The biggest event of our 3,000 palace, the Hidden Dragon ranking battle that is held once every 500 years, is about to begin. The Hidden Dragon ranking hasn't changed for 500 years. Today, whose name will be engraved into the Hidden Dragon ranking?" When he spoke up to hear, he roared brightly with laughter and said, "Then let us wait and see. But before that, we have to welcome the heavyweights of the Hidden Dragon rankings this time. Firstly, it's the 4 Supreme Elders from the Punishment Hall. They're the witnesses, supervisors, and evaluators of the Hidden Dragon rankings this time, and they possess supreme authority." As the sound of his voice faded, the sky trembled as 4 silhouettes sped over and floated in the air. They were 4 white-haired old men, each of them exuding powerful energy fluctuations. These 4 people were practically the ultimate strength of the 3,000 palaces. 3 men and 1 woman, they were none other than the 4 Supreme Elders of the Punishment Palace. They were people that everyone in the 3,000 palaces revered and revered. Long Chen noticed that at the very top of the Hidden Dragon battlefield, there was a very large area with only 9 incomparably huge platinum seats. There were 6 on the left and 3 on the right. At this moment, the 4 Supreme Elders were sitting on the 6 seats on the left and right respectively. They were sitting on the 4 seats on the left and right side of the seats, while the 2 seats in the middle were empty. There were a total of 6 Supreme Elders. In other words, the first Supreme Elder and the second Supreme Elder were not here today. It was normal for this ultimate figure, the legendary Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist, to not be present. However, who were the 3 seats on the right side of the hall? Soon, the answer was revealed. This was the moment when everyone was cheering. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.